Hello, everyone, and welcome back for another exciting day of collegiate esports action. This time here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, we are joined at our final regional invitational, the West Invitational, which is region 5 out of 6. And we have Mid-Atlantic, the final region, coming up on Monday. So we have some exciting esports action for you today. Just like always, I'm your host, Paulie Hype, bringing to you the hype from all the collegiate esports each and every weekend here as we are getting ready for our grand final event, CECC Atlanta, which is going to be taking place May 7th and 8th at the Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. So that's going to be an exciting. Basically, if you're just tuning in, each team that wins each game of this series of the games today are going to be winning a bid into that grand final event in Atlanta. So without further ado, let's take a quick second and get a moment of hype. Usually they have the moment of silence, but when Paulie's on the desk, you know we have the moment of hype. So let's get it going as we are getting ready. We're going to start out here on Esports U with Valorant. That'll be the first game for the day. And we'll be starting out on Esports U2 with, I believe, we have Rocket League today starting. Rocket League. I think we have Rocket League starting out today. And that's going to be Septilence and Nerdy Bird. So Septilence and Nerdy Bird will be on Esports U2. Awesome pairing there. And for Valorant to start the day, we're going to have Caster Camel and the handsome host Los. And I'll be joining them after that first group stage, as I will also be commentating some Valorant with handsome host Los to round out day one. But without further ado, let's throw it over. Valorant, if you're watching Esports U, Rocket League, if you're watching Esports U2, and without further ado, over to the casters.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome to the CECC West Invitational. Like Paulie said, we are going to have a whole lot of Overwatch action here on Esports 2. I'm Septilence, that is Nerdy Bird, and Nerdy, how are you feeling to kick off what is destined to be a phenomenal weekend of Overwatch?
You know, I'm a little tired, much like probably how these players are feeling, but I am ready. I am hyped. I am caffeinated on my no-name generic brand gamer juice, and I'm ready to go.
Absolutely, I could not agree more. I have had my fair share of caffeine to be wide awake and ready for this as well. I'm on the East Coast, so I truly do not hold a candle to some of the players we're seeing here today. It is just cusping that 10 a.m., 11 a.m. borderline for them, and they are still going to be here to bring us some phenomenal series. I know we're starting off our day with Sacramento State versus Oregon, and full disclosure, these are teams that I have not seen. Sacramento State I actually have seen, but Oregon is a team that I am not familiar with personally.
Same here. I mean, just with the brackets and the ways that things have shaken out with in regards to the tournaments that we have had the pleasure of casting both together and that I've watched, seen a lot of Oregon, seen quite a bit of Sac State, so I know what to expect coming out from them. Hopefully, both these teams have scouted one another enough leading up to this tournament that we can expect equal playing fields for both of them, though.
Yeah, and as we jump into the series, which will be happening in just a moment here, we're of course going to be starting with control maps, as any Overwatch tournament always does. And I'm super excited because I think control is, well, I know it's my favorite map type in the game, but I think it's the best because the stages are built in such unique ways and such unique fashions that they often call for different team compositions. I think the best examples of that are, of course, Nepal or Lijiang Tower, because each of the sub-stages of those maps really call for teams to make some changes. You can't just be running the same comp anymore like way back in the days of GOATs. Now it really requires a lot of coordination and flexibility from teams.
For sure, I can't argue that at all. Also, like if you can't win that first fight and don't lock down point, typically if you have a bunker comp that you intend to, rush point, bunker down, stay there and just control it, you can't stay on that. And honestly, unless someone has an ult on your side, everyone's most likely going to swap. And I'm interested to see how these teams adapt to one another going throughout this entire course of this day, especially on the control maps as well as hybrid maps.
Yeah, undoubtedly so. And someone that we can actually talk about a little bit here because I've been casting a lot of Collegiate Overwatch recently. There's one character who has been making more and more of a consistent appearance, and it's really starting to alarm me. We go all the way back to when she was a support that locking her in was basically throwing the game, right? Nobody wanted a Symmetra on their team, and now we've gone up and through GOATs and then on to control points, now on to hybrid maps and escort maps. Symmetra just seems more and more viable teams.
Though I will still say that she could be a bit of a tomfoolery pick depending
Yes.
on the composition a team has. Somehow, though, if you see a sim pick and if they decide to go with the Bassie pick as well on top of that, we expect the tomfoolery, but we know it's going in with confidence with that tomfoolery. So we will expect some craziness to happen. I don't understand exactly how Symmetra has been able to climb so heavily into everyone's hearts lately. I still am a firm believer that the beam is cancerous, but it works. It definitely destroys people and it destroys them quickly.
Yeah, it is a terrifying ability. I like it in its current state a lot more than I enjoyed it back when it would auto lock on people and
Oh,
there were 6
oh,
turrets. Yeah, that was a whole mess. But I think Symmetra now, like you said, has really started to kind of develop a spot in the community's hearts as being a very viable character. Bastion as well, like you mentioned, if we see him for even 5 seconds today, I will be over the moon excited about that. I love Bastion, one of my favorite characters in the game. And I actually, off the top of my head, don't know what the starting stage is going to be. If I had to take a shot in the dark, I would guess Lijiang Tower because that seems to be
same.
the collegiate map choice. But no matter what we head into, I'm super excited because, like I said, Control always calls for different team compositions and communication skills.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's definitely that tempo control and gaining back that tempo if you aren't able to come on top of that first fight. And if we do see, like, for example, a Symmetra pick that heavily relies on getting tempo and controlling it because that's a build up and then start moving forward sort of style of gameplay where you have to move at a little bit of a slower pace and be controlled about it and then start picking people off once you get to full power. So we'll see what type of compositions and what playstyles we see coming out from these teams today and with regards to their tempo control.
So I know that you are very recently, I don't know, are you still technically a player or are you considered retired at this point?
I am still a player. In fact, just before this broadcast started, I was
Oh,
playing against
right.
Florida Atlantic University. Kudos to them. We did play against them for, I believe it was the NACE playoffs today, and it was the end of their season after that match, but it was a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm still technically a player. I'm really old. No one please ask my age. And if someone drops it in chat, I swear to goodness, I pray you are off base by at least 2 years.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, back when I was a collegiate Overwatch player, it was during or immediately after the GOATS meta. So a lot of things were shifting around. Overwatch was in realistically a more boring state than it is now, and I have such a respect for the current collegiate players because back when I played, it was lock Reinhardt, swing hammer, game over. Like that was all I did the entire time. But now these main tank players or anybody in any role has to have such an aggressive flexibility. You can no longer say, oh, I play Reinhardt, and that's enough. You need to be playing Reinhardt and Wrecking Ball, maybe Zarya if you have to off-roll or Winston. Like, there's so much versatility that these players have to bring to the table, and the more this game evolves, the higher that skill floor becomes to be a successful collegiate team, and I'm eager to see if or how flexible the teams today are going to be. I think we're jumping in just a couple of minutes here. I think we're resolving a couple of tech issues in the back line, but no matter what, like I said, the versatility is always what manages to blow me away.
And because you mentioned it, I actually started my collegiate career the year that goats really took off and kind of was the whole reason why the 222 lock became a thing. I was the designated I am diva. Do not demech me because on Pilot Diva, I will destroy anyone in my path. If it's a 1v5 and I'm the one, it's a fair fight, as my main tank used to say, because I was a no holds barred diva player. But since then, when they created the 222 role lock, I actually backed off of the tank role and swapped over to support. And honestly, like, I was very comfortable on 2 supports at the time, just Lucio Moira, but then as the meta has shifted, I have had to learn every single support, and now there's just one that I will say I will never play, and that is Zenyatta, because
Ah,
there are just Zen players that scare the living daylights out of me, and I know I can never be that scary. And those are players that we actually will probably have the opportunity to see today because
yeah.
though it is a strange comp to run because it requires a lot of composition focus as well as a lot of coordination, if a team is well coordinated, we will likely see a Zenyatta Brigida support duo. And if that is happening, we can guarantee that that Zen's going to be clicking heads. And those are the players that terrify me.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be to make that Zen viable, right? It's super important that you're hitting those discords and those headshots because Brig Zen is easily the least amount of healing available in the game at one time in terms of a support duo. So that Zen, if he's not doing his job of possibly top fragging on their team, it's definitely not going to be viable. And I agree with you. I think some of the best players I know are Zenyatta players because I don't know if they just like collectively eat a different breakfast than the rest of us, or they drink different water or what. But Zen, I mean, they are always a terrifying matchup to go up against. And folks, we appreciate all your patience here. We're just waiting. It's still very early on the West Coast. These players not only had to get up early on a weekend to play, but then they had to immediately resolve tech issues. I think we're waiting on 1 or 2 players to jump into lobby, but I assure you, we will be jumping into lobby soon-ish.
Yes. When technology is present, things are always bound to go wrong. It's just how it works, and it's adapting to it. And I hope no one is too thrown off by it. Especially, my heart goes out to any of the players that immediately like resolved everything prior to this starting and are like, "Why is nothing else like this?" Well, you were ahead of the game, and some people are still catching up. It's okay. It just takes a couple of moments.
Yeah, definitely. So the other day I was on a broadcast, actually an Overwatch broadcast, and we had a player DC and fall out of lobby, and it took a couple minutes. They reset their computer. They get back. We unpause the game. We go right back in. Teammate, DCs. Same team, different, not even in the same lab. It's not like it was like a Wi-Fi issue. The most absurd coincidence I have ever seen. Is unfortunate, to say the least.
I mean, kudos to those guys for keeping level heads throughout that. The best thing, honestly, is just laugh it off at that point and keep going. I've heard, like, teammate's girlfriend got trapped in an elevator, so they had to leave the lobby and go, like, assist them in getting out. We've had players have a natural gas leak happen, and so they had to, like, 2 of them had to leave the lobby and, like, sprint across campus to a different building. So many different things can go wrong that don't just involve the technology that we're dealing with, but the environments that these players are in, that I just hope that if anything goes wrong for anyone today, everyone's very understanding and they just, as I said, laugh it off and keep going, because there's nothing else you can do at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have a running joke with a couple of my friends on production that I have this weird curse of causing players' fire alarms to go off, because 2 weeks ago I was casting a Valorant broadcast, and if you want to watch Valorant, go hop over to Esports U, the main channel. Valorant being cast right now by Los and Camel, 2 great casters. I'm sure that's a great game. I was casting Valorant. We have 2 rounds, and then we get like in chat like pause, and one of their players had to leave his building. He had to leave his dorm because fire alarm. That turns into like a 45-minute break. He eventually comes back, everything's fine. The next day, I'm casting a Rocket League broadcast, same organization, and I reference that incident. I reference, oh, yesterday we had a fire alarm go off for 45 minutes. It was very, unfortunate. Less than 2 minutes later, one of the Rocket League kids is spamming, pause, and his teammates are like, oh, his fire alarm just went off. We're going to need to sub somebody in. And then yesterday, I'm on a broadcast with the same organization, and somebody's fire alarm goes off. Luckily, that one was like 2 minutes. He was in and out right back, but it is some kind of weird curse that I'm carrying of making players' fire alarms go off. And I pray, fingers crossed, that does not happen today, because we have a lot of through.
Yes, we do, but I mean, your casting is just so fire that you're starting fires from a distance. I mean, that's one way to look at it, right?
Several states away, thousands of miles away.
I pray no one's fire alarms go off. If a fire alarm has to go off, honestly, let it be mine, because it's okay if it's one of us. One of the players, let's not curse them today. I will take all the bad juju that comes from Septilin.
Oh, and here we are. We're finally going to jump into that Sac State up against as Sac State is have to get down and out. Oregon with a triple kill. Kick things off. Quad turn to a couple. Jonah Patrol right now. That can't move a little. It's not going to do enough.
You see, we've got Oregon State deciding to go with that Brigida and Zenyatta combo we discussed earlier in the broadcast. It can be quite deadly, but now that they've lost their Zenyatta, they have to maintain space in this corridor, but slowly start backing up. Their Wrecking Ball's going to go in, take some abilities, and roll out. Trying to maintain their footing here, take away as many of those E and shift abilities as they can. The Reinhardt's pushing forward, though, recognizing that they're down 1 support. Now is the opportunity for Wrecking Ball, doing what Wrecking Ball does best. Rolls through, but takes out 1.
Takes out 1. It's going to be a 1-1 trade, and honestly, one thing I don't think is going to hurt Oregon too badly. Ball, one of the fastest mobility characters in the game, and now especially as D-Day has fallen, that is all the easier for Oregon. I haven't even gotten to talk about Luke, who's brought out my favorite character in the game. That Junkrat, a Rip Tire at the ready, and ready to rip Sac State to the red here on 50% and counting here, Nerdy, and Sac State's hardly made out of the one.
I mean, the control that Oregon State is demonstrating right here. They backed up just enough to regain their footing, do some damage, and they're only popping ults now just for Fitting Flux coming out. Not even having to use anything else in tandem with it. Hopefully they're ready though, because Skyo does have this dragon coming online that can make a lot of space. Perhaps it'll be eaten by our Sigma here, but if it does go off, that means another back off and reset for the side of Oregon. Though 73%, that's quite a bit of a percentage gap.
Yeah, quite the yeah, I want to shout out. No aim, no use. It's like a top 5 sentiment today. That's hysterical, and I love it. As a Junkrat player, that's even funnier to me. Bloom, gonna be able to find some massive value. Down, Cycle down, now Jack Chan down. A complete and total team play on Sac State once again. Oregon making very quick work of Control Center. This is looking more and more like 100-0, and the minefield at the spawn door is going to seal the deal, Nerdy. My goodness, that was 100 seconds and over. That was probably the fastest Lijiang Control Center I have seen in a while.
The cleanup crew came through and they did not leave any debris behind, that is for sure. However, knowing that Oregon likes this long spam comp, I'm interested to see if Sac State goes for an adjustment here and changes up their composition a lot. We do see Oregon is choosing to swap off those picks though. Instead, they're gonna go with the Sombra Genji. Nope, Symmetra. We might see a Sim TP or just a partial TP. We'll have to wait and see. But we do see the Doomfist and Sombra combo coming out from Sac State. Interested to see if that works out in their favor or if between Ginger. Oh, never mind. No Remuera. I think this is just a quick TP. Yes, it is going to the Tracers. So we've got the Wrecking Ball spam comp coming out from Oregon. We still got that Sombra from Sac State. Is it going to work out with that Cassidy? Only time will tell.
Yeah, Sombra absolutely going to be hit or miss here. A character that I always refer to as the Lord Famine. Either this Sombra carries the team to victory or Team will go on the side of team success. D-Day almost gets taken off the map, but I thought he was not able to land that quite enough. Next day, they're making some great progress here, but it feels like they're kind of in on their momentum right now. He's going to find them more D-Days in the main tank spawn. We've seen Sac State fall like dominoes every time D-Day bites the bullet, just like that. The second player already falling. Second, got to turn to third, Oregon with that change castle.
What's interesting here is that these two comps can't strongly counter one another if played into their strengths. It's just Oregon played the control point properly, which was surround and conquer and pick them off and starve them of their abilities and play it slowly. That's what they did. They let the point unlock and slowly encroached on that space and controlled it. That is exactly what that comp's looking to do. Now Sac State is looking more to find those picks, get slight off angles, but heavily relying on those Sombra hacks can be difficult to pull off.
That is just the unfortunate luck of this run. Okay, we're just sending it there from Isaac. Decided though, Tony has decided it is time to sleep, my friend. Maybe that Roadhog down, but not out quite yet. And the over-aggression here from Saxon is really starting to cost them in a way I don't think they expected. Normally, when your team is able to push in a full 5 or 6 onto 2 or 3 players, you think your team is going to walk out victorious. But with the aggression that Sac State was able to answer with, all 6 players standing in the same room, or sorry, Oregon, they were able to completely negate any hope of an attack Sac State was trying to bring out.
And Oregon, yet again, is running one of those lighter healing comps. They have the Lucio Zenyatta running here. They did pop Transcendence already. Lucio's encroaching on that sound barrier. However, the amount of self-healing that these other players can produce, the sustain is there if they play properly like they've been doing. Great Shatter comes out. They take out 2. Will it be enough, though? They're crouching on 20 seconds left to go get to that point.
And honestly, I love that Shatter. I think Shatter is just faster than plays traditionally, and it's just a great way to cancel out a very impactful point that play. Not that guy, letting D-Day know that he is certainly not. Sac State really finding themselves in a tough position. Only 6 seconds left to try and punch this point. A very unfortunate opportunity, and now his main already goes down. Psycho forces an overtime, but I don't think they're going to be able to force much for Oregon walking away. Lijiang already over a 2-0 victory in favor of Oregon here.
Yes, unfortunately, it did not shake out in the favor of Sac State. It's okay. Both these teams just waking up, first game of the day, probably did not have a lot of warm-up time for
Right.
themselves up before this. And correct me if I'm wrong, we are doing round robin style, so this will not be the only time that these teams see each other. And honestly, we could expect something completely different from Sac State later, just trying to debate everyone and make people believe that this is how they're going to play out the rest of the series. But really, this is just them kind of just giving everyone the tip of the iceberg. So that is honestly can't judge a book by its cover. It's the first game of the day, and it's the first game for every team today.
Yeah, it's the first game of the day. It's a weekend. It's still very early. And like you said, this single elim traditional whatever it's a round robin, so Sac State can truly look at that as a GG go next, at least for the time being, right? They lost one, a little bit stinky, but it's only one map. They could still win this series after all. There's a definite opportunity they can turn this around. It is a best of 3, I believe, so we're already looking at a game point, and then Sac State, they can win our next map and take us all the way into map 3. That would be very exciting. Great way to kick off the weekend, but no matter what happens next, I truly, like you said, I suspect Sac State to be getting a little more stable, a little more consistent as we go on through the day.
Okay, so we just did our control center, so going into the next one, it should be hybrid?
I think so. I have it written down somewhere, but I'm afraid I would be scrolling too much. No matter what it is, I do know that the players have the opportunity to pick anything. The only exception to that is the assault maps Paris and Horizon Lunar Colony are not welcome here in the CECC West Invitational, and I think that's for pretty good reason. Those maps traditionally disliked by all parties, and actually we won't be seeing that game mode for much longer at all.
Unfortunately, we will not. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship. I feel
Yeah.
like it's one of the few map modes that actually can result in a draw. I mean, you play it out for 90 minutes and no one gets any sort of SR gain is never something fun to deal with. But it's going to be replaced with, I believe, a payload called a point called Push now,
Yes.
which is something very similar to a Heroes of the Storm style gameplay. I'm interested to see how that fully shakes out, as I have not touched or seen anything from the beta yet. I'm trying to actually let myself be surprised because I want it to be a happy experience, not a sad experience for someone who has been playing Overwatch since season 5. But yes, this is the we can start saying our sweet goodbyes to the assault maps, especially towards the end of our collegiate season here for the spring semester.
Yeah, whether these players are seniors or not, there's actually a real opportunity that this is the last time any of them play assault in a collegiate setting like this one. Overall, I think we're going to be seeing, you know, a big shift in a lot of course, a tempo change as we enter the new game, Overwatch 2. At the end of the day, it's a 5v5 instead of a 6v6. Y'all know the changes. We won't run through all of them, but with Assault leaving, as a Junkrat player, I'm sad to see Temple of Abyss go, but the rest, I could truly just wish good riddance. I personally have never been an Assault fan. No matter what role I'm playing, whether it's that Reinhardt, whether Junkrat if I'm on the support. I just don't, like you said, I don't like playing a map for 30, 40 minutes and then finding out that, oh, it's a draw. Nobody gets anything out of this except the mental duress of playing the same map for 40 minutes straight.
I mean, no one likes getting Volskaya'd either. I feel like that's the map that's notorious for everyone, where it's like, oh, cool, we rolled on offense. And then your whole team is just like, and we're going to get rolled on defense. We're just going to do it all over again. So it doesn't even count.
The highest Volskaya I have seen, I think, was a 9-8 differential, which, for those who may not be super familiar, Volskaya usually ends, or an assault map usually ends, maybe a 4-3. If you go into overtime, it can be a 2-1. It can even be a 1-0. And I have seen teams go all the way to 9-8. So that is playing Volskaya. I'm not going to do the math because I'm probably wrong, but I think 5 times, 6 times. There's a lot of Volskaya in there is the point. And I think the intention of the new game mode push, as we talked about, is to make sure that never happens again. Because it is certainly not very fun. It is extremely stressful and painstaking on our players. And as we jump into our next series in just a moment here, not series, excuse me, our next map, I'm curious if Sac State is going to change anything, because I don't think the comp was the problem. Maybe the Sombra, but I think it was just a tempo thing. I think Oregon was consistently 5 steps ahead the entire time, and it made it very difficult for Sac State to find their footing to even think about counterattacking.
You are absolutely correct. And this is going to sound way easier than it really is, but
Of
you
course.
never want to be the team that's having to respond to the actions of the other team. You want to be the one that is thinking ahead, the one that's forcing them to react to you. Anticipating what they're going to do is the best thing you can do to regain that footing, but knowing how to anticipate that depends on how well you understand the win conditions of the other comp. And if you can't break down those win conditions, it's very hard to regain your footing in those cases.
Without a doubt. And I'm there's something I used to say. Well, I still do say actually. We'll talk about this later. When I'm casting Rocket League, I always talk about how there's a proactive team and a reactive team, and I think you just kind of touched down on this as well. And it is 99% of the time the proactive team, the team deciding the tempo and deciding the momentum, that finds themselves the victors, right? And it's that reactive team that really struggle to find the footing and try to answer. So we're gonna have to see, can Sac State control the momentum? Can they control the speed of this matchup? And with Sac State's current composition, it doesn't scream spawn hole to me. So I'm curious if they're not going to go for that Havana hole.
Currently, I have to agree with you. I have seen teams attempt a close hold with this comp, but it is not favored for it. They are looking for the long corridors here, standing on the high ground. After all, they do have the Zenyatta with that Cassidy and Ashe. They can dominate those high grounds and utilize those angles quite heavily, as opposed to holding on payload, in which case your Zenyatta is just going to get rolled over, and once the stun, rock, and pull are utilized, then then it's just GG, go next if you're trying to take the first fight on point, and they are going to choose to take it from the long high ground.
Yes, they're taking it from the long high ground, which instead of giving them 2, maybe even 3 fights, almost just guarantees them 1 longer fight. They kind of wait until they get to the first corner. They're going to try to play angles, and as that Orisa shield already goes down, I've definitely got a little bit of worry. Fink was taken out early that Tango, and now this is going to be a very unfortunate opportunity. You've lost your Ashe, you're trying to damage dealer, and now the Widowmaker is going to take a while to return. By the time they get back, though, Nerdy, this fight is going to have a nice little bow, and it is going to be shipped home. That's a triple kill from Isaac, who's already 50% of the way to a grab, which is one of the slowest in the game.
Somehow Isaac managed to get a disgusting amount of charge early on. I mean, they're chilling at 96 already. That comes down to calling those cooldowns and ensuring you're not just feeding that bubble. And if you're choosing to pop it, making sure your team can follow up on it and just delete the Zarya as soon as that bubble goes down. But the composition that's coming out right now for Sac State is not allowing them to regain tempo control, and staggering forward trying to get these extra picks is not in their favor either. They need to do a hard regroup and reset here, lest Oregon State just keep picking them off one by one and starving them of all of their opportunity to regain footing.
Isaac, I mean, just sending
Oh
the
my gosh!
Farming damage off the back of it. Unfortunately, no eliminations on the. They've completely baited D-Day down and out of the fight. Fang going to be winning that Widow 1v1 for the first time and giving Sac State the numbers advantage for the first time. Currently looking at a 6v5. They need one more elimination to really seal the deal, but it's going to be a blizzard. Fang takes out the bait a little bit too late, and Isaac should be there to capitalize off the back of that freezing. Fang really started to wake up here. Third elimination in this fight, taking out half the team handedly, has given Sac State a massive opportunity to get in. Loom swapping onto Doom. That is going to be a scary thing for that Widowmaker.
It'll be interesting to see if that Doomfist works out. Fang takes out Pandango right away. Nicely done, but we've got this Orisa going just straight face-to-face with this Zarya. Bubbles come out. Fortify has been used. They are at 2 health. They are struggling. And without follow-ups from their supports, that comes down to communicating and ensuring your team is ready to support you in those situations. They will lose their main tank, and Oregon is just going to keep pushing forward right now.
Pushing forward, moving the card slow but sure, and it's really fascinating because they've lost a fight at this point, but somehow the cart never stops. We were looking at a 6v3 at one point in time, and the remaining members of Oregon just stayed on the cart. They sat where they needed to. They made sure they got the job done. Isaac now with a double elimination, moving in quick like lightning here. D-Day is going to be eliminated. They're going to find an elimination. Auntie, you're not that guy, but I'm not sure that eliminating the Zen's what you need to do right now. I think Zarya refuses to go down. Isaac for the first time this map. Finally gonna find out what that spawn route looks like. 3.5 minutes. Oregon, they're tied up for the numbers, and now they have the numbers. As Psycho goes down today, 66-41 HP in a dream, but Ginger just sneaks there to Lucio, trying to be the one to save the day.
We still have Jack Chan here on payload, pushing off both these supports. So long as they can keep their angles strong, they should be okay. Never mind, the rest of the DPS are going to collapse on them. They'll be taken out. Payload's going to touch the door. 4 minutes, 31 seconds left on the clock.
I'm very excited that we actually are going to get to see Havana third. A part of a map we see very often. I feel Havana is very rarely making it all the way to that third point, but I'm very glad that it did, because this, I think, gives Oregon, the opportunity to play a little bit slower, or sorry, Sac State to play a little bit slower, like I feel like they've been trying to. The Orisa Sigma here on third point is very common, very traditional. We see it quite often. I want to see if it works out well for Sac State, or if Oregon is going to continue this onslaught of just pushing up and through their shields instead of waiting for the shields to fall.
I mean, honestly, I want to give a great shout out to Lum right here, because they went for the they started out on the Widow, they swapped over to Doomfist for second point, and now swapped back over to the Widow, realizing that there's long corridors, spaces, and angles to take here on third point. And that is one of those things that we mentioned before we got into these matches, was the opportunity for these maps to create various compositions and require comp swaps. And Oregon is utilizing that to the best of their abilities, whereas Sac State has stayed on this one comp this entire time.
Yeah, Doomfist absolutely would not work here on third unless you're rocking, you know, those highlight reel rollouts or anything. Speaking of rollouts, Zyzok deep into the back line, a little bit of displacement, no elimination guarantee, and actually forcing out a Transcendent. Okay, no, excuse me, Sac State is using every they have. The Gravitic Flux, the High Noon, the Transcendence, and now a single Dragons from a Hanzo could be the nail in the coffin of this defensive hold from Sac State. A double kill already. Isaac finding another, except for Fang. That is a complete and total team kill. Fang still might be taken out in their own spawn, no less.
That was a little worrying to see Sac State drop how many ults? I think they're 4, maybe 5. Okay, yes, 4 ultimates in that fight as a means to sustain. I mean, 1 or 2 is going to work, or none will work, is how that shakes out. And when you drop that many, the opportunity to retake is borderline impossible. And Oregon will close out point 3 with 2 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock. Sac State needs to change up what they are doing, and they need to do it fast.
Yeah, I think we saw a very traditional team error there, where I think somebody said something vague along the lines of, don't forget you have ults, and then everybody ulted at the exact same time. That's something I have seen hundreds of times. Sac State would certainly not be the first team. They wouldn't be the last team to do that either. But like you said, either 1 or 2 is going to work, or none of them are going to work. And Sac State to commit that many ultimates and then lose the fight was truly the nail in the coffin. There was no time, no ultimates, and no damage to really take that cart back. I think Oregon knew that as well.
So I do believe that Sac State was the team that got to pick the map.
Yes.
And so they ultimately did decide their own fate, also knowing that because they got to pick which map, they're most likely going to be attacking first. With that in mind, I'm hoping that their strategy on the offense is a little bit more creative than what we've seen already. It's looking like it's going to be. They're going with the Zarya Wrecking Ball pick here, as well as an Echo Mercy on a Widowmaker pick. It's going to be interesting, especially because we've got a semi-close hold possibility composition coming out from Oregon. They were most likely just going to be Isaac Stall on the payload, rolling in and out like they have been. Never mind, I'll eat my words. Yes, they're going close hold, and yes, they're doing it with the Bassie. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out, because Sac State does have an opportunity to surround and conquer them. It does look like they also scouted the Bastion close hold, so we're going to lose the ball and go with the D.Va.
D.Va making an appearance would be exciting, but right back onto the Wrecking Ball. And I gotta say, Isaac doing a good job just playing Wrecking Ball, being a general nuisance and annoyance, not really farming eliminations, but going for displacements, and that is always what can really seal the deal. Sac State with an early elim, but it's traded out. D-Day going to be taken out early now. A massive spawn advantage. So Sac State has, you know, really, they've kicked down the first domino. Now they just need to wait for the rest to fall. Psycho finding another elim, and right now, completely uncontested, but no, I think that's because nobody's in their line of sight. Nobody is really able to worry about the Bastion if they don't peek the Bastion. I think they're absolutely aware of that fact.
And I do see Psycho running way back towards spawn from our first spawn point here for Sac State to go to Oregon State spawn and try and take them out and hold that Zenyatta, I believe, over here, but they have come back looking for an opportunity to get the hack off. They see it. Instead, they're going to 1v1, and they will find the pick, but Pandango's going to find Tainting in the same moment, so an even trade will happen.
All right. Also, I just found out that this is a best of 5, so this is not going to be our final match. finds the win. They will need to win one more. Loom able to find that elimination early onto Mater, and taking that BAP offline, that should be a deal breaker. That should absolutely be enough to force Sac State back, and yeah, it looks like they are going to be doing that back and around this corner. Loom has a tank configuration and knows there's no Baptiste to keep the team alive. Ionia is going to be learning that the hard way, and oh no! Oh, it's a massacre! Loom with the quad kill. Just
and
played it as perfect could be there. There was no Baptiste, there was no Immortality field. There wasn't even a remnant of a defensive ultimate. Loom had a field day.
I'm pretty... Ana landed asleep, but the sleep did not... The animation was not the entire sleep duration. Someone woke up the Bastion, and I'm pretty sure that Ana was in spawn. Like, who touched him?
Pressure on once again. Sac State struggling to get out of spawn and only having 2 minutes left to do it. Mater has been eliminated already. And Psycho's EMP might be the move. It might be the ability they need to really get down and out of the spawn. Struggling right now. Isaac finding another Elim. Not only is this Wrecking Ball unkillable, but even if you do kill him, the remaining 5 members are there to swipe you down.
So one of the standard combos we can see with an EMP, it's simply because we got D-Day Mob over here chilling out very close to that self-destruct, is an EMP bomb. However, the way that this team from Oregon is set up, the positioning can be very difficult to land it. So they have to literally bait them into them or have this little corner over here completely locked down when this EMP goes off and make sure that the self-destruct lands perfectly, lest no one's going to get in it and 2 ults will be dropped for nothing.
That elimination does come through here. You're not that guy. The first to fall on the side of Oregon, and of course, the only one that can't be resurrected. A huge elimination, but immediately traded out for Feign. Psycho waiting for their time to strike with this EMP, and they got to do it quick as Loom has another tank configuration. Oh, the bomb EMP! Only going to find one, and don't ask me how, because even I am not sure. The Baptiste going to fall. A double ultimate committal there, and Sac State still stuck in this spawn.
And Lum picked up 1, Isaac picked up 2 in that same moment, so the trade was just not in the favor of Sac State. The odds, the numbers, Mason, they are not there for them. Let's see if they can start regaining their footing. We have seen teams in the past somehow claw their way back up with no ultimates in their pockets from this very close hold, just due to the fact that teams get a little overzealous. Lum is getting pushed into the back corner here by D-Day, but D-Day's mech's going to go down, and then they will shortly thereafter.
Oregon, they have sealed the deal here on Havana. Only 5 seconds left, and I think they are fully aware of that fact. Jack Chan taken down early. That is a 2-0 lead for Oregon. They've still got to win one more map to seal the deal and move us on to our next schools, which I believe are going to be Hawaii and Sandy. So I'm really excited about that one. But we got to finish this one first as well. Oregon, Loom with the play of the game is a surprise to, I think, absolutely nobody. This quad was just, I mean, devastating.
Yes, you'll see the sleep I was talking about. There it is. Unfortunately, immediately woken up, so then the remaining 3 go down. It's just a breakdown of communication. It happens. When you're on a sleep, something that's as deadly as a Bastion, honestly, don't touch it if you don't have the force to bring it down. And that's just something to remember moving forward. And as you just mentioned, it's a best of 5. There's still an opportunity for a reverse sweep to happen here. Can it happen? I don't know. Will Sac State pull out something absolutely incredible as we move into our next map, which I believe is going to be hybrid? And if it's Scrims Row, I might just put my head down on the desk.
Yeah, Kings Row is going to be a very unique choice, because very often are we told, you know, no matter what rank of this game, coaches, players, I mean, everybody will always say it's more important to play what you're comfortable with rather than the quote-unquote meta, right? And I think Kings Row is almost the exception to that rule, because, like you just called it, Scrims Row. Any collegiate or competitive player has played this map hundreds, if not thousands of times. And if you're staring a 2-0 in the face, and it could very possibly be a 3-0, I don't think you go to Kings Row, because as comfortable as your team is going to be, your opponents are going to be just as, if not more, comfortable. I think you could get a real advantage of pulling out a wild card like this.
I mean, I always, when it comes to the hybrid map, because this is the opportunity to start that reverse sweep, and knowing, as you just said, as I mentioned, like Kings Row is such a standard pick to go with something else. I honestly, I want, the Blizzard world to be brought out because I feel like that is one that people struggle with. And if your team's really good at bunker comps and maintaining high ground pressure, then go with a Numbani pick. However, Scrims Row, because it is utilized so frequently, opens up this space for teams to actually be able to pull out one of the most ridiculous compositions of all time. It's been referred to as the Statue of Liberty, the Statue of Pain, the Silver Strat. And it was one that I do believe, I want to give proper credit here. So if I'm wrong, feel free to call me out on it, chat. It was one that Northwoods technically created on Kings Road. It is the TP Bastion onto Mendata's head with a Sigma barrier. That is a strategy that, if pulled off properly, can work extremely well, as long as the other team does not scout it early or does not know how to counter it. And if
Yeah.
that is what Sac State is looking to do, by all means, go for the Statue of Pain play. Just make sure that if you're going to do it, because it also is it's a little bit of an ego if you're doing it, in my
Yeah.
opinion,
Oh yeah.
that you know what you're doing, and you know that as soon as you win that first fight and you get point lockdown, you need to swap off that comp. It is a get first point, and that is it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Loom has already played their hand a little bit further than maybe we expected. We saw an interest in the Bastion and a successful understanding of the Bastion. But I believe our next map mode, excuse me, is going to be Assault. I think Hybrid
Ooh.
comes after this one, and I think that leaves us with Volskaya, Temple of Anubis. Like I said, a personal favorite. When I have to pick Assault, and then Hanamura is going to be another option as well. And moving into any of these, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see our friend Bastion. But I think we might see my friend Junkrat, fingers crossed, at the end of the day. And right now, like you said, Sac State, I think I would like to see them play safer options. I think going double shield here, I just sit there and do your thing on the double shield. That could be a very successful comp. Burning every second off the clock is unbelievably crucial in a map mode like Assault.
I mean, I know you don't think we'll see the Bassi here, but
We could!
I've seen some crazy strats both on offense and defense with multiple points. I'll talk about, like, for example, Hanamura TPing to the upper left side on top of building and then dropping down on the left side of the first point with a Bassi symmetric TP works out quite well, and that can roll over onto point two. Volskaya, not so much. However, Temple of Anubis, there's also similar strats that can be done there on both defense and offense. On defense, having the Bastion TP between the two high grounds is one of the most irksome things in the world to deal with. However, if that is done, that just means you run double bubble and you make sure you time your nades with it properly. And if a team is organized enough to run double bubble, good luck trying to run a Bastion strat against them. However, we have yet to see that today, so we may not see a double bubble counter to a Bastion or even a double shield composition come out. But personally, right now, as far as the meta is, that's my favorite composition, is
Oh,
double
yeah.
bubble.
I think Double Bubble is certainly one of the more entertaining ones to watch because it requires like a higher understanding of the game, of the composition, and how to play those characters. Winston Zarya in particular, that is arguably the newest meta comp because otherwise we're seeing Ryan Zarya, Ryan Diva, just traditional comps that have been around for several years. But as of late, people are like, wait a minute, Winston Zarya goes kind of hard, and they have been using it more and more. I think Temple of is a likely place for us to see it, at least on first point. I think it would struggle a little bit more on second due to the tight angles and the inability of Zarya to bubble that Winston, because that is, of course, the main focus of the composition. So using it on first, to me, feels very likely, and then swapping maybe onto a Ryan Zarya for second is also definitely something I think we can see.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm hoping we see Sac State on this next map do something different. I feel like they are being forced into a corner right now, and now it is time for them to start swinging back. It does look like we're going to go with a Diva Wrecking Ball pick, which is, nope, Wrecking Ball Sigma. All right, a little bit more standard. Going with the Hanzo Ash yet again, and they're going with that Brigitte Zen pick. As we mentioned earlier, it takes a lot of confidence and coordination to pull this off. Typically, when you're running this, though, you have the Diva instead of the Sigma, and you have a Tracer in the place of one of those DPS, the Tracer and Wrecking Ball, that can go do damage together. However, without that follow-up damage on the Wrecking Ball, well, coming after Wrecking Ball, D-Day is just really going to be working as the ability taker as well as kind of the displacement person. And if you look at Oregon, they're doing what I mentioned.
Yeah, this is shocking. Something I haven't seen on Anubis in ages. Definitely can work here. We saw an immediate slam come from D-Day, but unfortunately it is not going to find the value at 1-2-2 trade right now, so the elimination really going to be the pivotal one to decide which team can find themselves in this. On the positive side of this, I think the Symmetra falling, is going to be kind of the bigger issue there. They can't teleport the Bastion in any further, so you're going to have to drop and kind of reposition as a team. D-Day going up and above onto the bridge. You're probably going to pile drive in just a moment to create that space. Mater gone, Jack Chan gone, and Oregon, even with an attack shin right now, Nerdy, they are still going to find this first point in less than a minute.
And we talked about it earlier, that ability for teams to adapt to things that are happening. And Oregon lost their Symmetra, and Lum was just like, okay, we just go down main. And they ran it down mid with a Moira nonetheless. Also a little creative. I mean, Moira does work, but I mean, you're not shark candy. It's not always going to be in your favor. And they made it work here, and they just rolled with it despite losing the quintessential teleporter for their team. And they have a Tracer now. They don't even need the Symmetra going into this next fight.
Yeah, not the Symmetra. It would have been helpful, but definitely not going to be necessary. I think Oregon's technical win condition would be Nano Bastion, but right now they've just got so much value and so much aggression. I don't think they're going to be worrying about that. I'm not sure we're ultimates before they have the chance to cap this. 5:17 on the clock, and they're getting ready to put that third and final point away. My goodness, Nerdy, blink and you miss it. I mean, just quick like lightning. Oregon 5-12. They're already done with their half a Temple of Anubis.
All right, so I genuinely, if Oregon is so hellbent on hanging on to this Bastion comp, because I get it, it's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I totally 100% agree. But Sac State needs to be anticipating this at this point. That is now 3 rounds in a row that we've seen a Basti come out from Oregon. Honestly, at this point, do something different. Go for like the Angry Birds double flyer comp. A Bastion can't be looking at both people at the same time. You need to be going for a composition that allows for a push to take place from multiple angles, not just one, because the Bastion can only look at one location at a time. So if half your team's going one way and you're taking the brunt force of the damage, that means your other team has your other half of your team has the opportunity to move forward and start putting the damage on the Bastion. Either way, someone's going to break through and you could start gaining your foothold and start controlling map space in that manner. It's just picking a comp that you know you can do a 3-3 or even a 2-4 split on, going into Lum, who yet again is on the Bastion, is going to be the deciding factor here if Sac State is even going to get a tick on point 1.
Sac State, this feels to me like they're going to have one opportunity here to get out of spawn, because every time we've seen Oregon beat out Sac's first fight, Sac State no longer gets to leave spawn. So if they can get in, create space, and force Oregon back, that's going to be their opportunity. But if Oregon wins this first fight, I would highly suspect that they walk all the way into spawn.
And we can see the very, very creative positioning from Lum right here. So this is another thing that I hope in the future, if any other team is currently watching these streams, which more than likely someone is, on 2 CP points, send out a Sombra and just Sombra scout where the enemy team is set up, what comp they're running, and pick a comp that counters it so you don't waste this first 45 seconds just running in one at a time like lemmings and getting picked off due to the creative composition and positioning of the enemy team. Yes, Lum, I'm calling you out right now. That is being very creative.
Yeah, Lum definitely giving us a little bit of funky Bastion gameplay, but personally, that's my favorite kind. Like I said earlier, I love Bastion. I think he is a super nice character, one that was very underrated for a long time, and people are finally giving him his spotlight, his time to shine. I think Loom is fully aware of that fact as well, bringing out the spray every time he gets a kill.
Gosh.
Right now, it's just so impressive that Oregon is bringing out a composition I would never expect to see on Temple of Anubis and working wonders with it.
I honestly... I'm shocked it's working, but on the same notion, since Sac State looks like they're sticking with the comp they've chosen as opposed to trying to adjust. Instead, they're trying to brute force attack this one and wait for ultimates to come up. It's chewing so much time off of that time bank that they have that really this is just showing a lack of adaptability that this team needs, and Oregon doesn't need to adapt right now. They have a comp and it's working. Stick with the Bastion, stick with the Reinhardt just chilling in the corner. But right now, Sac State, they have some ults coming online, but they need to land them for things to happen, and it's not working out in their favor.
Fane going to be able to find a huge elim here, and I think the best performance we've seen from Sac State so far was Fane back on Havana, dropping a 4K and then a 3K and then another 4K, but now it's going to be you're not that guy, letting Fane know that he may not be that guy. You're not that guy, pal, as the Moira fades all the way in and then gets right back out with only a minute 20, I believe, on the clock. My feed is starting to fumble just a little bit, but not a lot of time on the clock, definitely less than half. Oregon going to find themselves in a very likely position to walk away with that 3-0 victory.
And we did also see that Tracer dropped the pulls, didn't pick anyone up. We have Fane pick out Fandango again, but Moira is just gunning after two people in the back line. It's going to pick up Zen and pick up Widow. They picked up a 2-piece in the last fight. Now they're picking up a 3-piece pick and taking out that Brigida as well. Earthshatter goes off, doesn't pick up anyone. Instead, we lose our Tracer and we lose Jack Chan yet again. Time is ticking down, and there is only support ults coming online and tank ults, and Lum has taken the high ground. They have everything they need to be a dominating force if Isaac does not hold back this team.
Lum really hitting him with the Symmetra Who, using his ultimate to get all the way up onto the market bar there. I'm not even sure he's going to get to use it because the rest of Oregon has got Sac State trapped in spawn right now. We've got a double support commit, and I think they are completely unaware of the fact they are walking right into Lum's clutches. The bomb does come out as well, and that's going to deal a double kill already. Reinhardt's gone down, but I'm so afraid the damage has already been done here, Nerdy, especially as 3 more eliminations come flowing into the matchup. Isaac finds that pile drive kill onto the Tracer, and D-Day going to be sent back to spawn today.
All right, so I can confidently say with 0.3 seconds left on the clock, Oregon is going to walk away with the 3-0 victory against Sac State here. But as we mentioned, this is round robin. It's just for seeding. Oregon has been a little creative. They've shown a couple of the cards in their hand, but not all of them. Sac State, on the other hand, could be a wild card. As I mentioned, they did not seem comfortable, or at least they were hesitant to swap off the compositions that they had picked out. That either could be a telling sign of what comps they can play, or it could be them playing their cards close to their chest and waiting to pull out their true aces in the hole later on down the road. We'll have to wait and see. However, a 3-0 to start out the day, it's not something Sac State was probably anticipating. However, Lum, my friend, good luck to you pulling that off with the rest of the tournament, considering you were the first team to be on broadcast and everyone saw the Bastion and all those quirky locations that you like to sit.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Nerdy. I was just thinking, did they overplay their hand maybe a little too far? Maybe we'll get the biggest bamboozle of our lives the next time we them. There's no Bastion. Maybe that was just a complete wild card play they decided to bring out, but we will never know. I believe we're going to be throwing it to a smaller break. I think we're going to try to get an interview with somebody from Oregon, or we'll be back with our next series in just a couple of minutes. Either way, use this time, get water, get some breakfast, do what you got to do. We promise you'll meet me right back here for some more CECC West Invitational in just a bit. We'll see you soon. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. I'm still Septilence, that's still Nerdy Bird, but this time we are joined by Lum, the Bastion maniac that we all just got to witness on a couple of maps in a row. So, Lum, my first question for you, kind of like a question. How does, a very convincing victory like that feel to start off the weekend? There's going to be some really tough opponents down the line, but to start off in such a dominant 3-0, how does that feel for your team's morale?
It was fun, and I got to play my favorite characters.
All right, so I'm glad to hear that, because that actually leads right into my real question, my next question. You don't have to give too much away, but is that Bastion going to be seen that frequently throughout this weekend, or was that kind of a confidence thing?
It's the only thing I play, so you're going to see a lot of it. Yeah.
I'm very excited to hear that.
Wow, Lum, you're absolutely amazing. So my first question is, some of the positioning, definitely like first fights and stuff with the Bassi pick that we saw wholeheartedly seemed like they were planned. However, especially on Temple of Anubis, it seemed like you kind of got a little bit creative. Were there moments where it was kind of just like ad-libbing the positioning of your Bastion just based off of what was happening, or was all of your positioning kind of planned out from the start?
No, we got into the map, and then my friend Nikhil went Orisa because he only wanted to play using one hand, and so I went Bastion, and then we held this one, and then I just kept going like wherever I wanted.
That is absolutely amazing at one moment, and then also horrifying at the on the flip side of that. And then for Leapstone Tower, we did not see the Bassi. We got to see the Jay Silly pick. Honestly, if those two are your favorite, is there a least favorite hero that you have?
Uh, that's kind of a hard one. Probably like Doomfist, because I'm really bad at him.
Anyone
So
that isn't Bastion.
we might not see a Doomfist come out from you, and if we do see one, you're probably not too happy about having to go onto a Doomfist.
Yeah, if I'm on Doomfist, I'm throwing the game for my team. So
All
if
right,
that happens, you can ban me from the tournament.
There's the secret to anyone listening. If you want to win against Lum's team, you have to make him play Doomfist.
You have to
Don't make me
bribe
play
Lum.
Doomfist. You'll never be able to make me switch to that
You have
character.
to bribe Lum to throw the game. That's the only way you're getting a Doom out of him.
Trust me, guys, my Doom is cracked. Let me go Doom.
So
No,
true. I totally
not.
believe it. Absolutely. Well, Lum, one more quick question for you just before we let you go. Is there anybody you would like to give a general shout out or just a thank you to?
Shout outs to my boy Nikhil, I guess. It's the GOAT.
Perfect. Good enough. Short and sweet. Lum, thank you so much for joining us. And due to the fact this is a round robin, I'm 100%. We will see you again in the near future. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
And with that, folks, I believe we're going to be throwing it to a super short break. I think we're just going to throw it to a short break, get our next teams ready, which is Sac State once again. This time they're going up against UCSD. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back for some more high-quality collegiate Overwatch. Joined by the Nerdy Bird, and we are going to be bringing you Ilios to kick off our second series of the day.
And I am very interested to see what both these teams are deciding to pull out for this map. Of course, we are opening up on the King of the Hill, as you mentioned. Now, we do see D-Day picking with that Reinhardt, going with the Sig from Jack Chan, and then we've got Roe and Mindfan06 on the Diva Wrecking Ball. So we've got a Surround and Conquer pseudo bunker on point. Never mind, it is just Surround and Conquer standard coming out for one side, while the other is going with more of a creative spam comp. Tempo control is really important here, and it looks like, unfortunately, Fane is going to go down quick. The Sac State's already losing tempo right away.
And Fane's Widow, at least currently, is my kind of MVP player from what we've seen so far. A real powerhouse on that Widow. For the elimination to immediately come through, it's going to be perfect. I mean, it's going to be the exact opening that they need to succeed. And it looks like we're going to see that point swap immediately in favor of UC San Diego.
We do see Fane take out the Mercy there, so Pharah is going to be in hot water for a little bit, having to retreat. Had Mindfan 006 there to protect them on their way back, and Pharah is going to backtrack to pick up their Mercy. That is just some great control and understanding of what you need to be doing to help out teammates. Playing Taxi for your Mercy is not always fun, but it is necessary, and Farah's already back in as the fight begins here. And Rocket Barrage is online with only a Genji deflect to block it, and it's not even there. Picking up on 3-piece, and Lucio finding a boop.
That was one of those weird situations where, like, the last couple of rockets really picked up those elims. I thought it was going to be boring, but then Bogglingly, wow, that's a tough name, picks up a triple there to really seal the deal. And blink and you miss it, San Diego, they are already 40% done with this lineup here.
Going into this next fight, we do have Mater with that Amplification Matrix coming online. D-Day swapping over to the Diva, realizing they need to be countering the Pharah and the Tracer a little bit more. Princess does have Pulse Bomb online, so hopefully D-Day can eat it. We did see them eat 1 or 2 ults in the previous game. I'm sure they can do it again, especially anticipating it coming out here early. It does go off. Unfortunately, Mater does not use the Immortality field, so they will... Oh, they did! It just was not in the right spot, so they go down. And now, without their main support, they have a decision to make here to make quickly.
A quick decision, one that may cost them down the line. It's going to be San Diego finding themselves in charge again, finding a triple, turning it into a quadruple, making it a quintuple. Nobody left to contest as we round that 80% marker. This is going to be a bleak moment here. And for those kind of realizing, wait a minute, that team playing 2 series back-to-back.
So, when I was saying they have a decision to make, that decision was get out or die, and unfortunately, the dying on point did not happen synchronized enough nor fast enough coming out from Sac State here, so that cost them almost half an additional fight, which is roughly 30 seconds, and that is 30% on that point. So, learning to give up sooner is unfortunately, I feel like, right now, Sac State's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Without a doubt. I mean, that was just such a blink and you miss it, Ilios. A definite unfortunate lineup. Looking down further into the series, I think we saw good adaptation, but maybe we were a little too reliant on that Widowmaker, and swapping off of that may be successful, because I think that Pharah, I'm not going to say single-handedly, because I think brought the tempo and brought the heat, but overall I think that Pharah had some real impact.
I mean, you're right. Pharah, especially with a Mercy Pocket, is scary. But I mean, when you're a Widow that knows how to utilize their grapple, can click heads, like Fang is obviously capable of doing, it's totally fine. However, what's not fine is sticking on that Widow when there's a Pharmacy, a Wrecking Ball, a Diva, and a Tracer who can all come after you. That is just too much counterplay, and you're not going to be getting value, and you're deleted too fast to even try to argue the staying on that hero. However, we are still seeing them stick with the Widow. Boggingly is also going to go with Widow. However, pretty standard with the long range that you can get standing on these far back ruins of this point.
This map, one that definitely feels like it was built for Widowmaker, and I think Boggling is going to try to take advantage of that. Fang, though, a very strong Widowmaker. We saw that way back on Havana, where there was a quadruple kill, probably the best play we've seen from Sac State up to that point. And now D-Day almost taken out early. It's a little bit too overzealous. The Doomfist from Princess is the one to really catch them out early.
So what's interesting here is that we've got the Lucio Brigida pick coming out for one of our teams right now, and that team is being extremely successful with. The thing is, it's a go fast and go hard and go together style play, whereas moving with the Ana Brigida, it worked, especially like the comp that they're playing against Sac State going into UCSD, they are playing direct counters to one another. Again, it's a matter of how they set up and how they pick their fights, but unfortunately, even with the more healing and playing an Echo into a Doomfist, which should immediately counter, it's not working in their favor because the tempo control is just so in favor of UCSD.
Absolutely, and it was almost out of their hands for just a moment. The Widowmaker almost going down.
Oh, D-Day.
D-Day. Wow, D-Day actually makes it out. I'm shocked by that. Now the Meteor Strike, you know there is a certain level of confidence when a Doomfist uses a Meteor Strike to go in rather than get out, and we see Princess able to pick up a huge heal onto Unoia.
D-Day gets a double though.
D-Day gets a double, but Birdie, I think we're in one of those situations where it's too little too late. The minefield comes out, and I don't think anybody is going to be there in time to really have the appropriate follow-up on that double kill. Maybe D-Day gets on point, but I think they're going to be removed just as quickly.
We do also have Mater questioning how Domiciles managed to get on top of those ruins. It's one of those map awareness things that just comes with playing a hero for so long. We know Domiciles played this Brigida quite a bit if they know all the strategies to get on those high locations, because it demonstrates how much time they've spent on this hero and just learning this map geometry as a whole, and it is paying off in spades right now. They are pushing spawn doors 83%, not a single tick on the board for Sac State right now, and they are getting ready to touch the spawn. Just 10 more seconds, and this will be a 2-0 victory on Ilios in favor of UCSD.
That swap now from Psycho. We got a double Doomfist on the field, but Psycho actually doesn't even get to play Doomfist. Immediately forced right back out of that transformation. It's out, taken out by Boggling in the final moments of Ilios Stage 2 here. Ruins have been ruined. A triple kill from Princess will absolutely seal the deal. A great opportunity. San Diego walking away with a team kill to wrap up the map.
Honestly, I am absolutely flabbergasted.
Oh.
I think this might be the double boop that we
It's
actually saw from D-Day. Please? Yes, it is going to be that double boop that we saw, but it was in the heat of the moment where there was just bodies hitting the floor constantly. But it was a nice double coming out from D-Day. However, honestly, Princess going out on the Doofus going into a Widowmaker Echo comp should not have worked.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that same thing. I was like, the Doomfist really gets very little value because either he has to leave the entire fight to go handle the Widowmaker, or he is never going to kill an Echo. So I really thought, oh, you know, the Doomfist may be swapped off, but instead it really did work wonders there. A very impressive performance just from the DPS line of San Diego as a whole. We'll be jumping into our second map in probably pretty soon here because I'm sure they want to keep this show on the road. But overall, I'm very impressed with what we've seen from San Diego. It's also important to note that they did 3-0 Hawaii back in round 1. So during our time with Sac State and Oregon, San Diego was 3-0ing Hawaii. And I'm sure they're looking to put another 3-0 away right now.
I'm sure they are. I'm interested. They've already shown us a little bit of, I guess, spices and seasoning in their comp. They didn't do a complete composition change from what we saw in the first map of the Ilios map rotation. However, I'm hoping we see a little bit more creativity coming out from these teams going into these next maps because that is what I'm here for. I love to see all of the different compositions that players have, the hero pools that they have. Right now, I'm heavily encouraging Sac State to do something different. I feel like they have been heavily reliant on having Fang on that Widowmaker and centering their comps around that. However, these comps have not been centered around facilitating Widow. They've just been relying on that Widowmaker. So if they want to have Fang pop off, they need to be running a comp that allows them to make space and open up those angles more and be forcing back the enemy team so that Fang has the opportunity to pop off. Right now, Fang is not getting that chance. If they are going to be sticking with that Widow pick, they need to change up the rest of the composition that they are running with.
I couldn't have said it better, Nerdy. I think you've hit the nail right on the head there. It's this Widowmaker seems to be kind of the kingpin of Sac State's performance up to this point, and as soon as that Widow falls, the follow-up is unfortunately just not there. The protection, the peel for that Widowmaker is not where it needs to be, and I think we're going to throw it to a super short break. I think one of the players on Sac State had to fix a tech issue or something, so I'm going to make the choice here. We're going to throw it to a super small break. We'll be right back with you folks for Map 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far. We'll see you soon. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers? Still Septulin, still the Nerdy Bird, and still San Diego up against Sac State, entering Route 66, which, Nerdy, this is the first time we've seen it today.
Okay, so I'll be honest, I'm actually really hopeful to see Sac State on this one. We do see that they're going with that double shield. D-Day is going to be on the Orisa, and we're going to have Jack Chan on the Sigma yet again. Fing, once again, pulling out that Widowmaker. They've got the Tracer, however, but they're going with that double main support with Mater on the... my brain just blanked out. Baptiste, and then we have the Ana as well. So a little bit creative. This could be their downfall because look at where San Diego is choosing to post up.
Yeah, Damocles going for the creative play here. I wouldn't even say an overextension because getting out can be so easy for him. Immediately Fang, who's still rocking that Widowmaker here, Nerdy, has been taken down. Mater sent back to spawn, not far behind. It's a 4K, guaranteed to turn into a 6, a complete and total team kill 20 seconds into the round.
All right, so I understand the want and need to just go no holds barred from the minute you enter into a series, into a tournament. I like it too. It could be difficult to pull off. We'll have to wait and see. But my fear here is that because we have San Diego deciding to go full hold immediately, holding in train, we know it's a strat that they can pull out, and pulling it out this early in a tournament could be their undoing because now they've been scouted. Now other teams are going to anticipate this, and they might be able to follow up with what we're about to see from Sac State as a means of countering it. This teleporter is working out to gain space. It's just a matter of them communicating and ensuring their Bastion's protected during these rotations and rotating bubbles. We do see that they're already going to lose their Ana though, and because the rotation there from the Bastion was too late, they will lose them as well.
Well, not only was the rotation from the Bastion too late, but half the team got booped down by Damocles, who is still dancing up and above the spawn room, going to a 1v1 with Psycho, forcing them to take a TP to try and survive. But at that point, you might just want to die to get back with the team. A great opportunity here. San Diego very much burned half of the timer off already, and they're looking to continue to keep that momentum moving forward.
Going with this just absolute high ground Reddit Lucio style gameplay for sure, but as someone who plays Lucio, I understand the want to do that. We see a face shatter happen. It is blocked. A little bit too egotistical there coming out from the main fan 006 there. Fang's gonna go down as we see the amplification matrix drop. We have Reaper take out Sim. Rose gonna take out the Bassi. Mater and Jack Chan will go down there after D-Day. On the Reinhardt, since they came down first, is gonna come out of spawn last. Right now, because of the situation that is happening with the enemy team, I feel like running the Zarya here is not the most optimal pick. Sticking with a D.Va would have been a better idea, especially considering they've got the Cassidy as well as the Baptiste. You can block a lot of those heals, as well as the Reaper ultimate that's about to be online. However, that is a mistake that, unfortunately, Sac State will have to rectify after this game because they are sticking with that Zarya pick.
sticking with the Zarya pick. We saw Jack Chan at 100 charge for a moment, but unfortunately just could not keep it alive. Now Damocles going down. That's the first elimination, I believe, that we have seen on the side of San Diego. They're going to be able to, or they're going to finally lose somebody that can really hurt, especially because Damocles has been such a power player up to that point. The Ant Matrix into Death Blossom. Certainly a combination I've never seen before, but clearly an effective one. Boggling going to pick up 3, try to turn it into 4, and will successfully. So 60 seconds left on the clock, and right now, San Diego, they're coming up, excuse me, not San Diego, Sac State, they're coming up on a lot of ultimates.
They are, and I'm really hoping. Oh no! Do not, Damocles, don't do it.
No, don't do it to him.
This is so cheeky. This is so cruel, but it's gonna work because it's planned.
Boggling
and Psycho's
already.
Gonna go down. The
This
TP
is just,
does come out.
It's just got to be a seal, a deal seal for San Diego. Now we see a D-Day finally picking up a double kill there with the up-close and personal shatter. One of my favorite additions to the game, one that not everybody's fond of, but I know I sure am, bro. Taking an elimination on Tomato as well. D-Day coming through with the Nano once again, trying to be the hero that Sac State needs right here, right now. Finding just enough eliminations. They can find maybe one more. They can get these wheels moving again, but I'm afraid it's too little too late. They're probably going to get stalled out on this first corner. Princess finds that Deadeye onto Jack Chan. Immortality down, D-Day down, the timer down, and 15 meters is all Sac State is able to find, unfortunately.
So I'm gonna be totally honest, I feel like we might have been Sac State's undoing there. Earlier, they might have heard us say, do not pop all of your ultimates at once, but they might have taken that a little bit too seriously on this one, because they had a lot of ults online during that last fight, and honestly, had that Zarya not been as hesitant as they were to use that Graviton Surge, either during that fight or right at the end of the previous fight, when they had such high charge, honestly, I have faith in their ability to have taken out at least 1 or 2 people and sent them back to the spawn, and given their team an opportunity to claim a little bit more space. Being overly trigger happy with ultimates is just as bad as being too hesitant with them. Finding the happy balance and walking that thin line is extremely difficult. It happens to everyone. This is just the second game of the day for Sac State, so of course they could still be warming up, but hopefully during this next one, they do things a little bit differently. We do see that they're going to go with the double turret and go with the Bassi and the Torbjorn, my personal favorite hero in this game, because I am short, so I have a kindred relationship with the shorter heroes in this game, especially the Torb pick.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. Back to what people way used to call the level 5 turret, where you'd put the Torb turret down and then have Bastion go into turret mode right on top of him. It's something that we used to see way back in the olden days of Yore, the olden days of Overwatch, and right now, I think this is going to be really interesting because the damage on the side of San Diego is absolutely there and can absolutely find a very appropriate counter to this Torbjorn early. Boggling, going to find out very quickly that turret is built for anti-air after all, and I think this really hinges kind of on the back of that Pharah. Damn it, he's already down. Princess not far behind, but what can the Pharah do to keep it alive? Because I feel like if she goes uncontested, she can just absolutely rip this team apart.
And they are, and we do also have Mindfan who got to the high ground uncontested as well. I understand wanting to pick this point inside coal mine here coming out from Sac State. However, they should have followed the example set forth by San Diego and started out in train. It provides a little bit more cover as well as more opportunity to survey your surroundings. And unfortunately, because of the positioning, this was a one fight, one hero down, and the fight is over type of situation. And with that, we will close out this one with San Diego taking away the win on this map.
Yeah, we've got possibly one map left. It will be Assault coming up in just a moment here. And, you know, we see Sac State trying to change things up. They bring us a different payload map, and I assume they're probably going to try to bring us something else in the Assault portion, which means Volskaya or Hanamura. Had I to guess, Volskaya is definitely, at least in my opinion, a more collegiate favorite. I feel we see that much more often. So I wouldn't be too particularly surprised to see Volskaya come out. Hanamura would be different for sure, and if Sac State wants to lean into this Bastion gameplay a little bit more, I think Hanamura is the safer choice. So there's definitely a silver lining on maps.
I honestly vote Hanamura because I feel like the opportunity to create momentum exists on both maps, but it's more likely for it to be done to them, not in their favor, obviously, like from San Diego State to do the standard Volskaya on Volskaya Industries, not so heavily as it would be on Hanamura. You have a lot of opportunity to regain control on Hanamura just because of the way the high grounds work in that case, as opposed to Volskaya Industries, where you immediately spawn in a situation where getting high ground doesn't unless you're willing to push forward quite a bit, doesn't create much of an advantage for your team. And so, yes, I'm heavily leaning into the Hanamura pick, and I'm praying that someone on the side of Sac State is also in the same boat that I am and is saying, let's go Hanamura. We do not want to get Volskaya this evening.
Well,
Sorry,
Nerdy,
this morning.
it certainly feels like evening, but we are only on our second series. And Nerdy, I do have good news. I believe we are going to Hanamura as our third map, excuse me. UCSD, University San Diego, are going to be starting on the defense once again, and Sac State will be on the offense. The question at hand, Nerdy, is will that Bastion be making an appearance once again? Sac State tried to make it work. They tried to take a page right out of Oregon's book, and unfortunately fell just a little bit short.
All right, so if they're going with the Bassi pick, honestly, this is how you need to do it. You need to get your Symmetra and Bastion on from going from attack into that first mega point room that you have the opportunity to see into the window on the left side and get the teleporter up onto that building and then drop down and just bunker there. And this is a case where you want to Ryan Zarya, actually. And those two just alternate between shield and bubbles. You use the immortality as you need it. You can even swap out the Baptiste instead for an Ana, but you also need a Mercy. And you just damage boost the living heck out of your Bastion. Your Symmetra gets full beam. And then you just go microwave everyone on the point while your Bastion turns everyone into Swiss cheese. And you can even take that one onto point 2, do a similar style, and you TP high left from this mega point here that you see inside that pagoda. However, I don't know if they know that full strategy. It's a little bit tricky to play out because you have to know where to perfectly stand as Symmetra. We do see things going with a Mei pick, though, so we're going with almost a pseudo wall and ball comp here, but they don't have the Lucio speed. They're going with that double support again. So, interesting synergy with the heroes that they've chosen.
Interesting is definitely going to be the word for it. And this is also interesting. But I always that Havana close and personal, trying to attack the spawn doors early, and that is 30% to a Riptire, 2 seconds into the matchup. We see San Diego, they're going all the way up to that spawn door, trying to stall out for as long and as aggressively as possible. I think this is a great way to do it. It's really going to make it difficult because Reinhardt going up against the Junkrat, his shield becomes, I mean, paper thin. It's really difficult to utilize. I like what Sac State's doing, though. If they just rotate fast enough and they go right on to points, they're going to force San Diego into a weird spot. If they can live long enough to tell the tale, a very early immortality attempt to keep the team alive still. Might not be able to get that job done. Princess, the first one to go down. Very fortunate here with the side of San Diego, but Bay State finally getting an opportunity to strike. Can they follow through? Boggling, they know where he is, and he's still going to go ahead and commit that tire. Brings it out quick and finds an Elim onto Psycho. The stun coming through Fang will fall to Boggling as well, and it all day long, keeping the team alive. They lost a couple, and I was afraid, but Boggling has said, fear no more, my friends. I will carry us to victory.
So you mentioned it earlier, and that is Sac State choosing to, push forward faster and just go to point and then force, UCSD to then follow up on that, and they can't maintain this high ground close to the spawn doors.
Right.
Well, the issue that I see here for Sac State is the fact that they aren't running a Reinhardt with a Lucio.
Yeah.
A Rein is so unfortunately just slow, and when you're being dove onto, that Lucio speed is absolutely necessary, especially on 2CP. If you're dead set on the Rein, you need a Lucio to be in your Reinhardt's pocket. Otherwise, they're not getting as much value. They're not getting the speed that's necessary for them to not be picked off easily, and it's just making D-Day a walking slow target for the other team. So keeping this brig is not worth it. I understand wanting to do the counter dive here, but you need to go Lucio. You need to be speeding your Ryan and reserving that boop to anyone that's going after your Ana or your Lucio. Your D.Va should protect your Ana, honestly, and then Lucio needs to speed Reinhardt around.
Oh, Princess, the Nanoblade finally making an appearance, and by golly, Nerdy, isn't it an effective one? A triple blade coming out quickly, and the D.Va trying to dash back to spawn, but she's not going to make it fast enough. And like you said, and I'm fully with you on that one, playing Reinhardt without a Lucio is often a very difficult thing to do. Not a lot of healing on the side of Sac State. And I think they're trying to run the Nano. I think that's the idea of the day, but Lucio really can have a massive impact on the success of a Reinhardt.
But then my question to you, Seb, is when you nano a Reinhardt, when you've got a team that has full high ground control, what's your Reinhardt gonna do?
Not much, if anything. And we hear a nano actually come out from Euonia, but it's not onto the... No, it is onto the Rhine, excuse me. I got the visual bug on my end. It is the Rhine who has been nanoed, and may actually be able to find a couple of eliminations. Princess, Boggling, they're all over. The Shatter finds Mind Fan, but at the cost of 3 teammates. Boggling is just trying to tear it up and continuing to do so. Another Riptire at the ready. Fang might be able to find something cool, but unfortunately going to get slept out. And that leads to a 3-2-1 strike kind of scenario. Oh, it's a stagger on a Mei? That is unfortunate.
As someone who played D.Va for an extremely long time, you gotta understand that you are a staggered type of hero. If you are the last man standing, do not use cryo. Walk off the back of that map and go to your death off the edge of the cliff. Don't even try it. It's not worth it because they could have staggered you much longer.
Wow! Wow! Okay. I thought that was going to be like a 5-man, but no, instead only 1 elim there. Very surprising to say the least. Fang gonna miss the punch. Unfortunately, it has to go right back into spawn, trying to stay alive, but still not able to make it back into those spawn doors. 25 seconds left on the clock here, Nerdy, and I mean, San Diego, they have absolutely got this in the bag.
Unfortunately, it just seems as though Sac State is struggling to find a foothold, is struggling to really get a composition together that counters the comp that they're being presented with. And honestly, here they should have gone with some form of a flying and or double bubble composition, and gone with speed. Not that lack of speed is ultimately being, I feel like, the deciding factor in a lot of these fights. A designated Lucio player who has the creed, I'm here for speed and not for heal, can do so much. So honestly, one of the Sac State players, I hope at some point during this tournament, picks up the gauntlet that I'm about to throw down and says, all right, Nerdy, I will be the designated Lucio speed bot, and just goes right at Lucio and has a good time doing it. Because honestly, that is how you succeed on Lucio. You have fun and you speed the living daylights out of your team so that no one can catch you on your back foot. Instead, you're the ones pressing the gas down.
We're going to go for our reset here on Hanamura, and I don't assume we're going to be seeing anything, particularly out of pocket from the side of San Diego. I believe they definitely got some confidence moving into this. The Symmetra. See, what's fascinating there? Nope, there we go. Never mind. Nothing is no longer fascinating. It is going to be the Orisa filling in Mindfan006. Going to be main tank things. I highly suspect a TP just directly onto point with a composition like this one.
And we do have the Bap Zen coming out for the side of Sac State here. They've got the Torb Mei, so they can wall and maul with that Discord. However, my concern here is the lack of mobility for a lot of these heroes. They are playing off of the necessity to get picks and stop a fight from really even happening with this heavy span comp. But so long as that space is gained from the side of UCSD, they will have this point locked down in a fight, maybe a fight and a half at most. We do see an early wall come out. Unfortunately, it may not do much. Princess already deploying that TP, going immediately through. Absolutely fearless, pushing forward. They're on point. Baptiste, Maynard trying to keep their team alive. Immortality's already been expelled. We do hear Mei is taking on some damage. Fang is going to get drastically low. D-Day really hurting, but they're maintaining a foothold here, and that's what's mattering right now because they need to drag out these fights as long as possible.
It's all about dragging out the fights here, Nerdy, as this one gets ready to come to a close because somebody's got to die one way or another.
Oh my gosh.
Down. Princess in a 1v1 up against Fang. You're the photon barrier to keep yourself alive. I love it. It is such a desperate attempt to keep yourself alive, but if it works, then it absolutely is worth it at the end of the day. There's a second player off the map. Fang following that. Baptiste not far behind. The next to go, booped away by Hinge, and now Psycho going to be walled off, walls themselves off of the point, and is just going to be caught between 6 rocks and 5 hard places. Blink and you miss it. The fight comes to a close. San Diego walking away with a victory, our second of the day.
Play of the game.
Princess, this is probably going to be, I think it was it a 3 or a 4 piece they picked up off this nano blade here?
I think it's 4. It's definitely going to be flashy. The stun comes out. Unfortunately, that is not going to do enough. 1, 2, 3, and I think he gets the baby D.Va at the end of it all, but Princess is going to find that play of the game. A 20th player kill streak from Mindfan, and just a phenomenal performance from San Diego overall. Unfortunately for Sac State, they will be losing their second game in a row, but that is... Actually, no, excuse me, that is the last time we will see Sac State today, because now we are seeing... we'll get Neumont and Hawaii coming future. But Sac State, they came, they played their hearts out, and that's truly all we could ask for. Folks, we're going to be throwing it to a break, just a couple of minutes here. We're going to try to get an interview with somebody from UCSD. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back to the CECC West qualifier. I am Septilence, joined by the Nerdy Bird, and we'll be bringing you our third series of the day. Nerdy, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to see Lijiang Tower again. I understand that we got a little bit spicy with our Elios getting to start for our last series, but honestly, I feel like Lijiang is such a standard when it
Yeah.
comes to starting out any tournament that I feel like it sets the pace for the remainder of the series, and that's why I love it. And we're already seeing the double main tank composition coming out right now from San Diego. This is going to be interesting to see if that works out for them. So my apologies, that's not San Diego. I am a little tired, but we see the double main tank coming out. I'm pretty sure that TP is actually going to be the thing that is going all the way to point. So interested to see how this works out, especially because they don't have the Lucio. Spicy Boy honestly should be doing a quick Lucio speed boost if they're going to be teleporting at point.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking the same thing. The lack of Lucio is very surprising here, but I guess silver lining is there's not a Lucio on either side. Ryan Winston, a team comp I've never seen in a competitive setting like this. But if you're comfortable, more power to you, my friend Ro. Going in deep, it's actually Damocles who finds that first blood. Pie Amazing down. All of a sudden, Rem is down in favor of San Diego. It is an absolute bloodbath down the line. Link takes out another, and it is just going to be a complete and total team kill to kick off Lijiang Night Market.
So I understand you are not super familiar with running the Ryan Winston on Lijiang. I have seen it before, but typically it is run with that Lucio as opposed to the Mercy, so that might be the deciding factor here as to why it didn't work out. We do not see a composition swap except for the Doomfist getting replacing that Symmetra, so we'll see if that works out in their favor. Right now UCSD is capitalizing on the high ground, utilizing it to take space here, pushing forward. Recall comes out from Princess, but not before they did a disgusting amount of damage and help take out that Reinhardt as Mindfan finishes them off.
Mindfan taking out the Rhine. There goes the Winston and the Cassidy. Not far behind. Demon on the DPS here, which is surprising because they are, I thought, a support player, so it's surprising to see them here into this Cassidy line. Spicy Boy now swapping to Lucio, but Nerdy, is it too late? Has the damage been done? I mean, the ult differential cannot be bigger.
Honestly, making a comp swap 2 fights in is too late, really. The ult economy is not in your favor. The best opportunity now is to claim space and take a fast fight and pray that you can bait out ultimates here, knowing the ult economy is not in your favor. But if the side of San Diego is betting on that, they'll know to only use one ult here. They've already used Rocket Barrage. They're up by so many. There's no point in Poppy anymore. The momentum's in their favor. Ult economy is already in their back pocket. And they're going towards the spawn door with Zenyatta just pummeling damage into that main corridor.
Earlier, I talked about the importance of a Zenyatta being over-aggressive sometimes. I think Democles just gave us the best possible example on that, chasing a Reinhardt into his own spawn. I mean, just a powerful statement, to say the very least. Mike Wazowski now going to be going in for a bit of pressure on the Doom, but it's going to be tough because that Doom can get folded like a launcher after fireworks if he's not careful. It is super important to see that he plays this appropriately. The High Noon now going to be eaten entirely by Mindfan there on the Diva. This Cassidy's Heart already missing in the BAB, not far behind. Look at a differential, and it's already 99% on the board. I feel like every control map we've seen so far has been so quick, and Night Market already getting ready to come to a close. Just like that, blink and you miss it. That is a 1-0 Lijiang Tower lead in favor of San Diego.
I feel like Mike Wazowski choosing to go from that the Symmetra pick over to the Doomfist pick was just not the most intuitive. Honestly, I understand. It does seem like a common trend that a lot of Sim players are typically also a Doomfist player and then possibly a Fire player as well. It just seems to be like the style of heroes that these people like to play typically is the pattern I see developing. However, I understand Doomfist gets back into a fight quickly, but Doomfist going into a Tracer, a boosted Pharah, a Diva, and a Zenyatta is not a ideal situation to be doing. Honestly, swapping over to either the Soldier 76 or having gone over to the Tracer, even the Jay Silly at that point possibly could have been more beneficial for the team than a Doomfist because of the lack of value that Mike Wazowski was able to get.
And it's so funny, one of the first sentences out of my mouth I was talking about, oh, I just want to see Junkrat once today. I said that all the way at the beginning of the podcast, and now we can't get rid of the guy. Jay Silly making an appearance once again, boggling, trying to farm that Riptire as quickly as possible. And Devon was actually on the Junkrat earlier, but then decided to swap back onto the Cassidy. So definitely a fascinating choice. We're going to have to keep an eye out to see how well it pays off. The Doomfist, though, I'm worried, getting even less value now with the constant threat of that Junkrat trap.
So Doomfist can work out on this point. It's just the way it has to be played is a little bit slower, and positioning is the hugest thing. And the thing that makes Doomfist viable, unfortunately, is Michael on that Zarya. Having Zarya get taken out makes things a little difficult. They go in, they get one, but they also get taken out, and their team already being down means that that pick really wasn't worth it. Really what they're looking to do here is set up on point, and they fought in server room first, so they should not have been doing that. They needed to have gone straight to point, let their Doomfist get high ground, and when their Doomfist uses their abilities to get in, Zarya bubbles them to allow them to get value and stay alive during that process, but the positioning was not there.
You know, that makes me feel like a genius. To watch a player of this caliber do something like that makes me feel great, but I'm actually missing out on Rowe's triple fire strike kill. 3 in a row right through that back window, finding a triple kill. Absolutely amazing. I definitely want to give a highlight to that right now. I mean, this is just the Lijiang classic. We have seen this every time we have seen Lijiang Tower today, and it is simply just one of these teams getting an advantage and spawn holding as long as they possibly can. Now sending out a self-destruct to seal the deal. Mike Wazowski on the wrong side of that bomb, and 50% already on board for San Diego once again.
You got the extra large Demon now pushing forward, getting really close to that Deadeye, but will they be able to capitalize on the space it makes, or is it going to be one of those, I am quote-unquote making a zoning ult, but in reality, it's not going to do anything. A massive Earth Shatter from Rowe is going to go off. They'll pick up one, and Mindfan will capitalize on it, taking out another, and taking out another on top of that, and then Bab is also right point.
Princess is going to go down, and that actually may be kind of the go button here for the side of Neumont. They're really struggling to get out of that spawn, and Boggling catching the main tank will immediately rip that go button out and throw it out the window. Now 16 seconds left here if we want to see any hope of an attempt from Neumont to find some success here. Boggling does go down, Rowe finding that trade immediately, and a lot of ultimates at the ready here from Neumont. They've just got to start hitting. They're out of time to hold on to them. They need to find kills right here, right now. And pressing Q, they most certainly will. We heard the Deadeye, we saw the Dragons, we've got the Valkyrie, and it looks like they're going to try everything they have under the sun. Here comes the Amp Matrix, but unfortunately, Nerdy, they just do not have the momentum. They cannot find the speed to get out of spawn, and that will be another 2-0 victory for San Diego.
That's okay. This is still a best-of-5 series. We're going to see Rowe's moment here. I'm actually hoping this is that Fire Strike that we didn't get a whole lot of time. I think it is. It's gotta be. There's no way it's not. It is. Yes, through the amplification matrix. Yeah, that was absolutely incredible, Rowe. And then the touch to spawn door challenge just kind of begins there for San Diego. But as I was mentioning, this is still a best-of-5 series, so we could see a turnaround. We saw multiple moments where there were signs of life happening, and I have faith in this other team to bring this one back. San Diego better still be prepared for some exciting plays to come out in the next map.
Absolutely. And I forgot that our viewers couldn't also see what I was seeing there for a moment. I want to talk about, I said, wow, a moment ago, Mindfan with 74% kill participation on the team. That, for a DPS even, is absurd. For a D.Va to be finding that is truly a great example of how successful that D.Va has been here today. And I think D.Va is notorious for getting backline and farming those supports and farming that backline in the KPE, clearly proving that Mindfan knows exactly what they're doing on the D.Va. They're a very impressive showing to start that off. And Lijiang Tower, I'm sad it's already over.
Yes, but now we actually get to turn our attention over towards the, call me crazy, it's Assault next, correct?
No, it's Escort.
Escort,
Assault comes
yes.
third.
There's a lot of tournaments and a lot of map rotations, people.
There really
Please
are.
don't judge me too much. So Neumont gets the opportunity to make a pick here, and I want it to be something different. And
it's not.
It's not. It's gonna be Havana. I am really hoping for someone to go with a little bit more of a creative pick. Like, I feel like we're already seeing Havana a little bit too frequently here. Go with Rialto. I feel like, honestly,
I love Rialto.
I love it too, but people seem to hate it. I probably love it just because I play a lot of heroes that get boot potential, and that first little bridge is nice and it's a great giant kill box for anyone that likes to play Lucio or Roadhog. So I get it if you don't want to run into that stuff, but on the same notion, you got to change things up. Running with the standards, as we mentioned earlier with King's Row, so many teams have practiced it. There's so many possibilities that anyone could be pulling out that you need to be the one making something a little bit different, and having been the team that's like, hey, everyone practices these maps, let's practice this map so that if we go down the first one, we have the opportunity to pick this one and start bringing it back for ourselves.
Right, and now a triple swap on the side of Neumont, but Nerdy, the fascinating thing is nobody's being swapped out. We just have a triple rotation happening from the side of Neumont. We're going to be seeing Michael on the DPS, Pi amazing to the tank, and Demon to support, which highlights what I was saying during Li Zhang Tower. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I thought Demon was a support player, and now it looks like we are going to get to see them bring out that support a little bit. I think we're actually still waiting on the map pick. I'm not sure Havana is going to be the next one we see. It miscommunication between teams and Neumont. Whatever they bring out, they're basically running a new comp. This is going to be really fascinating to see if this works any better than Li Zhang.
Neumont, please pick something else. If you can hear me, pick something else. It'll make me so very happy. I really can't do anything in return
Nope.
for the favor. Nope. Okay, all right, copium time. I get it. I will cope. I will see. Havana, considering what we've already seen coming out from San Diego, may not have been the best pick. However, Neumont, you guys are on attack first. I am praying that San Diego does not go for the close hold here that everyone likes to do.
You know
Yes,
they
I know.
are.
I can beg that it doesn't happen though, Sentinels. Like,
Yeah.
let me have this one small sliver of hope that some team is like, you know what, let's go for the long corridor double sniper strat here with double shield and not close hold. But of course, everyone wants to. I get it.
Right.
But if you anticipate the close hold and go with the creative Bastion TP out of spawn and get it in the right spot, you could easily roll that over and instantly take checkpoint 1 with a lot of momentum. So let's see if Neumont can manage to do that for themselves here if the close hold is happening.
Yeah, the close hold is definitely going to be the question on all of our minds. And Havana, I'm so fascinated because back, before Havana was really considered meta, before it came out, it was Gibraltar. Like 9 out of 10 times it was Watchpoint Gibraltar over and over. And so many maps have never gotten their time to shine. I mean, our Rialtos, our Junker Towns, people just really seem to not nearly as much. And with the composition we're seeing out the gate here from San Diego, Nerdy, I'd be amazed if they didn't close hold.
Yeah, that is a very, very classic close hold composition there. I mean, other than the Mei is pretty standard here. The secondary DPS, Princess on the Hanzo, it can be alternated out with a couple different choices of DPS. Personally, I like the Mei Reaper. The Meeper comp is always fun. I feel like it's playing a game of peekaboo, and it's quite deadly. And they're going with the standard. We're going to peek out at the last second and not go out right away. Hopefully, yes, we do see that we've got Amazing there on the high ground trying to peek out the window, but they've already dropped down too late, so they're not going to know the close hold is happening. They needed to have stayed up there until the last possible second to recognize that this situation was about to occur, because now the composition swap's not going to happen. The walls come up, didn't quite separate, but the monkey dove in, and Rem is going to go down.
The wall separating in a very unfortunate way there. Rem goes to dive back, and the wall is just there. He cannot even backpedal toward his team. There's just a great separation row. Finding a double kill out the gate. The supports are gone. Winston's gone. You just got to go for that full-blown reset. Yeah, they're swapping. They're changing up everything they can, including Mike now on the Doomfist. I think really going to struggle up against this Mei. We're going to have to wait to see how that goes. Princess trying to cover 2 spawn doors basically on their lonesome. A little bit of help from Mindfan, and Mike Wazowski is out looking for the punch, but gonna bite the bullet. It's going to be Hinge, who finds that elimination. Princess using the log to take on Rem as well. And this is a full minute off the clock already, Nerdy. This is ideal for a team. Anything more than a minute is just a miracle. It can work wonders.
I feel like I'm going to be quite the broken record here saying this to a lot of teams and a lot of DPS players. Unless you are a godsend on the Doomfist, going into a Sigma, a Mei, a Baptiste, and a Lucio is not the pick, especially on a close hold when you're trying to retake, when you're trying to even just get out the front door. You have to use all of your util to even get in a position that is beneficial to you as a Doomfist here. It is not worth it. You are expelling 100% of your kit while someone else only has to expel 30% to kill you, and maybe one of their teammates does 20% to kill you. With that in mind, Doomfist is not the pick. Yeah,
and speaking of percents, we've got 5 ultimates at the ready on the side of San Diego, and they're with them. Quintuple kill out of the gate. I mean, just a complete and total team wipe from San Diego. Only 1 ultimate used, or excuse me, no, the Amp Matrix was used as well. Got 4 ultimates still at the ready. Only 2 minutes on the clock. They're looking to completely full hold. They don't want this cart to move even an inch.
Alright, I understand the Amp Matrix was dropped, but that's one of those ults that's charged so quickly. It's like, yeah. I mean, half the time Baptiste players can use it selfishly, so I count it as an ult, but at the same moment, it's like, it's not as quintessential. You do hear the Dragons with the Graphitic Flux combo. It's going to pick up 2. We hear Doomfist will come out, but they're going to use it to land on top of gas as opposed to trying to go for any damage. Fortunately, though, choosing to still land in the middle of the enemy team means they get staggered longer. We see Rem swapping over to that D.Va. The Zarya D.Va Bomb almost online, Spicy Boy almost has that valve, but right now none of these ults are getting any value, and we are ticking down to the 90-second mark, and the payload has not even moved.
The payload literally has not moved even a centimeter right now. Just such an aggressive defensive hold from San Diego. Princess now swapping on the Widow too, so cover long distance coverage. That is terrifying. If you even make it out, all of a sudden you've got to worry about your haircut coming a little too short. And Princess waiting to make sure you get sent right back to that spawn room. No ultimates at the ready yet for the side of San Diego, but they have proved a dozen times already they do not need ultimates to be successful. The Symmetra trying to plug in that microwave and make it full charge. The breakthrough is foot boggling in a tough spot, but the team is there to find the peel, and Princess with the first blood of the fight once again. Michael going to be going down early. The resurrection coming through. Immortality field down. That keeps down. Hanzo down, and it's a bloodbath all over again in favor of San Diego. It's complete and total team kill here, except for Spicy Boy, who's able to hide back into that spawn room.
And we do see it. The Hail Mary self-destruct was dropped, and honestly, with Rem on the switching over to that Reinhardt, saving that bomb would have been better. Ultimately, when you think about it as a D.Va player, I get it. You want to use the bomb to try and see if you can possibly pick someone up. It's a long spawn, but there was a double shield. There was no hope. We see the shatter go off from Ro. Picks up one. Liz picks up 2 more, and then the Fire Strike will take out Demon. With that, I believe all hopes are dashed currently, and this payload is going to be staying at 0. Oh, we've got a touch on it. It moved forward a tiny bit. So 8.85 meters so far. Let's see if we can get it a little bit further. The momentum is shifting. Is it going to be a full pendulum swing? Is San Diego gonna be forced back on their back foot? Mindfan goes down. Now it is finally pushing forward in favor of the other side. San Diego being forced back. Widowmaker Princess has a Doomfist on their tail. We see amplification matrix drop, but they don't find anybody just yet.
Nobody can be picked up quite yet. And I mean, I always say better late than never. 4 minutes to get these wheels moving, but I'm glad you finally have, my friends. A 3-minute Earth Shatter, though, that's gonna all but deal blinking. You missed the fight. Comes to a close. All of a sudden, 0 meters turns into 45.09. And this is great because it gives a little bit more wiggle room to Neumont. There was a very real circumstance where they would have found themselves looking at a complete and total annihilation. They would have needed to give us a perfect defensive hold to guarantee a win, but now a true win condition has been set. However, it is still incredibly difficult.
I'll be honest, I agree with you, because at first I was like, 8.08 meters, that's borderline impossible to hold. No one can die. Everyone has to die on the other team. Neumont, good luck. However, having it at that corner, granted, you wanted it a couple more meters to make that full turn so you can utilize natural cover of the map itself a little bit more and get a few more sight lines there. It's not fully past it, but it's close enough to say it is. However, I'm really hoping we see Neumont do a close hold here. However, Mike Wazowski going with the Genji pick here. I don't know if we're gonna see a confident close hold with a Genji. Cassidy coming out. They could try to do it, but it's not going to be as solid a hold as having that Mei that we originally saw coming out from San Diego on the first round.
Right. Nerdy, as of right now, a little fun fact, we have yet to see a series today, including the ones off stream, that was not a 3-0. So right now, it is just dominant teams doing dominant things, and I think we're seeing that once again here with San Diego. They're getting ready to beat Havana in possibly a single fight. You can tell by their comp, they're looking to do as much damage as they possibly can, as quickly as possible. Neumont, they're trying to take somebody down early, but we got a Genji on both sides right now. No Anas in sight, to completely untreaded territory. It is all about individual performance and who can find that first elimination, because that first elim dictates what happens next.
I find that any Genji that is willing to go Genji without an Ana has some guts and has a lot of confidence in their gameplay. But Princess just picked up 2 after an initial Tracer swap from that Genji. Never mind, we'll pick up 3, and then Ro is going to pick up 2. With that, I feel like there is very little wiggle room here for Neumont to push forward and try and touch this payload. They have an opportunity, but Spicy Boy honestly has to touch alone. But we do have Mindfan and Ro pushing forward, claiming space. Michael goes down. Hinch does take out... It was the one to do that, and then Ro is going to find Rem as well.
There it is.
That, no hope in sight. UCSD's going to walk away with another win.
Yep, San Diego looking great there. Just a phenomenal opportunity for them to come in clutch and win out Havana in just over 40 seconds, putting them in a 2-0 positioning as we enter Assault in just a couple of minutes here. We're going to really need a miracle from Neumont to really make this happen. I'd love if they chose Volskaya so we can see all of our possible options, but there's a very real chance that they do not.
I don't feel like Volskaya is in favor of how Neumont is looking to play
Agreed.
here. Honestly, I think Temple of Anubis might be their best bet. Pop it on the J Silly, play absolutely as spammy as possible, and get a defensive ultimate. Make sure your Lucio is there and ready with that beat as much as possible. And that means Baptiste, don't be selfish in the mid round in the between fight situations. Let your Lucio take care of the healing during those moments to give them the maximum opportunity to get their sound barriers up if they're going against these Zaryas that we've been seeing today.
Yeah, without a doubt. And like you said, the J Silly could probably just work wonders for a team if they really needed that opportunity to succeed. And Neumont, right now, they really do need something out of their pocket. I'm going to keep glancing down at my screen to see if they have confirmed. Okay, they have not confirmed the new map quite yet. It will be Assault no matter what, but whichever map they choose, that's up to Neumont. Right now, though, I feel like truly this is just San Diego. I think this team is first, maybe second seed, Oregon contest we've seen so far, but no matter what, they are confident with their performance today, and I think we're seeing that. And a lot of their gameplay choices, they get really over-aggressive, really just in Neumont's face, and I think they know as long as they are in the tempo, Neumont will never be able to react accordingly.
I can't argue with you on that. I mean, we talked about it before. I said tempo control is one of the hugest things here. And when you have that tempo, you're able to pick the fight locations and force the other team to respond. You can make
Right.
the fight be in a place that they aren't anticipating and make it harder for them to, even more difficult for them, the other team to respond. And Neumont was struggling to do that. It feels like they're struggling to understand the win conditions that the compositions from San Diego State have and what composition they need to swap to, let alone swap fast enough to, in order to capitalize on the opportunity to regain that momentum before it just completely runs away from them in the form of ults and positioning as well as map control.
Yeah, and now we have Yawn subbing in on the side of Neumont for Rem, so replacing somebody in that tank line. And swapping out a tank on Assault is going to be really fascinating. To me, that hints that we're going to be seeing a position we haven't seen yet. Maybe an Orisa Sigma, maybe a double bubble, but
Double bubble!
I would love to see double bubble. We're still fingers crossed that we will see double bubble, hopefully this weekend at some point in time. But right now, we've got the sub coming in. Yawn going to be trying to do their absolute darndest here.
Though we are aware that some of these players do a primary and secondary role, not meaning that
Right.
either role is their true like their absolute best role. They could be equally as good gifted on one role as they are on another. So even though Yan went in on that tank role, we could also see them swap down to either a DPS or a support role. However, we'll have to wait and see. I am really hoping that we see a team pull out the double bubble. We have yet to see it today, as you mentioned. I absolutely adore that. Even though I'm someone who loves diva gameplay, I love double bubble, and there is no diva in that. I just love how horrifying Zarya has become in double bubble situations, because it's like, oh look, a nanoed monkey. Oh look, a primaling monkey. Oh god, there is a full charge Zarya in my face now.
Yeah.
And it's horrifying, and it is absolutely amazing when it works out perfectly. It's hard to counter, and I understand that, so I feel very sorry for whichever team ends up getting it done to them, but I really just want to see the double bubble mayhem break loose.
Yeah, and it's really fascinating that Winston in that situation has an insane. He has his bar, but then he gets his entire health bar again when he's nanoed, and then he primals and he gets double his health. So Winston just continuously gets to be a general nuisance and be an annoyance, really just kick butt and get in the way. And then during that, Zarya pops 1, 2 bubbles, and then finds themselves also at full charge. All of a sudden, the tank line is just up and ready.
Yes, and it's fun when you're the team that's doing it. I can definitely say that, but it definitely does mean that you have to have a lot of great communication on your team, as well as alternating of abilities, utilizing them at the right times. You need to be nading your monkey as soon as they drop in or right before they drop in, so that you can maximize the uptime of your healing. If you're an Ana player, your Zarya bubbles need to be perfectly timed so they're not popping before your monkey is hitting the ground. Things of that nature, as well as knowing when you're going to be nanoing and ensuring your monkey's not jumping out of your line of sight, because that is something we've seen plenty of heroes do in our line of work here as casters. Is we see the opportunity for a nano, we know it's anticipated, it's gonna happen, and then the DPS or the tank dashes or jumps out of the LOS of the Ana, and the nano does not proc, or it procs just as they die due to the lack of LOS. So that's something I hope we don't see happening, and if we do, it's just the nature of the game.
And something fascinating we may be seeing is a lot of the players are on both sides are asking to just skip to CP and go to hybrid. I think we're definitely gonna have to get a rules tech on that. So folks, we're gonna throw it to a very short break. We're gonna try to get this figured out. If they want to, maybe they can, but we're gonna try to get that figured out. So use this time, get some water, but this will be a short break. So come right back here. More CECC Overwatch in
So maybe just a little bit more momentum for Bethel, maybe a little bit more support on the Tracer. Just engage, help Big J5 get into the fight. Now Brandon, again, taken offline by that Pharah. I think we need more mobility in that department. Maybe a Moira could work wonder here. Maybe a Baptiste as well can make a huge difference. Zach going for the Zenyatta swap, a bold move, not one that's going to work well.
A bold move, I think that's pretty accurate. A creative composition. Bethel will.
Nice.
Is that a fight win?
I would count that as a fight win, personally. So that's two fight wins.
Okay. And they get the clean up on the flank, taking out Landon and Grob. Nearly taking it back over. Goes right back over to Northwood. We're playing hot potato.
Yeah, Reginald, if you're out there, that is 2 fight wins, just so you know. And that's going to be a great boop from Quibsy, but you hit the Pharah. She's the one person you're not booping off the map. Now, however, Lep going down. That is colossal progress. Brandon pops the Transcendence to keep the team alive. Bethel, they may be able to win this engagement.
Unholy Ultimates, Batman. That was a lot from Bethel.
Yeah.
I mean, it was Mines, it was Duplicate. They're on a Pulse Bomb and a Transcendence. They do have a rally to make this one count. And with Landon out of the fight, that's a really valuable ultimate because they're going to have a Sword whereas Northwood won't. So they need to find an engage early here to really capitalize on it.
Oh.
Seasons, he's trying to sniff out Landon, dude.
He knows he's nearby. He knows Brendan is nearby, and he's going to have to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive. Both DPS down already, though.
Oh my, look at the juggle. Look at
there
no,
she goes.
Relax, no! Oh my god, that was brutal.
Very good primal control. That is a lot harder than Seasons just made it look. I mean, he only missed one of the punches, 6 in a row onto Jake off the map, and Northwood wins it. Now remember, Reginald, that was 2 fight wins for Bethel, but Northwood does end up winning Ilios in a 2-0 fashion.
I heard his name's not actually Reginald.
It's not. It's so weird. His name's not actually Reginald. I don't remember what it actually is, though.
Oh, man. Cincinnati, eat your heart out. Northwood and Bethel are the ones here on stage, though. And Northwood comes out with 1 point win, looking for more. You know what? In the best of 3, I want to know where Bethel's taking this one next.
I have some hunches, but I think it's my own kind of decision. I don't really know what Bethel's going to choose to do.
These teams have been so entertaining so far. We got the Torb 1v1 in the last one. Let's see how this map starts out here as Bethel tries to take on Northwood, who did pick defense first.
Yeah, good call on that one. And I got to say, I love that a lot of teams have gone into this. Northwood's kind of the boogeyman of this event, so to speak. But everybody's given it their 110%. There's been great sportsmanship, great camaraderie, and that is truly what I believe esports is all about. So that has really been something that I've enjoyed very much.
That's one of the wild parts. Like, Northwood, for as scary of a team as they are within the collegiate scene, like, those guys are so chill.
They're homies,
They're
for
so
sure.
Chill.
Yeah. Oh, no way. Oh. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get my hopes up yet. I'm not going to get my hopes up yet.
I am. They're on defense. They walked out of spawn. That's a confirmation. We thought this would be coming from North.
I'm so hyped.
Only one of them can teleport onto the statue.
Oh, yeah.
There's only room for 1 Bastion up there.
Oh, yeah. Well, Big J is on Hanzo for the time being, so maybe they TP somebody else. I don't know why they would, but I don't know. Maybe they're going for something real funky here. Maybe Big J's going for, oh, never mind. Zach on the Widow. He's going to go for that King's Row Widowmaker. That's something we see so very often, but folks, Northwood, even as good as they are, they still love to put on a show, and I think we're going to get a show right here, right now.
And there's the TP. Put the top hat on the robot. There you go. All up. Oh, the bubble.
The bubble!
The Sigma did get the shield up, though. Will quickly be broken, though, by Big J5. The Hanzo's actually really good for trying to counter this. Because they can take down that Bastion so quickly, you can see he's getting chunked out. He's also getting all of the healing.
Yeah,
his health bar has not moved.
The BAP is just dumping all healing into Zach. I love the Junkrat swap. Junkrat, my personal favorite hero in the game. I love to see this coming out. Does the most damage, rips shields apart, and might be able to find some damage onto this Bastion. However, completely uncontested Momo. She is at the mercy of Tyler right now. She's not able to engage. He is going to get healed up, gets to live a little bit, but this is going to be one of those slow fights because Bethel can't do much until that Bastion falls.
They can force him to TP out. They can put him in a pretty bad position by playing underneath him. It's hard to get
the
there he goes. On him. Big J5 angles it down, gets him with a Storm Arrow. Now the push is in.
What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage? Welcome back to the qualifier. I am Septilent, joined by the Nerdy Bird, as always, and all bringing you, surprise, not Assault. Both teams, gentlemen, to skip the 2CP map. We are instead going to our first hybrid of the day.
I actually am very excited and
I'm
happy that we have the opportunity to have a gentleman's agreement to skip out on the 2CP map. As we mentioned earlier, it's something that's being removed and phased out of Overwatch as we move into Overwatch 2, and it feels like it is honestly just the bane of everyone's existence.
No
This
doubt.
could actually be the moment where we start to see a reverse sweep. I feel like the hybrid maps are when that opportunity does begin to happen. The pendulum can swing in that direction, and we could see Neumont actually pull out all the stops here. They're going with the tank dive composition of the D.Va with that Winston. They're going with the Doomfist Cassidy and the Ana Mercy. So they do not have any major CC control ultimates here, so they don't have that they will not have a beat. When they will not have an immortality either, or a transcendence to save them if there's any game-changing ultimates in the form of a blizzard or a huge earth shadow that pops out. However, if they play spread out, which this comp is capable of doing, they probably can't sustain through that. That comes down to pathing and positioning, both pre-fight and mid-fight.
Speaking of positioning, we're going to see how good Mike Wazowski's can be. Goes in deep, gets a little bit of ult charge, and looks like they live to tell the tale. Demon and Michael, though, not so lucky. The support line immediately down behind the Cassidy, not far behind Neumont. They've found some real eliminations. With that massive spawn advantage that they have, they can make this work well. They've got to get back in full numbers. The counter charge guarantees Mike Wazowski going to be going down there, and a fight that could have been turned around is now completely lost for Neumont.
I'm really excited to see that we've got the extra large demon here swapping over to that Baptiste as opposed to sticking with the Ana here. Baptiste Mercy can synergize quite well, especially with the composition that they're rolling out with. Honestly, it might have been more in favor to go with slightly the older combo of the Bap Ana, but we are swapping over to, it looks like Ryan Zarya. Having D.Va with the capability of eating both the DPS ults coming out from the side of UCSD might have been more advantageous considering how much value they're already getting, but it does come down to the comfort of the players and the composition itself. We'll see how this shakes out. We do see that Immortal has already been expelled, so this push forward might have to wait.
Yeah, it's just got to be a pushback, honestly. Immortality field's already down. You should never walk into an amp matrix. So it's really going to buy a lot of time for the side of San Diego to continue to just kind of snowball this potential. They're really making it difficult. And I'll be honest, King's Row first can be one of the hardest chokes in the entire game. It's notorious for teams being full held because people can't make it through that first choke. A high noon and a blizzard coming out. Princess able to drop 3 in total. Look to find a 4th if they're lucky, but it's Row. Picks up Mike Wazowski. That meteor strike just 2 seconds too late. And those 2 seconds were all they needed to go down. I don't think I like even the healing out of the Cassidy there. I think it was actually more to die and regroup as a team than it was to stay alive.
Yes, dying faster is worth more than trying to stay alive when you are the last two standing. And honestly, right now, coming out from UCSD, we have got the standard wall and maul composition and the real pathing that needs to take place right now coming out.
It's ruined. It's ruined.
It is ruined. Typically, you want to be pathing high ground and rotating out through hotels so you don't get blocked off. We do see a scatter bomb combo pick up Yawn. They're going to go back to spawn, and the swing is just going to start happening. Mindfan will pick up another one afterwards. Mercy, Spicy Boy just trying to get back in that spawn. Now Neumont looking for another regroup, but they've already expelled quite a few ultimates. Yawn only almost 50% to their ult. Choosing to swap over to the Pharah is fine here, but that means Spicy Boy needs to constantly be in their pocket. And honestly, running that Reinhardt without the speed boost here, running into Hinge, is gonna be difficult. The pathing needs to be perfect, and really I'm hoping we see Neumont take the hotel pathing as opposed to trying to just force their way through main and let Mercy and Pharah just kind of hang out on their own and get positioning advantage and poke damage through.
Oh, now the wall coming up is going to catch out Yawn early on. I personally don't like the pick because you're going up against a Cassidy and a Baptiste and a D.Va, and that's just very difficult even with a Mercy pocket. I think Michael is learning that the hard way. Going to be taken down early. Mike Wazowski not far behind that. Meteor Strike still in the back pocket, but just has not found its time to shine yet. Hinge takes down the Zarya. The BAP is gone, and that is another fight win. Wouldn't be surprised to see Michael swap here, to be honest, and looks like they're instead just going to wait for the team to group up. A lot of ultimates coming out from San Diego here next fight.
Neumont also has quite a few. I mean, Amazing is that basically has that Graviton Surge. We could see the Space Jam ultimate come out, but they need to take out Hinge before it goes down, lest that means save everybody. But Boggling is going to tell me otherwise as they drop that Blizzard. We see her self-destruct, shatter, and it does look like it is going to be a no percent cap for Neumont on .1 for Kings Row.
I would have loved to see the Space Jam there, Nerdy. I really would have, but time was unfortunately just against them. Grab took a little bit too long to, make it there, and it ended up costing them possibly the fight. Who knows? Either way, San Diego, they were not going to go down easily. This is a team very clearly gunning for that #1 seed. They want to show they have come here to win this, and I believe secure a spot in Georgia in a month. That'll be very exciting as well, but they're going to have to go through the powerhouse of Oregon. It's in here somewhere. Right now, this is a Herculean task, to say the very least. If Neumont falls here, it will be another 3-0 victory for San Diego.
It is Herculean. It's not impossible. You said
Definitely.
it earlier. Kings Row can be a point that is full held. We've seen it full held from both teams more than once in Collegiate Series. However, I'm really desperately hoping that we see Neumont come out with a slightly different composition than what they've been running with. We do see Mike Wazowski hovering over that Mei. They've picked it. Michael's going to go with the Torbjorn, but they've got the Diva and the Winston, as well as the Bat Mercy. And the thing I'm really noticing here is the team that succeeds the most is the team that is having the Lucio, which is allowing for so much spatial control and tempo control. And plus, that sound barrier is just a complete fight-changing ultimate when used at the right times. Using it aggressively at this level is not something I would suggest, but using it just purely as a defense is so huge. I'm interested to see if Princess is sticking with the Sombra or if they're just going out to use it to scout. Not even. They're going to go with the Widowmaker at spawn door and then maybe swap, or they're just going to push forward. Double sniper, the wall goes up, but it is not in a good position there, so will not be capitalized on.
I'm such a big fan of the Kings Row Widow, but it looks like Princess is really bringing the Widow to the table, taking out the Diva already. Oh my goodness, it is a bloodbath. Neumont losing half their team in the blink of an eye. Poor Michael doing their absolute darndest, taking out Boggling on the way, but that one elim will not be enough. That is another 3-0 victory for San Diego here today. They are officially 9-0 on the day. They've still got 2 more games to go. Excuse me, 1 more game because they have a bye later on today, but I mean, there's a very real chance this team goes 12-0.
We've got Mindfan coming in with their play of the game here. Let's see which one it is. This looks like it was near the end. No, this was near the end of the first round, I believe.
Yeah, this
just
is
pushing end of the second round.
But a nice anti-nade out of left actually opens up the door for Northwood to get back in this fight with
Absolute dominating fashion. Lucio, though, here, 51% of the kill participation. I am telling you, anyone who's watching this, these Lucio players are the make or break moments for teams. And really, if anyone is hearing this and they are still in this tournament with us here, or they're playing later today, please, if you're running a Reinhardt, run the Lucio with it. And if you're not familiar with Lucio gameplay, my best advice to you is just play on the walls and play for speed.
Yeah. Very true. Play for speed. Try to support your team as much as you possibly can. Folks, we're going to throw it to another break here. I think we're going to try to get into San Diego. We're going to see if we can. Either way, I believe we'll see them today or definitely tomorrow if they can keep this up. Enjoy this break, but meet us right back here for some more CECC West Watch in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage? Welcome back to the CECC West qualifier. I'm still Sepulence, joined by the Nerdy Bird, and we have got what I think, Nerdy, we agree may be our best series of the day.
Yes, this is teams that we feel like can go toe-to-toe with one another, possibly bring us to a full 5-map series, unless we see another gentleman's agreement to skip 2 CP. Of course, I won't complain, but personally, I would like to see it with these 2 teams. These are the 2 that I feel like have the opportunity to both swing the pendulum in either direction here, depending on the initial picks we see coming out. And what I am seeing over here, we've got the Wrecking Ball Sigma with the Briggs and Yada, so probably going to lockdown Cage while that Wrecking Ball does some damage. Loom probably going to be on that stim just to TP out. And if we see a Bastion swap, I might cry. Hopefully we're going to see a Junk swap instead. However, for the other side, we've got the Ooga Booga comp, as I like to call it, which is the Monkey Diva Reaper with that Sombra hack and then the dive coming out between the Moira and the Lucio speed boost. It can be an absolute team breaker if that hack is popped off.
It's important to know we've got some real changes here. We've got Boggling off DPS onto Diva. We've got Prophet in for the first time today. We've got Mindfan who's now in the support role. So really a lot of changes on the side of They are bringing out their absolute S-tier comp to try and deal with Oregon, which they are going to do so willingly. Boggling takes down 4 in a single fight. This is the 3rd today we've had team kill within the first 20 seconds of the gates being opened. My goodness, what a way to assert an early dominance.
My goodness, they definitely were keeping their absolute domination comps up close to the chest, so to speak, in those early games. Did not anticipate the demolishing force of Boggly on that diva. Holy cow.
Bogglingly is just an absolute animal, clearly in any role. I think we're looking at here today. Rowe taking out Isaac early, a huge opportunity. San Diego, to see them winning so dominantly against an undefeated team up to this point is amazing, to say the very least. Oregon, luckily enough, this is a I'm to turn this around. You're not that guy, taken down by Princess early, and no aim, no train. Feeling the force and the pressure of this team so far. San Diego deep into the spawn doors of Oregon right now.
We already have that self-destruct online. Princess coming close to that Reaper ultimate as well. The opportunity to start turning things around is coming up. There's a lot of ults coming up for San Diego here. However, that Ooga Booga comp has almost every ult online as well, and they don't even need to combo them for them to do damage. And oh my gosh.
I was about to say, oh, there's no EMP, so it's probably not going to be that big. Wrong. Bogglingly finds a triple Diva Bomb kill to just immediately remove any hope or dream of Oregon even touching the point. So far, they have not even made it past onto the point yet.
I'm hoping to see a Reaper Death Blossom EMP combo here. Just shut down the Diva, shut down the Brigitte. There it is. Coalescence and Death Blossom.
Using
Good
every
night.
ultimate under the sun. 15 seconds left. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, Nerdy. Good night to Oregon here. Profit goes down. The first elim we've seen on the side of, against San Diego, rather. That's the first time we've seen somebody go down. You're not that guy. Taking out Ginger not far behind as we tick down to the final 3 seconds. Somebody has made it all the way to the... They assume that it's Isaac. Maybe it's Lum. It really could be any of them. Princess, the TP. Where did you... Huh? Okay, Princess, take it offline there. It's going to be this Tracer dancing around on point, trying to stall for as long as possible. The numbers, at least for a moment, are definitely in favor of Oregon. Can they capitalize off the back of this? The rally out now as well.
I understand the numbers are in their favor, but that percent cap is not. 99%, even at this point, flips. It's one fight territory, and Oregon locks it down again. And the Ooga Booga comp gets ultimates very fast, and it can utilize them whenever they come online. It's just the nature of that Lucio speed boost and just pummeling damage.
And somehow Princess picking up a double kill in the back line, trying to turn it into a triple. You're not that guy, goes down. The pulse bomb finds Hinge, but I think the damage has already been done. Mech is available, and I think Boggling was looking for it. Oh, I mean, so incredibly close on that last fight, but Bogglingly just helped the team move forward. It was Princess on that well, they the space they needed and immediately capitalized off the back. That is a 100-0 on Ilios well.
I can honestly say that is not what I anticipated whatsoever coming out from both these teams. A 100-0 on any point. Definitely was expecting more of like a 99-99 situation. We might expect that here though, considering now San Diego has had the opportunity to analyze the gameplay and anticipate what the side of Oregon is going to be pulling out. We do see Lum going for that early TP again just to get their team out. And we see Ginger and You're Not Your Guy going for that Lucio Moira gameplay as well. Ooga Booga still happening on the side of Oregon State, however. Probably looking for that early hack on the health pack on the right side.
And almost a mirror matchup here. It's going to be a Tracer v. That really seals the deal for one of these teams in the positives or the negatives. It's that pressure on the Mega right here, right now. Princess has to get in deep to make this Reaper worth it. You've really got to fade into that back line and try to find some eliminations early. A lot of damage coming out from Mindfan, who's already a quarter of the way through that Coalescence. I think Coalescence is probably the first ultimate that we're going to see. It's one of the faster charging ones. Ro, however, though, is 70% on a Primal Rage. There's the first elimination, and the blood will flow from here on out. No aim, no brain. Going to be going down early. Isaac's neck is gone. And even if Ro dies, I really think the numbers are already too in favor of San Diego for them to lose that one.
We do have You're Not That Guy coming up to that Coalescence, but Mindfan has it sooner. The hack has come out onto Isaac. Diva's going to be almost useless for a few moments. Double Coalescence, Pulse Bomb is dropped, and bodies are going down.
The lighthouses are clashing here. Mindfan looking for the elimination and able to find it. A 4K turns to 5, turns to 6. If that Lucio goes down, and it looks like he will, that is a technical team kill in favor of San Diego once again. I think this goes to show how strong San Diego truly is as a team. They are dominating Oregon, who is undefeated up to this point.
I am very surprised that Isaac managed to remech there. They have self-destruct. They also have that EMP coming online. We could see EMP bomb combo from either team. Ults are pretty equal now as Death Blossom gets dropped.
Oh, and it finds an Elam even! Forces out the Primal, finds the Lucio, a 4-man EMP to boot, but it doesn't hit hinged, and that was what the plan truly hinged on. That Lucio drops the beat and is going to be able to keep the team alive, keeping San Diego large and in charge of the Primal. Now from Rowan's forced out to a lot of ultimates being used. Everybody desperate to try and win this fight, but San Diego, every second this fight lasts is another second they are in the lead, so they don't care how long this one takes as long as they stay on top.
Bogley pick up another one there. Let's see if Lum can get a pick. They almost find Princess on the Reaper. The teleport out barely saves their life. Mindfan already with another co going in, and we might see a return coalescence. Oh, instead we have Ginger with the beat first.
Yeah, Ginger with the beat, trying to keep the team alive. I think it was to negate a little bit of action coming out there. Prophet falls, that Sombra's down, the hacks are gone. That's a lot of availability out the window. Princess now goes again, finally giving us signs of life. 3 turns into 4. This is their time to shine. There's only left in an attempt to keep alive, and I doubt they're going to be able to win the 1v6. An amazing opportunity. Oregon finally going to crack this point. If we are lucky, this feels so much like Ilios well, but this time history will be different. They'll get at least some percentages on the board.
Looking at the ultimates, both teams expelled quite a bit. Princess has that Death Blossom almost on ready, and we also have No Aim, No Brain with their Primal Rage, as well as EMP from Padago. That might be enough, however, Princess finds them first, so holding through this might be difficult as No Aim, No Brain pops that Primal Rage.
Pops the Primal Rage in an attempt to stay alive, goes for the re-engage on the fight, and I love the strategy we're seeing from San Diego right now. Even though the point is wide open, they're choosing not to cap point and then win the fight. They're choosing exclusively to get as many elims as possible because then they know they've won not only the fight, but the map. They know 99%. They just need to cap for a single second to seal the deal. And now they're only a few eliminations away. The Diva goes down, and the point cap has to be happening right here, right now. Dred's Locator goes a little bit too far, guarantees the cap, and just like that, San Diego with a surprisingly dominant 2-0 victory here on Ilios.
That was absolutely incredible, and I'll be honest, you pointed out something that is very crucial, and that is the winning the fight and then winning the point, especially when you're at that 99. The fight is more important. You don't need a lockdown point. You've got the time to wait.
Oh, and here's that 3K. Still surprising it picked up so many, both supports to boot. Such an impactful ultimate because we saw how close, truly, I'm blanking, Oregon was to winning that last fight on Ilios. Well, so imagine that fight happened there before where that Diva Bomb was. They would have had a second opportunity, and they may have been able to clutch it back and flip the percent in their favor. But San Diego, I mean, more like Sandy, oh no, because that's what every team is saying against them right now. Just, oh no, this team is currently unstoppable.
I mean, when you have the speed, the tempo, all of the ultimates in your favor, it's really hard to break that down. And I feel like it comes down to not only understanding win conditions, but it feels like perhaps the ultimate tracking for these other teams are not coming to fruition completely here, because anticipating that Diva ult would have meant playing the map geometry better, using more natural cover, and not being 3 stacked lined up in a row, wide out in the open for a Diva Bomb to drop on your head, and anticipating it's going to happen instead, and using cover and pathing to avoid a 3K kill from a Diva Bomb.
So our next map, we're getting a first, which is really exciting. We're going to be getting Dorado from the side of Oregon. That is very surprising. That's something I would have expected, but I'm glad because, you know, as casters, we just love to see the different maps. We love to see the not repeats, and this is going to be interesting because we talked to Lum earlier, a Bastion bonanza, truly, of a character who loves to play Bastion all the time. I feel like Bastion doesn't do his job well enough on Dorado where somebody else can't just be doing it better.
So if Lum and Pendango can work together with the Sim Bastion TP, I could see it working out. Even if Oregon actually does a close hold on defense in red building using a Symmetra instead, as well as a Mei, a Reinhardt, a Diva, a Bap, and a Lucio, all rotating touches at that front door when payload hits it, you
Right.
can stall that payload for an incredibly long time so long as you're rotating resources properly. That really comes down to team communication and understanding who needs to be doing what and when.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is that team understanding of who needs to fill whose shoes, needs to be activating this, that, or the other thing. And right now, I think we see that from San Diego a lot. To me, it's never felt like San Diego has won a fight by chance. It always feels like they go in, they do exactly what they're here to do, and they try to make that happen. Lum's taking out the Tracer once again, so it looks like they're going to choose to avoid the Bastion, at least for the time being. And this like weird pseudo dive seems to be working very, very well for San Diego.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
I honestly, I gasped for a moment because I saw the Brig Ana, but then bogglingly, I am so sorry. I'm bad at English, even though it's the only language I speak. They're going with the Diva. They were so close, this close to the double bubble comp, but I understand, honestly, with the compositions that we've been seeing coming out from Oregon, a double bubble isn't necessary, but it is an extremely strong comp on this point, so I was really hoping for it. However, bogglingly on that Diva is a absolute menace to society, in a good way,
Yeah.
I swear. So it's probably going to work out in their favor. We do have Isaac on that Wrecking Ball, though. We'll see if they can do some work.
Yeah, and bogglingly, just mind-bogglingly good on that Diva. An amazing open from that Echo, immediately going to be traded out for Isaac, who gets slept into immediate elimination. Princess falls early from You're Not That Guy. A great headshot really open up this space, and all of a sudden, I think we're seeing why Oregon may have chose Dorado. They had found two very early, very impactful elims, and they're going to ride that all the way to the first point cap.
We do have Lum on that Tracer, as you mentioned earlier. Not one of their favorites, but obviously someone they are comfortable on. And running with that Wrecking Ball just means those two work in tandem to go pick off targets. A huge ante comes out. Wrecking Ball barely gets out alive, though. And it does look like point control might be slightly starting to go back in favor as that Nano Boost from Mindfan goes off.
Oh, great Bionade from Mindfan early, making sure that nobody gets healed, and those that do the healing are going to be sent back to spawn. Ginger and You're Not That Guy, the first to go. Ro and bogglingly just answering every question that Oregon brings to the table, immediately dominating any play that they have. And entering this next fight, I'm looking for a minefield, I'm looking for an Echo transformation, and if either of those ultimates falls short, I think the fight will be lost.
In all honesty, for a one-fight push, that payload went insanely far for Oregon. And they just got to do it again. Lum somehow has survived an extremely long time. No one has scouted them out. They might pick up this Ashe right here, too. That comes down to just checking your corners and understanding who is and is not alive. That's doing your balance check, and Prophet will go down, as will Ro.
A huge opening. There's the minefield. We got the Primal Rage pads going to be in that transmission as well. They've opened up the points enough to guarantee that first point cap. And all of a sudden, we've got an official game on our hands. This isn't going to be a 100-0.
Oh, I saw an opportunity for a stagger, but you got to play these long corridors in the spam. I understand you can't get too greedy here, but that Ashe was real close to being deleted, and I thought they were going to go down. However, they survived. Now it does look like Oregon's looking to set up for their next engage. They have that pulse online. Do you have any guesses who it might land on?
I definitely have a couple guesses. One player in particular on the side of San Diego has no mobility, and they're going to be committing a nano boost right now. I think if we're going to be seeing a pulse bomb, it will happen. Onto that Echo Prophet. Gone, no aim, no brain, but it's Ro who eats that pulse bomb and immediately bites the bullet, or I guess bites the bomb there. It's going to be the tank line to completely obliterate it out. San Diego, bogglingly, I'm actually not sure where they've gone. They've been playing a much more defensive, a slower game, and it I think, hurting San Diego.
For the side of Oregon, they have that ace surround and conquer style of comp. So long as that Brig and Zen stay alive and maintain high ground, they have a lot of presence and control.
Yeah, I'm not particularly fond of bogglingly's bomb there. I don't think it was necessary, and it did not find any value. May have cleared the little garden there, but I don't think anybody was going to be utilizing that for success either way. Ro again taken down, and all of a sudden I really think we're starting to see the value. Not that guy on the Zenyatta, just constantly discording that main tank, and the second that Winston falls, you can pretty much wrap it up and put a little bow on top. Prophet taking out Isaacs in the main tank on both sides, and a huge opportunity for San Diego to finally turn it around once again. This longest we've ever seen them on a back foot like this, but it looks like they're finally going to restabilize right before second.
No brains gonna get demech though. They're very close to self-destruct. I do believe we just saw Lum yet again chilling in the back line. No spy checking taking place is just allowing them to maintain their positioning to not get punished. That needs to be corrected soon.
Yeah, absolutely. San Diego's got to be counting heads. This is the second, maybe third time Lum has been able to get away with this, and Isaac even doing a little bit of their own, hiding in there, trying to wait for the team to re-engage in a minefield to boot. Isaac has a really large opportunity here to disrupt the team's momentum. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off. Going for a slower approach, going to try to pile drive up and find it. Cheesing at the minefield with a whip shot from, shot from Hinge, sends them right back to the low ground. And you got to wonder, Oregon, they're wasting a lot of time on whatever this push is about to be. It looks like it's a rotation around, up, and onto the high ground. Princess has a bomb to boot, and if that bomb comes out, I think we can pretty much seal the deal. That engagement, and there he is, Mindfan. Thanks to Pulse Bomb, Lum getting an early kill. That's what you get for not spy checking, but Ginger going to be going down next. Bomb finally damage being dealt on the side of Oregon. Could really bite them in the butt if they're not careful. I like Isaac's attempt to minefield the cart to try to push it in, but I think the numbers are already too far against you. Princess with their third elimination on the fight.
Pendago tries to go for the remake kill, can't quite find it. This point might be locked down. However, it looks like San Diego's still hanging on quite a bit right now. You said it earlier, they're wasting a lot of time setting up for these fights, and one thing I will say though is that in these games, yes, it seems like you have very little time, but you can take the opportunity to still set up, but you need to be figuring out the locations of the enemy team. That information is crucial, and that is information right now that San Diego State is not utilizing, and that is why these fights are dragging on so long, because Oregon is in position before the fight even starts.
Yeah, in Oregon, they're going to be doing it again, a much slower approach from around onto the high ground there. And with only a minute left, in the spawn being so far away, I think this is their last opportunity to win this. They're going to bring out the rally early, trying to find Rope. Needs to pop that Primal, falling into crit, and he is going to put that Primal in an attempt to stay alive. Nanoed Primal Winston does notably less damage, but at that point, I think it's all about survivability. Lum now taken offline, and no aim, no Prince mech, just a kiss from death. It looks like that mech will finally be losing its stronghold here. Oh, that could be a huge one, and it's big enough. Takes out that Diva. 30 seconds left on the clock, and 2 ultimates in the back pocket of San Diego.
And you're not that guy goes down with Transcendence. That's unfortunate. Lum is close to that pulse spawn, uses recall. Can they find someone? If they find Prophet, that could be something that sustains, but honestly, they need to find Princess.
Yeah, without a doubt, Princess has the Ash, or is the Ash Bob, and could really make waves with that 7th man. Goes so unbelievably far in scenarios like this. And speaking of everybody's favorite aim, Bob, with a great high ground advantage, does get pushed up onto the low ground there, so he has a little bit of a 180 angle. Transcendence popped out from You're Not That Guy. This is just for the team to get on to point, Nerdy. That is just for them to get into this fight, but the mech is gone, the Echo is gone, the trade out does come through. Princess has gone down, but Isaac slept on the high ground, the minefield. Completely useless for this current engagement. Ginger going to be taken out back to the spawn room row, finding the baby Diva, and all of a sudden Isaac is the sole survivor. Will be taken out. Lum and You're Not That Guy, both critical condition. It is up to Lum to save the day, and unfortunately, that is just not in the cards today. Oregon will fall just shy of that 2nd point cap. A win condition has been set for San Diego.
I will say though, if San Diego is not good about checking their corners and checking the locations for Oregon, this could be a difficult 2nd point to find, just because of the positioning advantages that they are allowing Oregon to get on the offensive side that we just saw from them. So if San Diego doesn't clean that up, this could be very difficult for them.
Checking corners is something that we wouldn't expect a team as clean, as coordinated as San Diego to struggle. We've seen that a few times. We saw one of the pulse bombs from Lum after hiding, took out Mindfan, that really bit them in the butt for that initial fight. Like you said, it's going to be all about checking these corners, and Lum has decided enough is enough.
Oh, Lum. All right. I am interested to see what we have coming out from San Diego. We've got Bogglingly still waiting. However, I'm really hoping to see the Zarya, but I understand Diva is more quintessential here. Yep, going with the Diva. And unfortunately, though I discussed it earlier, the close hold opportunity, you can't really hold red building with the Bastion, so instead we're going to go with the standard high ground. However, if they understand the comps that San Diego plays, which is a heavy dive focused style of composition, Lum, you may not last very long, especially because of the healing combo that you have right now.
Yeah, I mean, the lowest healing output in the game, it's going to be very difficult for Lum to keep themselves alive even with that self-heal. This is definitely a one-and-done situation. If Lum gets knocked off this high ground, you've got to get off the Bastion or it's not going to work quite like you want it to. A great catch onto Roe, but not nearly enough, dropping down below 200 HP, getting back into the engagement. And I think right now San Diego's doing a really good job of just general pressure. They're not necessarily thinking, oh, we have to kill the Bastion right now, but they're thinking we've got to keep him busy. And they're absolutely doing that. Lum constantly having to relocate in an attempt to try and keep themselves alive. No aim, going to be taken out, traded for Princess there. There's Resurrection available, and look, they're going to go for a UCSD has a Princess back into the swing of things.
You're absolutely right. They don't need to find kills. They just need to push him back because the payload presence is not really an option for this team.
As Lum goes down, I mean, that's got to seal the deal, right? You're not that guy, not very far behind. And the first point cap should all but be guaranteed here for San Diego. It's a little bit rough on the start, but they never really lost the fight, just had to play it a little bit slower than they wanted it. Yeah, as a surprise to no Lum swapping out of that Tracer, and the point will come through. 5:19 on the clock, 1 minute and 19 seconds more than we saw from Oregon when they reached that point. The win condition, incredibly achievable if San Diego can keep this up.
You really gotta ask, like, when you're picking an initial composition going into these fights, what hero am I picking and what type of stagger ability, like, how staggered can I get? And if I do not swap, what value does my ult add to the next fight? And Lum being on that Bastion does not add enough value. Honestly, picking something else that could have returned to a fight faster and less of a stationary hero might have been a better pick to start out on.
I mean, the tank line right now, well, pseudo-tank Sigma here from Princess are doing a great job of stalling out almost the entire team, but nobody's on cart right now, and Profit finally gets there to be contested out by Lum. So all this effort, all these ultimates, completely useless if we're being honest, because the cart didn't move an inch.
I think this is a case of, once again, trying to ensure that they win the fight before winning the point. I mean, they have over 4 minutes on the clock to push it, not even all the way to second point. So I understand the want. But having, like, Tracer on payload typically is what you want to be doing here.
Yeah, keeping at least one on the payload, just getting that free ground where you can. We've seen a meter make a world of difference how many times. You know, it's very important to get that where you can. And no aim, no brain. Oh, the shield just off the cooldown there, and that's going to be just enough to keep that team alive. Zenyatta hiding behind the fort as well. I love that great awareness.
I genuinely thought that Zen was cooked.
Yeah, I thought that Zen was shoo-in to be down. Actually, a huge eat from No Aim. Pulse Bomb going to be taken down, but now double elimination here of San Diego. May trying to do a couple more. Lum's Pulse Bomb not going to find Diddley's squad. Princess with a triple there in the fight. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. The Zenyatta down the Sigma, backpedaling, trying to save his life, but this is really looking bleak. There's not even really any ultimates coming up soon on the side of Oregon, except for that.
Hinge almost has their ultimate online. Princess is very close to theirs. Broaching on a nano possibly as soon as this fight begins. That nade land is going to be huge. The trance is almost useless.
Yeah, only keeping about 2 of them alive. Roe is going to be traded out for Isaac, so the Winston falling has definitely been a thorn in the side on the side of... Even now we're looking at a 2-2 trade. The resurrection from Hinge pops the Valk to get that Wim Bim back up and running. Watch. Fight with 3 left. All or battle here for the side of San Diego. If they can win this, themselves on a 2-0 victory on the series. The transformed Primal Winston coming out from pad here on the Echo, using his ult and doing it great, stalling out for as long as humanly possible, but I just don't think the team is going to be able to return fast enough. Remaining cards contested. Bogglingly goes down. That's huge. The Nano was almost here. The bomb could have made a world of difference, but Roe deep into the back line. The stall will not stall long enough. I think San Diego's going to have to tuck tail and admit defeat here on this fight.
I think you're right, but it looks like they're not ready to give up just yet. They have a couple ults online. But yes, the backup has finally come.
You hate to see it. The Echoes taking each other out with the late explosion behind. Happens to the best of us for sure. Princess now swapping out of the Ashe. I love it. You've got 2 minutes. Farming a bomb might be a little difficult, but I think 2 minutes is more than enough to make it happen. Oregon, they've got themselves in a really comfortable spot, but they've got to be careful because they do not have a shield. And if Bogglingly just sends that bomb in, that could spell disaster.
If that bomb goes in, I pray Mindfan has that nano boost online and Monkey goes to the cart. That is the only option. One of the tanks has to go and sacrifice either a large portion of their health pool or the mech.
Yeah, it's really got to be one or the other here. Boggling Lee has a great opportunity to kind of dictate how this fight goes. Prophet trying to help out here, finding you're not that guy early. Boggling Lee gets the mech back as soon as they are eliminated from the stun. Doesn't quite catch the minefield. And all of a sudden, Nerdy, we're down to 60 seconds. Things are looking bleak here for San Diego. Are really back in this.
We'll see if Oregon can maintain. No aim, no brain. Going through that self-destruct. Finds Princess up by 1. That's huge. That means this fight either needs to end quickly or it needs to be prolonged for an extremely long period of time, considering that Ashe is such a powerhouse. Princess is going to swap over to the Soldier to give them that little bit of extra speed and burn any percent they had on that Bob. But now the odds are heavily in Oregon's favor.
Without a doubt. They've got the minefield, they've got the transformation, they've got the transcendence. The nano boost from Roe being essentially completely negated here. Princess being caught up by Isaac, and the Ashe did not work out very well. And the Soldier, you can't be running toward ledges like that, my man. It's going to be Isaac desperate to try and fight it, but the minefield is available. 20 seconds left. You might as well pop it now. Here comes the Diva Bomb taking out You're Not That Guy, and there goes Ginger. That is the support line down and out. Other side of Oregon in the fight. San Diego finally coming back to life. The Overwatch factor kicking in if I've ever seen it. The Profit factor kicking in if I've ever seen it. A triple kill about the Topple is now all of a sudden the Diva Bomb is gone. The Diva is gone. The minefield does diddly squat, and just like that, San Diego finds themselves back on top. They are in the overtime now. They've got one chance to push this in, and I don't think Oregon is even going to get the opportunity to touch. No, Lou!
Oh my gosh, is this going to be turned around by Lum? Oh, I don't think so.
Indeed, hinged! Well, you've seen a dream, but that dream shattered before our very eyes. And San Diego, in easily the closest map that we have seen today, walks away with that 2-0 lead. They're one map away from going undefeated today.
That was absolutely incredible. It was so close. I really thought Lum getting that pulse on the brig was gonna be the turning factor, but the foothold was just not big enough, and the foot slipped off for Oregon State here at the last bastion that they had before that payload hit the checkpoint.
Wow, and Princess with 32% team hero damage. Pretty insane. Roe with 52% KP, so a lot of great action coming from that main tank and that DPS lineup. Moving into our third map, it's going to be Assault unless the players form a coup again and they decide to go straight to hybrid. But either way, I think we're looking at a very real scenario in which San Diego has all the cards in their hand. They've just got to be careful how they play them.
They're scary.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's no other way around it. And I really think, Lum, I understand the J Silly and the Bastion being your comfort picks, but you need to stick on the Tracer here. If they're going to be running the dive hybrid comps that they've been doing, like the dive, the Ooga Booga, just the absolute tempo control, you can't be stationary heroes. You can't be slow heroes. You're going to just get run over.
Well, Oregon's definitely going to try to play to their advantage here. They're taking us to Temple of Anubis as our third map of the series, and we saw what on this Bastion. The problem is, that's the kind of surprise that only works once. If San Diego was watching the end of that series, and San Diego earlier today 3-0'd Hawaii, so they definitely were very quick in their series. They may have had time to catch this final map, or they could even go back and look at the VOD, I'm sure. There's a very real opportunity that San Diego is ready for whatever Oregon is going to try to bring out here. I also want to note very quickly that Hawaii did 3-0 Neumont in their off-stream.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Sep. You can't do it twice. That's why I mentioned earlier you need to be playing your cards close to your chest. You can't be pulling out your ace in the hole early on, especially in the first couple series of the day. I would not put it past UCSD to have just watched the stream just to make it easy to scout what type of compositions these teams like to play that they were going to be going up against, and knowing where Lum might be positioned means we might see an early Sombra Scout come out on attack just to see where the Bastion's at, or to see if there is a Bastion in general. However, only time will tell. I do believe Oregon is probably going to be attacking first.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it, and everybody's readying up. So yeah, Oregon going to be on the offense first. They went for a weird Bastion sim strat that I had personally never seen on a. Going for that again could definitely be a reasonable risk. I think it really comes down to Lum's individual performance and, of course, how prepared San Diego is for that attack. So it's all about play. It's a numbers game right now. Like you said, play your cards close. Make sure you don't extend anything. Don't give them information that they don't need.
I really also hope that Oregon watched the VOD or heard the VOD and takes the advice also that I offered to the other teams that they played against today, which is to do an early Somber Scout on 2CP. You have the time to do it. Take that time, check out what the enemy team's running, and don't waste a fight on a bad comp if you have the opportunity to give yourself the knowledge in advance.
Yes, it looks like Lum is definitely listening to this here. As of right now, they are on offense, so this is subject to change. Sticking with the Tracer. Prophet, though, bringing out our third Torbjorn of the day. Definitely did not expect to see so many.
I love the Torb picks. I think they're great. If you know where to place your turret, you can be an absolute menace to society all day long. And I feel like Prophet knows the spots here, so it's going to be a great time to watch that. However, we do have the Echo coming out from Oregon, and so long as they spot that immediately and take it out, it will not give Lum or Isaac a hard time. However, Lum is swapping over to the Genji without the Ana, so this could be an ego pick. We'll have to wait and see.
Lum's hero pool is very weird. Bastion, Junkrat, Tracer, Genji. I mean, definitely, you know, two of those being hit scan, 2 of them being projectile. So there's a little bit of kind of balance in the mix, but still a very position, one that I would not traditionally expect. Pad going to be going in deep, trying to find the mines, but Row on Risa for, I think, the time today, at least on the side of San Diego, that we have just the turn taken out early from Prophet. It looks like Mindfan also going to be taken out early. A huge opportunity all of a sudden. San Diego finding themselves in a tough spot as the Baptiste goes down. That's essentially all of their healing. Rig does not offer very much.
No aim, no brain is burning, trying to stay alive. 2 health shield goes down and their hopes dwindle away. Love does still have 2 of them though.
Yeah, we've got 2 ticks on the board, possibly a third. This might be a technical C9 if San Diego doesn't touch the point. Oh my goodness, Boggling has to give up the mech to last long enough. Ginger goes down and still, no, the mech is still up somehow. My goodness, just refuses to go out of it, and all of a sudden, we see San Diego, they are back in this. They've got to be careful not to overextend as they're 96% capped.
The win the fight, win the point second mentality works when you're not on 2CP in most cases and you're not on defense first. That kind of slowly chipping away at the percentage, getting 1 tick at a time, can be extremely powerful for a team on offense. I mean, we saw them do that. They didn't even fully flip the point, and they managed to get 2 ticks just because of how spread out and unfocused on defense it seemed like San Diego was, because they wanted to get the picks and not defend.
All about finding those picks right now, and the blade from Lum will be ready, and quite literally right now, we see the minefield available as well. Every ultimate under the sun is about to make an appearance. Guys, it's like both sides are going to have to full commit some ults here in an attempt to stay alive. Princess coach guns up, and we need some mine on the way down. Here comes the blade from Lum, trying to find some eliminations, but the Molten Core is going to make that a lot more difficult. I expect that Gravitic Flux to be off. Cooldown, Lum goes down. The ultimate not going to be able to find Squat. The Trank now trying to cancel out that Molten Core. Gravitic Flux picks up 3. How many come back down? It looks like just about all of them. Prophet gone, Mindfan gone, and this is Oregon's time to put themselves back on top. They're trying to find the opportunity now, and it looks like they finally have Nerdy. The eliminations will come through, and the point cap cannot be far behind. Princess trying to farm some elims, but giving their life in the process. 4.5 minutes. Oregon is unbelievably in this.
So what we just saw with No Aim, No Brain using Graphitic Flux, and then Pandango following it up using their beam, is a wombo combo that's a force to be reckoned with. And had Mindfan not used their immortality earlier, they could have sustained. But the issue is that Graphitic Flux takes out so much of your health that you're easy pickings for an Echo at that point. And not killing anybody with the Flux is fine, because you know you have the DPS follow-up.
DPS follow-up is absolutely the name of the game right now. We've got a rally, we've got a window, we've got everybody's favorite and Isaac chooses not to drop the minefield. Absolutely baffling, but it's going to be fascinating to see what they plan to use it on. Bongo coming out, Row ready to make some music, and it looks like, oh, yep, Oregon feeling the rhythm here with a double kill, and it is going to be a bleak opportunity. San Diego, they're going to stabilize this fight, but they've got to stabilize, what, 3, maybe even 4 more.
Yeah, roughly each fight's gonna take about 45 seconds. I will say though, their healing composition is definitely more in their favor, especially because we have now lost some of the synergy that takes place with those DPS on the side of Oregon, choosing to go with the Hanzo and the Echo. There's a low healing, meaning low sustain, so they have to go for spam, get a few picks early, and then rush in, get bunkered down on point, and take away staggers. But with how organized San Diego is, hoping for those stagger picks and an extended fight, well, hoping for stagger picks, if the fight extends too long, that means San Diego's going to take the point back. There's no sustaining because of how low those heals are, unless Brig gets Rally or Zen pops Trance.
Give me that self-destruct coming out early, and no way it finds a double. I mean, that seals the deal. Even if Lum does find the kill, I truly... No, hey, hold on! Lum has something to say about it. Oh, okay, no, it's going to be turned around by Ro. I've seen Hanzo's... there's a kid, Big J. He's a Hanzo player. I one time watched him 1v6 win a 2CP map on Hanzo, so I will never doubt another Hanzo in...
Yeah, you can't doubt a Hanzo. Honestly, it's not as scary as seeing a Doomfist go into a 1v6, because that is a hero I feel like can turn it around. But Lum, I understand that we want to have that faith in them. However, San Diego is a very formidable opponent.
Definitely, and Hanzo close quarters isn't exactly known for his success. He's a sniper for a reason. Princess able to find a double kill here with the help of Bob. Profit a double of their own, and the DPS line right now just single-handedly or dual-handedly.
And the thing to point out here, definitely for San Diego.
Oh. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, it's just audio cut out quite a bit from you.
Yeah, no, I'm having latency issues, so go ahead, take over.
It's so sorry. One thing I'm seeing here for San Diego is they're taking these fights outside the point, in front of the choke. They're not even letting Oregon get anywhere near close. So those snipers are not getting set up. They're not getting opportunity here. It's time to swap comp. It's time to go full dive and just rush the point. We just saw so many ultimate drops from both sides. You might as well swap.
And that Molten Core is completely useless because he pulls it out and then immediately falls. Oh, walks right into a mine, and it costs him exactly 60 seconds on the clock here for Oregon. A win condition has been set, and right now San Diego is going to have to do better than that to keep themselves in the lead.
I mean, 1 minute, not bad, but I feel like they could have done better.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm interested to see if San Diego does it in return, or if we see a 1 minute hold as, like, up till the 1 minute mark as well for Oregon holding out San Diego, especially if they pull the Bastion Sim TP strat. But honestly, as I said earlier, stop going with the Bastion pick. You're just going to get dove. They're going to see it. They're going to know to swap. If anything, if you don't want to go with the Tracer, go with the J Silly here. I know it'll make Sep happy.
It will. I love J Silly. That's my guy. That's my dude. And Lum knows exactly what is up. I'm not surprised to not see the Bastion. I think we kind of talked that into the grave already, but it's just the surprise that only works one time, and I don't think Lum is really ready to take that risk. I think they also want to keep their tanks on the more comfortable selects, and they need a Reinhardt to do a lot of what Lum was trying to do. So it's about playing your cards right. Lum is definitely trying to do that here. Pat on the Ashe, I think for the first time. We've seen a lot of Ashe on the side of San Diego, but we've seen from Oregon.
We also have Princess coming out on the Sombra. Interested to see if this is just a scout pick or...
Yeah.
Yeah. I highly doubt we're going to... I mean, I can't say that. A lot of these players have been surprising me all day long. Hinge is doing the silly. That Sombra could actually be looking for a hack onto Ginger and then just allowing Ro to go in and slam onto the supports in that manner. We'll have to wait and see.
Ro definitely waiting for their time to slam, going in quickly, and it is that hack. I mean, it's almost the opposite. It's going to be Ro that hacked out, or excuse me, it's going to be Isaac that is hacked out. Princess able to even confirm that elimination, a 1-1 trade. Mindfang, who's really demonstrating a flexibility supports on the Zenyatta now, taken down early. Hinge, probably not far behind, critical HP, but somehow able to make it out with their life. All of a sudden, Oregon's finding that they don't know who to look at. There's people in every direction, and I think that's really going to be the way San Diego wins this.
That comes down also to a lot of team communication and verifying that
Wow!
talking to one another, but Princess, oh my goodness.
The accuracy there, the tracking was breathtaking. I mean, very few of those bullets didn't connect, and that is the exact opening that UCSD needed. The wrecking ball now going to be hacked down. Isaac down, and look at that. I mean, one decision, one split-second play from a Sombra opens the floodgates, and San Diego's able to cap that first point.
This is definitely one of those feast or famine moments you talked about. This is a feast right now for San Diego State.
Oh, now the EMP is ready. Now the pulse bomb is ready. This is a real snowball potential for San Diego State. If they just storm in, not San Diego State. If they storm in, there's a huge opportunity. They just wipe the floor with Oregon. This is at least a 4-man EMP if Princess is careful about it, and instead gonna go a little aggressive. It's a 5-man EMP. Oh, and you're not that guy. Gone. No aim, no brain. Gone. And all of a sudden, Pad is down. Ginger is down, and this is that snowball potential. One tick turns to 2, turns to 3. No, that's very brief recontest from Isaac, but not for long.
Oh,
Nerdy.
my
I said, oh, they have to do at least a little bit better. They did 500% better than, I mean, oh my goodness, absolutely amazing. 5 minutes, 1 minute. For San Diego to lose this would be a miracle.
That Sombra EMP was absolutely incredible. It was spicy, it was crunchy, it was all things in between that you need. It hit almost everyone on that point, and most importantly, it got both the supports, and I think it got possibly both tanks.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so there goes all of the saving graces for that fight. Instantly just disintegrated. There was no spy checking happening. The Princess just tiptoed in, was right behind him, and just waited for their team and set it all up. Absolutely incredible.
Incredible, to say the very least. Truly. I'm so impressed with the Sombra we just saw from Princess, to the point where I'm thinking, where has that been? Why have we not seen more so coordinated? The team communication is very perfect and incredibly on par, or above par, definitely exceeding my expectations to bring out that Sombra and do it so well. Into the extra rounds, 1 minute with the spawn as far away as it is. You have one real attempt, and then what I always call like a panic push.
See, this is one of those cases where I would say go double bubble, because you do soft engage and then you do hard engage once you get nano up. And when you only really have a one solid fight opportunity like this, that is a case where that nanoed Winston can come in so clutch. But instead, we're seeing Oregon go with the Stigma Hog attempt with a Zen Brigida, and it is not paying out for them.
Not paying out at all. We're down to only 20 seconds left on the clock, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now they've got 20 seconds. They just have to push. They just have to go as quick and as fast as they can up and through onto the point and then try to win a real panic, a real miscommunicated, real discombobulated engagement. Ah! Profit tanks an accretion that certainly was not meant for them. Isaac already down. You're not that guy. Gone. Ginger, the next to fall. And San Diego has all but confirmed a victory here on Temple of Anubis. They have 5 minutes and 10 seconds to cap 33%, the first tick of the first point.
Princess started out on Ash, died, and said, okay, let me do it again, and then comes back on the Sombra, and then it gets almost 60% ult in half a fight.
Absurd. I mean,
that is disgusting.
That goes to prove my point. Why aren't we playing Sombra more? This is incredible. Very clearly, the Sombra is well practiced. It's not a panic decision. It is something that they had in their pocket, and they waited until now to bring to the table. It is paying in dividends for them. Oh.
I understand the hunger to see more of the Sombra play, but I also understand that you gotta keep the massive playmaker moments and hero picks a little bit secretive until later in the game. I feel like that's what San Diego is trying to do. And now we've got Princess back on the Doomfist. We might see a repeat of Ilios Ruins that we saw earlier.
See, but I'm worried about this. Okay, Princess is on Echo or Hanzo, so I'm a little less worried about it. If Princess brings out Sombra, this quite simply does not work. But if Princess brings out anything else, then Lum actually stands a chance of making the Bastion happen.
I really wish that we had Princess doing an early scout here on Sombra. It doesn't matter though because they have 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. If they push forward and they see Lem on the Bastion, they're just gonna be like, oh, okay, we can either try and force this one, which could maybe work out, or we just swap. And instead, looks like they're gonna go for the force, and they're just gonna rotate slower and smarter, and they have managed to break through and take out 2 in the process.
Mindfan already finding a double kill there, really starting to wake up, winning this kind of support duel that we've been seeing. The supports really going back and forth, trying to find these E-limbs. And there we go. That's got to seal the deal. That is a current, I believe, 2v6. Baptiste goes down, and just like that, blink and you miss it. Not even a minute off the clock, and San Diego walks away with a 3-0 victory, their 3rd of the day, and officially the only team left to not be defeated.
Play of the game.
Absolutely incredible. Princess, I'm gonna be real. I'm shocked your Ashe got the play of the game.
Very true.
Because that EMP on second point on attack was absolutely incredible, and I feel like that deserves play of the game more. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
That was pretty good, but I think the EMP was a little bit flashier, a little bit. In my opinion. I also like when Sombra play because she has that neat little fake hack thing that she does for the play of the game intro. I love that. I love every second of that. And folks, we're going to throw it pretty quickly to a break here. I'm having a lot of tech issues on my side personally, so I'm going to go ahead and reset my computer. I'm going to try to do that fast enough we get an interview with San Diego. Able to yet, and I feel really bad about it. That was their last game of the day as well. They have a bye the next round, so we're going to try to get an interview with them here. Right back either way in just a couple of minutes with some more Overwatch. Stay tuned. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Hopefully, our tech issues are out of the way. I'm still Septilence. That's still Nerdy. This is still the CECC West qualifier. We are joined this time by Bog, aka Boglingly, aka because that is a tough name to pronounce. But Bog, my first question for you, a very simple one. How does it feel to have a dominant 3-0 victory like that, and now be the only team in this qualifier that is undefeated?
Hi. Very good. It's always great to go like 4-0 and not like drop a single map. It's always like a really good feeling, like coordinating with your teammates and having them go off well and all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And
So,
speaking of team coordination, I definitely want to know, what do you think it is that gives your team this competitive edge or this competitive advantage? Because you have, quite clearly been our most dominant team so far today.
I think 2 of us have like collegiate like before collegiate have like competitive experience and like 4-4-4-5 scrims, so we kind of have a good idea of how macro works, and then it's just like a lot of team coordination, going over like maps that we want to play and everything, like asking people, oh, like do you want to go for this, and then like kind of developing them there. So I think my big thing is like a really good comm structure.
Okay, well, my question kind of feeds into that, but not entirely. Your team demonstrated quite a bit of breadth within your own hero pools as well as your own roles. Are you guys anticipating pulling out like hard role swaps possibly in the next couple of games, or are you guys pretty much solid on what we saw in this last match?
So funny story. So the tournament is at 10 a.m., right? Our hitscan player who normally, or our flex player who normally plays, he slept for 12 hours. So, I've played flex CPS for the team before. I'm actually a main tank player, so I just play kind of every role because it's collegiate. But yeah, we do flex roles just when people aren't like available, kind of. So it's like not abnormal, but our lineup for the last game is probably what we're gonna play tomorrow.
Gotcha. Someone slept in. It makes sense. It's a Saturday. Um, honestly, that it was my biggest question. Followed up with that insane diva bomb on Elios. Well, did you think it was gonna be that massive when you first threw it, or was it kind of just more of a space making ultimate?
I definitely like that spot for Diva Bomb because there's just like zero cover and no one ever goes top right because it's like except for like walking out of spawn, and they don't have a shield, right? So I'm like, hey, I can just bomb here and at least pick like a Zen or a Hanzo. It just so happened that I got someone else too, I think.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that is my questions. I will let Sep take over for the rest of them.
Yeah, I've just got one more question before we let you go, but I just think it's funny how we obviously did not know that you were a tank player. So when you came into the DPS, your DPS was so good that by the time we got to you on the Diva, we thought you were off rolling then. So that is very funny to me that you've got such a well-rounded kind of scope of characters to play. But Bog, just a very simple question for you before we let you go. Is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or just a shout out to?
Shout out to Rook. He's our manager. He's very good at getting us scrims. He got us access to our esports room today, so I didn't have to play from dorm Wi-Fi. Overall,
Nice.
just best manager in A.
Perfect. Well, Bog, thank you so much. I believe y'all are done for today because you've got a bye in the upcoming round, but we will guaranteed see you tomorrow, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for hosting.
Of course, thank you. And with that, folks, we are going to be throwing it to another break. Coming up next, we have Oregon versus Hawaii. That'll be in about, give or take, 14 minutes, depending on whether or not the players and whatnot can be ready in lobby by then. Either way, use this time, maybe get a snack, get some water, do what you got to do. We'll come right back here for some more CECC Overwatch in just a bit. We'll see you soon. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers? And first of all, get pranked. We're starting a little bit earlier than expected. And second of all, we have got our final Overwatch series of the day for you right here, right now. We've got Oregon versus Hawaii. And Nerdy, this is actually the first time we've seen Hawaii today.
Yes, and I'm excited to see what they pull out. They did actually get a 3-0 sweep themselves earlier, just as our friends Oregon State did as well. So both these teams looking to move into our final stages tomorrow with a leg up. We'll have to see what ends up happening. We do have that standard early TP happening from Lum, possibly going back over to the Tracer to do that Tracer Wrecking Ball dive onto the Hawaii team. We also have a Sombra pick coming out, a Ooga Booga style comp. Yes, Akame is going to go to the Reaper, so that is straight up Ooga Booga, aka dive. Let's see what happens with the Sombra Reaper dive. If Say can get some good hacks off, we might see Hawaii do an easy full hold.
And Hawaii, a team that I've actually had the opportunity to see quite a few times in an organization outside of CECC, so I'm very familiar with this team. I know Say's Sombra in particular can be very strong. It's all about that feast or famine, right? That's what Sombra's all about at the end of the day. And if Say can get in and make the magic happen, it's going to be great. But with Nemesis already losing that mech, that's going to spell disaster for Hawaii here. You're not that guy who's the first one to fall. Say into the backline finds the Zen, and that may be the go button that Hawaii needs to succeed. Say sunned out, but somehow makes it out with their life. Isaac going in deep with a 3-man slam and right off the map, not a grapple in sight. That is Hawaii's time to shine.
Nemesis did get their mech back. They were not punished in pilot form, and they're already re-engaging on this high ground. Say is about halfway to that EMP, got pretty low, manages to make it out and get their health pool re-established. Math Dealer now, though, looking very, very low on health. Lum as well grabs that health pack. Interested to see how this EMP plays out. Math Dealer is coming close on their ult. Probably EMP Coalescence coming up here, unless Akame gets some major damage done here.
Akame trying to find that damage. On the bright side, you got the high noon out from the Cassidy, so that could be a big opportunity moving forward. You're not that guy. Taking out Ty once again. Isaac falls, Math Dealer gone, the Demon Mech gone, and just like that, Hawaii's lead is definitely on the ropes. Nemesis going to lose their life to that Sigma. No aim, no brain, going in quickly. They're trying to get the Reaper out of here, but oh, Pad gonna be missing quite a few crucial shots. Sombra out, Moira's Coalescence comes to a close, and with about 50% on the board, I think Oregon's finally gonna flip it back.
Does look like we're gonna get a last touch from Math Dealer, trying to just push it past that 50% mark. Follow up, they will get us to the 57, and just the staggers on. Will we see a 60? We will. So we are in basically what still it's 40 seconds, but that can be one fight territory considering each fight takes roughly 45 seconds to fully happen for these teams. So if that site gets locked down, we can see Hawaii do a full hold here and sustain. Lum's gonna drop a pulse, pick up no one, but that EMP in conjunction with that DPS ult of Reaper can be deadly.
Yeah, that could be a huge one, but the 3-man EMP comes out a little earlier, and Akame goes to the TP in, getting a little bit greedy. Lum takes full advantage of that opportunity. The D-Mech comes through onto Nemesis. Winston down, and it looks like Oregon going to be holding this lead just a little bit longer. Isaac takes out that Diva, and yeah, all of a sudden, they've got to tuck tail and get back to spawn.
Both these comps play dramatically different from one another because of the way that these teams are choosing to set up. We've got Oregon choosing to take and lock down Cage and relying on touches to sustain point and just and letting it not flip in favor of the Hawaii. However, we do have Kame already go down. That honestly, we didn't see it on screen, but I think that was a lack of checking corners and taking time that we've seen other teams fall guilty to in the past year going against Oregon, because Lum will just station up somewhere.
Lum, yeah, definitely trying to station up right now. Has another pulse bomb, so, I mean, we're looking at one pulse bomb per fight right now from Lum, but it's a gravitic flux from No Aim that really is going to open things up. The highest of noons making an appearance, and Ty on the wrong side of that. The Zenyatta on the Cassidy, gone, and Map Dealer has decided it is time for Hawaii to find themselves on top once again. The minefield going to be a real problem, but not a big enough problem for Winston Overwatch. The boop from Isaac into the mine can spell disaster, but Isaac, the last one left alive. Gonna go down. It is up to Lum to try and save the day. Recall already used. Gonna be forced right back and off the point. This looks like it could definitely flip back in favor of Hawaii, and it will. They cannot lose even a fraction of a fight here in Nerdy if they want to win this.
Retake took way too much time. They do have 3 ults in their pocket, whereas the side of Oregon does not have any just yet. Ginger's getting close to that rally. But Nepetus dropping the bomb.
Wow.
What a fight. You're not that guy. And then Pet will go down to Akame.
Somebody's going to survive the bomb, but you're not that guy. You know what I mean? He's going to be the one to die pretty aggressively, and that stinks. I feel like that Zenyatta has really been eliminated early by Hawaii, and that's such a positive win condition. There's already such a small amount of healing on the side of Oregon that if you remove one of the healers, well, by golly, your job just got even easier. Lum hacked and removed before the fight can even begin with only 2 seconds left. Oregon has to go for a panic push. They have to commit a full-blown rally in an attempt to get out of the point as the overtime timer begins to tick down. They've got to get in there. The EMP comes through. It's only going to be able to find 2, but that is 2. That will be enough. We've got the Death Blossom off point. I'm not even sure it's necessary as Ginger goes down. Nobody left to contest in Hawaii. Nope, not quite yet. Hasn't done it yet. Lum has to recall, forced right back off a point, and will probably die pretty soon here. Lum goes down. That brings stage 1 to a close, and Hawaii walks away just barely victorious. Now they've got to do that one more time, Nerdy.
I'm very happy that our last game of the day is what we've been asking for, like all morning and all this early afternoon. Was we want to see a 99-99 hold on King of the Hill. On the control point, because that shows us how equally matched these teams are, and this is a great game to finish out on. I just hope we continue to see this trend. I know it's exhausting for the players. I know they've been up since 10 in the morning, and I understand any parents watching it's like, oh my goodness, 10 a.m. that's not that bad. To esports players, that is ridiculous because our prime time queuing hours are in the middle of the night. Please understand, we just have a reversed flip schedule, so 10 a.m. is rough.
Yeah, 10 a.m. is usually when most of us are just hitting that 6-hour threshold of sleep. So it's pretty insane to have these players up so early. Now Ilios, well, I'm definitely looking at Isaac in particular on the Wrecking Ball. Loves to try to go for those environmentals, and even finding one in an early fight can obviously make a real impact for your team. However, it's Hawaii with an insane over-aggression going in deep, already aimed on Ginger, not far behind. And there's not even a fight here, Nerdy. It's already over.
Trying to lock down Cage when you do not have the speed to do it. Ty on that Lucio just allows so much space to be taken advantage of from Hawaii, and with that, that's an easy point lockdown. You're not that guy. Zen is not the pick here. Zen break into a Lucio Ooga Booga dive comp is not sustainable on this point.
Not sustainable in the slightest. It's going to be really difficult to make that happen. Zen and Brig just great diveable targets, right? Especially if both tanks commit. Brig can shield bash one of them, but that does not handle the other. The mech now from Nepetus is going to be lost. River God goes down. Akame not far behind. All of a sudden, blink and you miss it. It's going to be Hawaii on the back burner here on this latter end of the fight. Some great damage coming in from Say, really just farming up that EMP. They know they're in condition, and they are going to keep looking for it. The hack there would have been so dirty, but Say chose not to go for it, instead wanted to farm that EMP, and has this. I think Hawaii is thinking, you know, even if we lose this fight right now, oh, we win the next one easy with EMP.
They can EMP bomb, they can, EMP Primal Rage, EMP Coalescence, EMP
How is Say still in? Oh,
okay, that might be it. That might be it. Little too cheeky, Say.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. They could have had a whole nother EMP, honestly, at that point.
For real?
Holy cow. Alright, so if we look at ults here, though, a little bit behind is Hawaii on them. However, if they play this slow, they can easily retake this with an EMP and a combo or something else. I just don't suggest they do Primal.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think Primal gets anything out of EMP. I think Death Blossom would. I think Bomb would. I mean, hell, I think Coalescence would. There's definitely some options here for Hawaii, but they're going to have to choose what they want quickly because Ginger has already popped that rally, Death Blossom only going to be able to find one, but hey, on the bright side, you've baited out Transcendence. Okay, never mind. Here's every ultimate under the sun, Dirty. We've got a beat. We've got a Trank. We've got an EMP and a Primal and a Diva Bomb. We've got everything you could ask for. Oh my goodness, just a complete massacre. That bomb could actually be huge, but instead goes a little bit too high. No aim, gives their life for the attempt, and Hawaii, after a full-blown ult-apocalypse, finds themselves back on top. Oh.
I don't think, I mean, they've got River God and Nepotus with their ultimates already ready to go. So I was about to say, I don't know if popping everything you had in your pocket's a good idea, but it's roughly equal. They're going to be going into the 2 ultimates from Pad and as well as Isaac. The pulse bomb can be eaten by Nepotism. I have faith in that. So pretty gosh darn equal. I feel like that was calculated.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some calculation there. Like you said, they have 2 ultimates already in the back pocket, one of them coming out early, and my favorite visual bug in the game, where Moira just does not have a coalescence. I think it's so funny, because she gets kills with just her hand out, and it always makes me laugh. Isaac hanging out in a spot that I actually didn't know you could stay in. I thought it was a forced slide, but Isaac must have found that sweet spot now. Trying to sneak onto the point. I don't think he's being as sneaky as he thinks he is. This little ham into the minefield. Going to cover a majority of the point, but I don't think enough. And you also just went into a 6v1. Your team has not returned to the fight yet. Isaac has to go back in. Oh, and the eat! Loop's Pulse Bomb gone. He loves Pulse Bomb down, and now Love not far behind. Math Dealer down. The Winston has been taken offline just shy of that Primal Rage, and now we're seeing the opposite issue happen from the side of Oregon. They've popped every ultimate they have here, Nerdy.
If that works out, they did manage to burn the Echo. That's a scary copy to deal with, the self-destruct. You can get 2 and 3 self-destructs out from an Echo copy Diva, and the point will flip, but at 99%, again, 1 fight territory, but it's either way. If Hawaii is not smart here and staggers too much, they won't retake in time, and we're going to go to a map 3 and see Ruins. Won't break my heart, but it might break someone else's heart on one of these teams.
I would be pretty excited. That'd be our first stage 3 of the day. Everything's just been a dominant 3-0 one way or the other, and these teams already proven, you know, they've definitely got some gusto against one another. However, you're not that guy. Bringing out Transcendence definitely too early, and Hawaii just, they read it like a children's book. It was, oh, there's nothing to keep the team alive. Let's take them down. Let's send them back to that spawn room at least to buy us some more time on the clock. And Hawaii, they're going to flip it right back in their favor. I think now the point has been flipped. That all but guarantees them the victory here on Ilios. Very close, a 10% difference from last time. It was 100 to 90 by the end. This time I think we're looking at 100 to 80. And Dirty, I love this because it's not becoming an elongated series. We're not going all the way to stage 3, but we're still getting nail biters all the way down the line. And now as Isaac brings that final ultimate to a stand here, it's the final opportunity for this team to try and succeed. EMP out. Finds both tanks. They don't even need the bomb. The tanks are already dead. The bomb's just going to be insult to injury towards the spawn, and I highly suspect that's where it's going to be sent, but it is not even needed as Hawaii comes through with a win here on Ilios.
I'll be honest, that retake I did not think was going to work out entirely in their favor because River God went down almost immediately, but they still did it anyway.
Yeah, Math Dealer with the play of the game here. It's probably that Primal Rage back on Lighthouse. Yeah, where he gets, I think, a triple in total. A great performance. We actually got to spectate it the first time around. It was a huge opportunity for Hawaii to keep momentum in their favor. Now, they lose the point one more time after that, but I think Math Dealer in particular is the second time as well, the same person to take that back. 13 jump pack kills? Oh my goodness!
And Akame coming at 65% kill participation. That's
Wow.
absolutely incredible. And then Ty, 41% kill participation on the Lucio. That's also friggin' amazing. Nicely done.
It's kind of crazy that I'm not sure if you at home got to see all the cards, but, you know, for Nerdy and I, we got a chance to look at the player cards. All 4 of them were for Hawaii. That game was crazy close. So it's really surprising that nobody from the side of Oregon got a card.
Perhaps the next one we'll see an even 50-50 split, 2 per side. This next map is going to be picked by Oregon, so hopefully it plays more into their favor. And I do believe it's going to be Dorado. However,
That's my guess as well. Yeah,
it might change. We'll have to see.
Well, I'm thinking Dorado feels like a given because it's important to note that while both these teams got 3-0'd by San Diego, Oregon almost beat San Diego on Dorado. That would have been the only stain on San Diego's perfect run so far this weekend. And Oregon came, I mean, danger close, right? I mean, there's a huge possibility. But actually, as we're saying, it looks like they're actually going to change to Route 66. We'll get confirmation on that in just a minute. But either way, I'm shocked it's not Dorado because they almost beat stinking San Diego on Dorado. They should be able to wipe the floor with Hawaii.
I honestly feel like sticking with Dorado would have been better.
Agreed.
However, Dorado is a strong double bubble comp, and I feel like Hawaii might actually be able to pull off double bubble. Route 66 though, Ooga Booga works on Route 66, which is what Hawaii has been running thus far. So it works actually on both maps, so it's a little bit rough to choose either one. Honestly, and I'm gonna sound like a broken record, should have gone with Rialto, but that might not play into Oregon's play style. So at the end of the day, it is up to them. I really hope that Dorito is the map that they, are comfy on. Sorry, Route 66 is the map that they're comfy on, and I really, really want to see us go into another map after this. So let this be it. Let Route 66 be your eighth in the hole.
I'm just so. If I've learned one thing about collegiate players today, it's that they are very uncertain about a lot of things. I say that like I'm not a college student myself, but
We both are.
It's just so funny. They were like, Dorado. Wait, no, Route 66. What? Hold on. No, okay, go with Route 66. Here we are. We've ended up on Route 66, and this is going to be interesting. We saw a really strong showing from Oregon on Route 66 earlier today when they were against, I believe, Sac State. We ended up on Route 66, so our first series of the day. And Lum has made some choices.
Lum, I'm calling you out right now. You know Say is a powerhouse on the Sombra. They are picking it out right now. Again, this is an opportunity where you could just, if you're on attack on a escort, go Sombra. To anyone that's listening, go Sombra, scout them out real fast. Don't be on the wrong comp when you initially go out. You're wasting 45 seconds, if not more, just bleeding all over the place with a bad comp. But this is that Wrecking Ball, Brigida, and Zenyatta with the Tracer. Typically, again, you do have a Diva, but Nepotus can play the Sigma just as well on this one, especially because it provides a shield. Lum, I wish you good luck.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, I would have liked to see Say on the Sombra. I think that really could have gone a long way just to get information about what you're up against. But instead, they're going to go for the Echo, who is one of the fastest damage dealers in the game, I believe, with her Explosive Mind's laser combo. She can take down just about anybody if she's fast enough. Lum already finding a lot of pressure on them. Actually, you're not that guy who is the first to fall. No resurrection in sight. And Oregon losing his Zenyatta. They've lost the healing. They've lost the Discord Orb. And they're going to need a lot of those things. Isaac also falling. Look at a 6v4 here, Nerdy, as Nepotus is just leading the charge here for Hawaii, constantly keeping this cart moving. That Sigma is not long for this Mortal Coil. And no aim, no brain will fall as well. Pad gone just like that. I mean, everyone's gone down except for the Bastion, who you think would be the first to fall.
Lum, what are you doing? Where are you? Are you in a sneaky spot? I need to see. I can't see the outline. Oh, yeah. You ran away. Okay, I'll give it to you. You didn't get staggered. You made it out. Set your team up. Get a good angle, but be aware that Bastion is probably not the pick here. You probably could have just died and gone Tracer.
Yeah, you probably could have just died and gone Tracer. There's a very real chance about that. Lum, though, still sticking on the Bastion, trying to go for a setup here on the second point. It took Hawaii 90 seconds, or not even, excuse me, it took them 60 seconds to get that card for the first point. If they keep that up, they'll have nearly 8 minutes, maybe, going into the next point. That would probably be closer to 6.5 due to 90-second add-on. But right now, we're already seeing a little bit more consistency from Oregon as they're trying to stall this out a lot earlier than last time.
If they have 6 minutes on the clock and it's Route 66 when they hit point 3, I might actually faint or have an aneurysm. I don't know, because that's absolutely incredible. Oregon is getting touches in, but Isaac, their toucher's going to go down, and Lum has already used recall. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in.
A fascinating trade here, but that minefield really going to seal the deal. I think had somebody been able to trade out the elimination onto Lum, that fight could have been flipped very easily in Oregon's favor. But Hawaii, on a map pick that wasn't even their own, they're absolutely dominating on right now. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock here, and they've got 3 and nearly 4 ultimates moving into this next fight. I mean, on the other side, Oregon's going to be lucky to have 3.
So...
Oh
boy. Oh, not your guy. You're not that guy. It's not your day right now.
It really is.
The thing that I'm noticing right now is that they're running similar comps, but the way it's being executed is really what is being the deciding factor.
So River God, even dying there isn't going to be a huge loss because you just distracted that Wrecking Ball for way longer than anybody should have, and now you've got a good spawn as well. So I liked Isaac's kind of mindset there, but Isaac was also the only person left alive. They needed to be playing a cart contest and a cart stall, because stalling right there is something that a lot of teams can do pretty stinking easily if they have the right communication. And with 5 minutes left here, Nerdy, Hawaii, as of right now, seems like they are not slowing down anytime soon.
They seem to be pretty gosh darn comfortable, and really, right now, I feel like Oregon needs to swap. The issue I'm seeing is Izok and Lum aren't working together, and that is what gets you these picks. We saw, there it is. That was the first instance really that we've seen them combine on a pick, and they took out this Zed. Yeah, it's not entirely worth it, but they need to keep doing that and do that consistently. But now is not the time to try and fix that. It's time to swap and go for a more sustained heavy comp.
I want to see Say swap onto the Ashe, simply because I don't think I've ever seen a Shadow Bob. I don't think I've ever seen like an Echo Duke Bob. I think that would be interesting, but realistically probably going to be swapping out of the Sigmas. Prophetic Flux is just an insanely strong ultimate, one that I mean, that's part of the reason Sigma's so viable is his ult. And 100% of the time eliminates 50% of the HP, so it's definitely one that a team wants to keep in line. Second fight in a row, probably even third or fourth, that you're not that guy, is the first to go down. Pad not far behind, and as that Pulse Bomb comes out and finds a kill, that all but seals the deal here. Hawaii, they use a Pulse Bomb. They're going to have 4, almost 5 ults to win this last fight here. I mean, right now, Oregon has 1.
I want to see Say copy Brigida.
Oh, that would go crazy.
That is one of the most disgusting copies on a hard stall point that's capable. Never mind, they're going to go ball, but Brig could have stalled this out so hard.
Yeah, I think the swap on a ball is actually quite interesting. It looks like it's going to work out pretty well. Going to be able to maybe farm a little bit of that minefield. Yeah, now already halfway to another one. Classic Echo there. Finds a double kill with it to the swap. Very clearly worth it. 20-player kill streak for Math Dealer. Nerdy, I'm not sure anybody on the side of Hawaii died except for River God that one time.
I think you're right.
That's crazy. This isn't even their map pick.
Oregon needs to change something up, and I think they need to go, honestly, with a heavy bunker comp, because the coordination that is required for that Tracer Wrecking Ball dive, they had it at moments, but it was not consistent, and because of the lack of ability to reestablish a, point of reference for a team to fully regroup, it seemed like they were not regrouping. I understand that there are a lot of fast heroes, but that does not mean that you don't regroup. Soft resetting is an extremely powerful tool with a fast-moving composition like that, and I barely saw soft resets. It's time to swap things up. We do have You're Not That Guy hearing us out. They're going to the Moira. A little bit more survivability. Just got to make sure you time those fades properly, because if you use it and it was kind of useless, I promise you Akame, Stay, and Math Dealer are going to be hot on your tail.
You took the words right out of my mouth there. I was just thinking that through in my head. I was like, the fades can definitely be impactful, but if you fade just right out in the open, there are 3 people just as fast as that fade. So it's going to be really difficult to utilize. I think You're Not That Guy is being forced into a tough spot right now. Clearly they wanted to stay on the Zenyatta, but clearly, I mean, their number had been had by Hawaii quite a few times, and I think they'll readjust. Ginger now swapping out of the Zen. They're giving up a Brig entirely. Well,
we won't talk about that. We're gonna act like we didn't see it. Right now, we still have Hanzo coming out of the spawn door. It happens. We've got Nepotus here on the high ground, just poking around for some damage. We'll see which Sigma proves to be superior.
Sigma is going to be a little bit better at the action here. Oh, all of a sudden, blinking, you miss it. Math Dealer now in a tough spot. Okay, gonna be able to get out. As I say, got the trade on Isaac, but I thought it was gonna be a complete trade. Oh! Pat is having the worst time right now! Oh my goodness, all of a sudden, You're Not That Guy isn't the one being killed in the wackiest ways we've ever seen. Instead, it is Pad, who's arguably more impactful to take out because there is absolutely no damage on the side of Oregon every time that Hanzo goes down. That Tracer's got some real big shoes to fill.
That was just like a drive-by from Say there when they took out that Hanzo. I didn't even expect it really to come through, but it did.
Some huge action now. Say and Akame down to the DPS line for Hawaii is going to be falling. Now, it's important to note as well that this is taking longer than Hawaii. Hawaii nailed that first point cap exactly on the 60-second marker, and we're not quite seeing that same thing from Oregon. They're definitely slowing down a little bit, being stalled out a little bit more consistently, and it looks like Hawaii might be giving up the point. Fascinating. I wouldn't expect them to do that. They may be going, no, okay, here we go. They're going in for a recontest of the full 6. That makes a lot more sense. They go deep into the backline. Ginger already down. It looks like it's going to be a trade here. As Math Dealer 5% away, but that 5% will not be happening here in this fight. Akame on the cart stalling every single possible second, because at the end of the day, every second counts. Amethyst tanks a pulse bomb and cannot tank it far enough. Lum, 1 HP and a dream, and that dream may turn into a nightmare as his teammates fall around him. Lum down, no aim down, Pad down, and Ginger emoting in spawn because all you can do is wait for your team to get back.
What Hawaii just did there is exactly what I was talking about. You thought they were giving up the point, they were just soft resetting, and it was so impactful to wait for the full 6 there as opposed to just trying to get touches on, and it worked out. They stopped the point millimeters before it hit that first checkpoint.
100 seconds left on the clock, and Pad already taken down, just now reaching those dragons nearly 3 minutes into the matchup, simply because every time Pad showed their face, they were immediately removed from the mortal plane, and that was really hurting the team coordination for Oregon. We've got You're Not That Guy going for a bit of spammage, just sending in that Moira Orb, and now popping the Coalescence in an attempt to get rid of Math Dealer, but Isaac's already gone. No aim down. Coalescence interrupted by Say, who is swapped out of the Sigma Verdict Flux. Only 20, make it 0% away, and now it is going all the way into spawn. Poor Pad just cannot catch a break. He goes up, he is brought right back down, and the stun lock onto this Wrecking Ball is incredible. Isaac barely making it back into spawn. Say just having a field day right now.
I'll be completely honest, when we saw this Coalescence get popped over here by Billboard, I thought Math Dealer was going to knock everybody off. Going coastline when there's a Wrecking Ball is such a risky move. Please do not give me heart palpitations like that again.
Pad shooting the Sonic Arrow right into the wall, went to flicker on the corner, and unfortunately just did not make the flick. Has the Dragons has been sitting on him for nearly a minute at this point. I would love to see them come out just to make space for the team, give your team an opportunity to move in without having to absorb all this peppering damage. You know there's quite a few over there. I really think it would be a good call to just hop it through gas station and call it a day, but right now they're definitely trying to use it for a little bit more of a coordinated approach, maybe waiting out for that Gravitic Flux in an attempt to... Okay, no, we're going up through the ceiling. Definitely a fascinating choice, one that I don't think worked well enough as Matthew's Minefield comes out. There's the Gravitic Flux. That's 2 down now on the side of Hawaii. This is going to become a much more difficult situation as Math Dealer also taken out by No Aim. And in the final moments of the Overwatch factor really starting to kick in as this team is finally going to cap this first point. Oregon looking to put it down 0.73 meters, but No Aim finds a kill. No, You're Not That Guy finds another, and just like that, Oregon is back in this. 2.5 minutes on the clock.
I really thought that Pad was going to wait for the Flux, just like you said, but Dragoning when they did, it opened up space and split the team just enough to allow their team to push in and get absolute value and lock down that point. Nicely done, but they're definitely going to be hurting on the time bank front as we go into this next point, and if they can cap all 3.
Oh man, Akame almost gives their life for that pulse bomb, which still doesn't find much value. Recall already having been committed. You have to blink out of that. Lum doing a good job zoning, and Ginger popping Transcendence for
themselves?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, possibly for survivability on the cart, just trying to make sure Math Dealer doesn't find that kill. Math Dealer actually getting killed is a huge elimination there. What a shot from Pad, finally actually getting to play Hanzo, but not for long. Take it offline once again. You're Not That Guy falls as well. I think we're looking at a 2-2 trade for the time being, and now the 2-3 trade as Akame finds Ginger, traded out once again. So we are looking at a full-blown 3v3 across the board. Isaac has the minefield, but very smart not to use it quite yet.
Lum is looking low. You're Not That Guy finally back. That was a soft reset coming out from Oregon, so nicely done. They maintained their space and didn't get too aggressive. They've got ults in their pockets. Let's see what they do now.
A lot of damage orb usage I've noticed from You're Not That Guy. Just about every time we're spectating them, we just see those damage orbs going out. And looks like it's not going to be working too well. It's not doing the damage it needs to as the enemy team rolls right into your own, eliminates both the supports already. Even if River God does go down there, Isaac was still losing their life at the end of it all. 50 seconds left on the clock and a lot of ultimates at the ready. I think Oregon's just going to enter this next fight and press Q.
That can be a little bit of a risky plan as this payload's kind of in the awkward, this could be 1 or 2 fight territory to push this.
Oh.
We'll have to see. Lum did pick up Ty, though.
They can get on the cart before really winning the fight. That'll be exactly what they need in terms of momentum moving forward. They know exactly where the Tracer's at. They're not able to line up the shot yet. And oh no, poor River God. Oh, both Zenyatta's bullied by the opposing ball. Absolutely hate to see it, but it's still going to be a clean 5v5 across the board. Hanzo down. I think the Tracer, Akame, yep, not going to be far behind. Say has enough to say about this current circumstance. The cart finally moving. No ultimates at the ready except for 1 Gravitic Flux. I'll make it 2. 1 Flux on both sides. This could be a big one. Nepotus, if you wait long enough, you can create a, what am I trying to think of? Like a Forest C9.
I think Ginger might be our saving grace here, as will Lum if they time their touches appropriately. Lum needs to stay away from the graphitic flux here to be the saving grace to prevent the Sigma 9. Never mind, they're gonna get deleted.
Here we go, one by one, Hawaii beginning to fall in Oregon with a bit of a sloppy turnaround there, but a turnaround nonetheless. They've got a severe old lead over Hawaii right now, and Hawaii really starting to, I'd say, panic a little bit, but no matter what Oregon caps with, it won't even be close to a 3:20 on the clock. Lum now down to 80 HP in a dream, but finding the elimination on to Say, who's on our first Cassidy of Route 66. We haven't seen him in quite a while.
I think Save finally had enough of Lum, and also noticing that Pad had decided they had had enough of Say on the Echo, went over to the Soldier. So it's a smart swap. However, River God's going to take out You're Not That Guy. So down that Moira could make things a little difficult. So Ginger's being forced to use their trans.
Lum has got, I mean, Napatis's number every time we've seen a Pulse Bomb kill on Route 66. I believe it's been Lum onto Napatis, just consistently taking that Sigma down. It's a great play, honestly, but now 40 seconds left. Oregon, you know, Hawaii's just got to zone out the fight a little bit, and then they could definitely play the slow game. Transcendence comes out a little late, but definitely works. It helps get rid of the minefield and helps eliminate a bit of zoning. Say having a tough time hitting those shots. Pad, however, the opposite of the problem, hitting every shot, taking 2 down already, 2 about to turn into 3, and I think Hawaii's just got to press Q in an attempt to stall a little longer. That minefield can go the distance if Matthew chooses to use it, but instead giving up on the cart, trying to find cheeky elims off to the side. There it is.
We've got 8 seconds left. There's the Soldier attack visor. Will it pick anybody up? It does. Lum finds one. Is it going to be enough? We'll have to see.
It's got to be it. As 2 more go down. Say out of the Doomfist, really trying to get back into the swing of things quickly. It's going to be in an overtime stall, but that doesn't matter because they'll get a guaranteed minute due to the fact of the escort map that we are on. If both teams complete, the team in overtime will get at least a minute to try again. 3 minutes on the clock, though, is going to go just absolutely insane for Hawaii. A lot of stall potential, but no ultimates. Usually if you're stalling, you're thinking, oh, stall, I can blank, you know, I can use my minefield, or I can meteor strike. But with no ultimates under the sun, winning this fight is incredibly unrealistic.
No aim, no brain. Gets a great lift. 4 go down, and 1 minute to make a miracle happen for Oregon State. For Oregon.
A miracle certainly needs to happen here, Nerdy. And like you said earlier, I'll say it again, I'm glad that we're finally getting a series that is really neck and neck. I mean, it's just incredibly back and forth, but at the same time, it's not taking us into omega extra rounds. We're still having a great time here on map 2, and with only 60 seconds, I mean, what do you think we're going to be seeing from the side of Oregon?
I genuinely hope we see that Reinhardt, Diva or Sigma, May, Reaper or Cassidy, and then the Lucio Baptiste close hold inside of Train. But it looks like they're going with their standard comp, which is more of that spammy style comp. Not going to get the close hold, which means there's... Well, oh, my apologies. They're on attack first. That's what I'm hoping they're doing on defense. However, I can see that Hawaii is going with exactly what I just said. They are holding in Train. Have fun.
No doubt. Hawaii's going to try to hold you in that door as quickly as possible. And this is just the Havana principle all over again, right? Even if they lose that first fight, they've bought themselves a second fight. And at the end of the day, that's really the win condition, is to buy yourself that second fight. I'm curious because they're definitely going to hold Train here. But if Pad just TPs them out, then all of a sudden the sides have been swapped.
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind that this happened to Oregon earlier today, and the teleporter didn't work out, and it looks like it's not working out now. Honestly, going something that has more mobility on its own without relying on a stationary teleporter would be better here. Picking up, like, the pharmacy or the Angry Birds could be a better idea, or honestly, Lum, going the Bathy here, or letting... Yeah, going Bassi while Pad is on the Echo might work better, but you need to be thoroughly coordinated.
Right.
And right now, that's not there.
The biggest flaw of Bastion, of course, is when he's in his highest damage dealing form, he is immobile and can't go anywhere, and I think that would be really difficult with, you know, Akame on the Mei. You're very easy freeze target, you're very easy pin target if the Ryan's close enough. And Matrix already coming online, and we're down into the extra seconds here. Lum picks up both supports with a single pulse bomb. That has to be the green flag, the go light for the side of Oregon. It takes them all 60 seconds that they have, and they're finally going to get these wheels moving.
Okay, hopefully they do not leave everyone on payload. After you have 3 people on, it doesn't move any faster. Move up, claim space, take the high ground right now, lest you are giving up optimal positioning to the enemy team. And that is exactly what's happening. Leaving Isaac to do all of the work, Isaac is going to get deleted.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. Gonna get absolutely deleted here. Gonna be moving in, probably finding a pretty big pile driver if Hawaii isn't paying attention, but goes up and over instead of through. Hits, I think, all 6 of them, farming that ultimate quite a bit. I suspect the minefields make an appearance right about now. There it is, covering the entirety of the traditional battlefield here on the road. Oh!
The C9.
Oh,
The C9.
oh no. Okay,
It happens.
so 2 of them got booped by the Lucio. That
There were
leaves,
4.
you know, 4 people unaccounted for.
Initiating match.
Where were you at the time of the boop incident?
Where were you at 0 seconds on the clock? Where were you?
I was in
Oh.
electrical.
Oh my goodness, that is just
That is
unfortunate.
tragic.
It is tragic. I can't think of a better word. It is tragic, truly. And now a win condition that could have been much, much harder to accomplish on the side of Hawaii has suddenly become very,
Ready.
very easy with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
Oregon, if you rewatch this later, I intend for you to take what I'm about to say very personally. I am disappointed in the comp that you are pulling out right now and not trying to return the favor as to what was just done to you back towards them. They have quadruple the time that you had in your time bank, and you are not doing a comp that allows you to close hold. You need to be bleeding out as much as that clock as possible, and just relying on Ball and Tracer to do that alone is not enough.
Says Bastion is surprising. Taking a page
No, they're
oh,
baiting.
Man, I wish they weren't, because nobody I think would be expecting that, but it's not going to be happening here. This is so hard to lose, honestly, if you are on the side of Hawaii with how they've been playing so far. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. They're already getting up and around the first corner. They'll need only a few more meters to really seal the deal. And with a save back on the Echo, poor Pad about to get bullied all over again.
There was no way, there was no pressure, no payload pressure whatsoever up until it hits gas station. That is so much free real estate and just opportunity to pepper damage down onto Oregon.
It's over. It's gotta be. That's a triple kill already in favor of Hawaii. We knew they were good coming into this, but they are even better than expected. Really beating the bar, dominating a team that went toe-to-toe with San Diego. You gotta wonder what Hawaii is gonna look like tomorrow and possibly later today as we enter our 3rd map in just a couple of minutes. Absolute showboat performance. I don't even know what play the game's gonna be. We had so many massive plays. Napatis with probably a gravitic flux. I mean, just amazing all the way around from Hawaii here. Honestly, just I'm very impressed with everything we've seen so far today. 24% hero damage from the side of No Aim, No Brain, 13,000 damage in total, and Tai healing 14,000 damage at the end of the day, essentially completely negating all of that Sigma damage. But you know, it's not like they actually healed exclusively that Sigma damage at the end of the day. I'm gonna guess Nerdy's having tech issues. I can't see you, so are you?
No, I'm here.
Okay,
Can you
there
hear
we
me?
go. I can now. I think I couldn't earlier, but I can now.
Okay, good. I'm gonna be real. I think what I just saw makes me very happy. That's also kind of why I apologize if anyone saw my resting grumpy face just now. I was looking at chat intensely right now because if what we are seeing here comes to fruition, I am excited, but
Yeah.
I'm also very scared. I will be completely honest. This could be a very scary situation for the school that is picking it. It could possibly be Volskaya Industries, and Oregon is going to be on attack first. Will we see them Volskaya Hawaii, or are they going to get full held? I really hope we see a double Volskaya and just have the painful experience of having to run Volskaya Industries more than once would be absolutely like the icing on the cake to close out our Overwatch portion of this broadcast, and just have these maps go as far as possible. I don't want it to go the full 90 minutes and have the map actually shut itself down and be like, nope, no more. This is pointless. Bye-bye, GG, go next. That can't happen. praying that doesn't happen here, but I really do hope Oregon has something up their sleeve for this one. No more standard, no more Bassy silly stuff, unless it's incredibly silly and the tomfoolery is just through the roof.
I'm sitting here. I'm sure the viewers are like, "What is he thinking about?" I'm sitting here thinking about what Oregon is going to bring to the table, because I know the Sim TP doesn't stretch far enough to set up on both high grounds. So you can't do a classic Hanamura strategy here on Volskaya. I guess I'm also assuming the Bastion's going to make an appearance here. It could very well be the Junkrat. It could be the Tracer. Lum talked about liking the Bastion earlier, but clearly it's not as easy to consistently run that as one may want.
You wanna know
I'm
what
very
thinking?
excited.
I'm thinking the Sim TP left side, and if the side of Hawaii is not ready for it, and they don't have someone positioned over there to go look at it, like, I anticipate them to know that it could possibly happen, and like have someone over there looking. But if there is a Sim Bastion TP over towards coastline and it's successful,
That would be great. That'd be so cool.
that would be absolutely
I haven't
mind-boggling.
seen one of those in years at this point,
Right?
I think. I mean, it has been ages since I've seen somebody try the good old-fashioned Sim TP off the left side. I'd be amazed to see either team pull that out right now.
But considering they do have to deal with it, like back in the day when that was kind of one of the standard Volskaya strats you would pull out, it was Farah and Lucio and maybe a Reinhardt who's deciding to go crazy and dive off the map who could take it out. And all of those things could be eaten by a diva. But Math Dealer on that Wrecking Ball is a different story. However, we actually have the side of Hawaii being nice and choosing to go with attack first. And analytically speaking, from the stats perspective, attacking first actually puts you at a disadvantage for winning in 2CP. So let's see if Oregon can use that to their advantage.
In 2CP, and to a certain extent, Escort or Hybrid as well, because it's all about setting your own win condition and setting your possibilities of success. When you play defense first, you really set the bar and you make it possible for you to meet your own goal. But when you attack first, you make it possible for the opponents to know just how far they have to go to succeed. This fight, already a bit of a confusing one. A lot of action, but nobody even really coming close to dying. We're 40 seconds in, so this fight probably going to take well over a minute in total. If Hawaii wins, that's not the end of the world. If Hawaii loses, they've burned 25% of their time taking a single fight. A lot of back and forth right now. It's a very dangerous opportunity. Math Dealer, though, critical condition finally going to that first blood. Love finds it. No aim, almost taken down with a great shield and a little bit of healing, able to keep them alive. Isaac's mech, who Isaac, for the first time all series, I think, is off the Wrecking Ball.
Very interesting that they're choosing to go with the diva. I mean, I understand Akame is kind of a force to be reckoned with, but I don't know. I kind of missed the Wrecking Ball. Going toe-to-toe with Matt Dealer might have just proven to be a little bit too difficult. Personally, though, I would have loved to have seen Isaac stick with the ball and instead had no aim, no brain, swap over to the Roadhog. You know, hog ball torture is quite enjoyable to witness when pulled off properly, but it's ultimately up to what these teams feel like is going to work out, and right now, what Oregon is doing is working for him.
Oregon's strategy is one that is interesting because they really didn't change much. They just made a couple of small changes. Isaac on the Diva, we're seeing Pad on the Echo instead of a Farah or something similar, and that can really go a long way, I think. And clearly it is, right? Ginger, though, going to be eliminated early on, forcing the Coalescence out because you're not that guy. Here's a Pulse Bomb, here's a Gravitic Flux, here's every ultimate that Oregon had in their back pocket, and all of a sudden, the Transcendence cancels that out almost in its entirety. Lum finding the elimination on to stay. Akame, the next to possibly go down a critical HP in a dream. Oh, but no aim is instead going to be taken down. Pad, 48 HP, has to swap onto the Diva in a desperate attempt to stay alive, and that really could be what's needed to flip the fight here. We're only 100 seconds left on the clock.
Unfortunately for them, they landed directly inside a Wrecking Ball landmine, so what could have been a multitude of Diva ultimates from that Echo is going to be turned to none instead. And we hear the self-destruct from Isaac get used solely to remech. When you have 90 seconds on the clock, do not use your bomb as a means to just get your mech back. Hail Marys are not worth it. You have the time to reset and reconvene with your team and actually utilize those bombs. Instead, now it's a GG go next for that one and prey on one of your other teammates' ultimates.
Yeah, 60 seconds left. You've lost Akame already. I think you've just got to get out. You've got to reset entirely. You've got to force yourself into the next fight with as many ultimates or abilities or whatever you need as possible. And Pad taking another elimination on to say we're down to double digits on the clock. This is looking more and more like a full hold against Hawaii. And then if Hawaii full holds, all that does is draw. So if Hawaii loses right here, I mean, we're almost guaranteed a map 4.
I mean, I want to see a map 4. That's exactly what I came here for. It's what we've been asking for all day, but we'll have to wait and see. We do have You're Not That Guy getting close to that coalescence, but Akame, Say both have ults. River God close to theirs as well, but Loom is the only one, and they're gonna go down. Now, No Aim, No Brain, and You're Not That Guy are the ones we have to rely on for this fight.
A great opportunity to get that minefield on the table, and just using it on the point can give you enough to get at least a tick, and that way you completely eliminate the possibility of a draw, at least until you've capped that first point. In the final second to the Overwatch factor really kicking in, and Hawaii, they're going to be able to cap this first point, but they'll only have, I think, 90 seconds on the clock to go. Maybe it's 2.5. Hold on, let's find out. Okay, oh, it's 3 minutes. Wow, I was thinking, I must have been thinking a payload with 2.5, but either way, 3 minutes on the clock. Hawaii, they're all of a sudden back in this. They need to get at least a tick to make sure that a draw is no longer possible.
All right, but you know, this is Sky Industries, and look at their ult economy. They have quite a few, however, as does Oregon. So this is going to be up to he who ults first and most advantageously wins the fight. We have the trance to open up things, knowing that it can't really block any of the ultimates coming out from the other team. And that pulse on You're Not That Guy deleted instantly.
That's Moira's biggest weakness, is in her ultimate. She is essentially completely immobile. She cannot fade. She moves a little bit slower than normal. And as Babatus falls off the map, I mean, we're still in a really good position on the side of Hawaii. They've got the numbers, but they've got a spawn disadvantage. Right now, the win condition is to find a single tick. And as Lum has returned to the fight, that is looking less and less likely. Lum dropping 3 in a row, looking to find that fourth, but it's going to be You're Not That Guy who puts Akami down. That had to be 29%, but they just did not kiss that 33.
It is always a heartbreaking thing to see. Now, however, they still close to another pole spawn. Nepotus thankfully still has that self-destruct, and there's not really an ultimate on the other side. Like, Ginger's trance can't save you from instant damage that's happened from the self-destruct, so good luck trying to survive if you're in a bad position or rotation for the defending side of Oregon here. We'll have to see how D.Va chooses to use this bomb. Is it as an opener or as a finisher? As we do see Akame go down to Lum and the Pulse take out Math Dealer.
Math Dealer goes down early, and Lum dies one time and then comes back with a complete and total vengeance on the mine, finding double elimination. 4 in the previous fight, and You're Not That Guy goes down. Isaac loses the Mecha with 70 seconds left. Hawaii has to decide. We're down in numbers. Do we stick to this fight and try our darndest to win it, or do we get out, regroup, and try again? It looks like they're going to go for that get-out strategy. No Aim goes down to the high noon, but Say is immediately traded out. If they can find Pad, that can be huge. And oh my goodness, Nerdy in the chaos. A tick has been found. That is insane and incredibly lucky. Math Dealer finding another one. They're looking to rack up a little bit more damage as that just sends out the bomb. But it's Math Dealer. One tank is just doing all the work right now. Finally goes down to Isaac. The bomb is going to get eaten. A huge opportunity. There's the pulse bomb goes down. There's one ultimate left, and it is not known for doing damage.
Got 30 seconds on the clock. Say is... that's so mean. I'm so sorry, Nepotus. And Nepotus, you unfortunately got super staggered. We have Say swapping over to the Doom. Doom into Echo, I say good luck. However, Doom into an Ana Moira, you can do some damage if their abilities have been used. So let's hope that No Aim, No Brain is communicating those. Unfortunately, Lum is going to delete that chance before it even happens.
Lum is going to be able to find a huge elimination onto Say early here with 5 seconds left, losing somebody that immediately out the gate. Akamai is going to be in a good opportunity to finding the support, who then takes out Math Dealer with that damage orb that they're throwing. Maybe just a few too many of, in my opinion, but if it's working well, then go for it, my friend. You took the minefield down. The rally is available. Can it keep the team alive? As a Bionade from Ginger cancels nearly 3 of that healing off the board. The bomb comes out, and the shield gone. Pad takes down 2 more, and that's got to be it, sealing the deal. A huge opportunity here. Pad is going to be the one to possibly win this fight in favor of Oregon, but Ty is not ready to give up yet. Akamai coming in hot with that pulse bomb at the ready. We are in overtime. Every elimination is officially permanent, as these players are really going to struggle to come back into the swing of things. Oh man, I mean, Nerdy, this could just be one that goes on for ages.
Could, and honestly, that I'm kind of hoping it does, because now we need to get that second tick here, and it's not going to happen. So there is the win condition set. If that second tick had been solidified and nothing more, we could have seen a draw. However, now it's either a win or a loss. That is how it's going to end up being.
The draw possibility has been completely removed. The only time you can draw in a 2CP is if nobody caps, or if everybody caps the exact same amount, but that has to be in thirds. You cannot cap you can't both cap 60.7. Somebody will win if they meet that 60.7 on their attack in the second round. I think everybody watching knows how this goes, so I think that makes sense. But I'm definitely impressed with Oregon because I feel like Route 66, they just got obliterated. I mean, they were getting absolutely steamrolled, and for them to come back and stall out Hawaii like that, not letting them get both points, is incredible.
Reverse sweep?
That's definitely a team comp, but they're still in spawn, so I'm going to give them a little bit more time to think that over. I wish Say would go back on the Echo. I'm not particularly fond of the Cassidy we've seen so far. It feels a little bit less warmed up, a little bit shakier. In the Echo, I've yet to see something really wrong with it.
Yeah, Echo, lots of people that I have spoken to within the realm of collegiate esports as far as coaches and strategic coaches go, say if you're going to go Echo, if you're going to go Genji, if you're going to go Pharah, if you like playing either of those heroes, why aren't you playing Echo instead?
Very true. I mean, she is just one of the strongest DPS in the game. A great example of Overwatch's power creep, actually, is how she comes out and she's so incredibly strong. They're sticking to the Genji, but they have an Ana now, which they didn't have the first time I commented on it. I was afraid it was going to be a nanoless blade, and I'm never particularly fond of those.
Yeah, but then the other thing I see here is this Zarya Hog. Typically, that's not something you want to have going on. But it's working.
It's definitely going to be working well. They find a Kamae very early on, and I believe that's a Kamae, not a Kamae. I think I was saying that wrong. And okay, Say definitely showing me up early here. A huge opportunity as Hadengo comes through and is going to get that elimination early on. Or is going to get eliminated, excuse me. Lum is going to find that his counter elimination up onto the high ground. The rotation has a great opportunity at success here. Amethyst is finding a double kill of their own, and a fight that started incredibly strong on the side of Oregon is not going to work nearly as well. As definitely projected, they found an Elim early, and I thought, oh, they've got this one in the bag, but unfortunately, it's just not going to fall in their favor.
The thing that right now is working out more heavily for Hawaii's side is the fact that they have the high ground control, and the slow movement for the side of Oregon is gonna make it hard for them to get up there and actually close that distance, because as they walk through this corridor on the right side coming from the attacker's spawn, all the defenders have to do is wrap around to the other high ground.
Yeah, wrapping onto that opposing high ground is definitely something that we want to see utilized better, and I think Bastion definitely works well there in terms of kind of dealing damage from a distance a lot faster than other characters in the game are able to. Isaac is going to be able to find a Kamae early, and Lum goes down once again. I think as soon as Lum falls, the rest of the team kind of has to fall in order, go for a full reset, or get ready to wrap it up. 2 minutes left on the clock now as we jump into this latter half of the second half. Things looking bleak, but a lot of ultimates at the ready, so I'm not ready to count them out quite yet.
Nemesis going for just the dive. Does protect their Zenyatta with their DM. However, that Zarya is full charge. They will lose their mech, but they take out the Roadhog in the process. And the Zarya on the Hail Mary remake.
The Hail Mary remake, the deflect from Pad onto Say is going to be huge. You take that Cassidy offline early. You've completely negated the ultimate as a whole, and that could definitely work well. Napatis now, though, oh my goodness, it's just a complete back and forth bloodbath. Lum going to be able to find Math Dealer. This is one of the brawliest kind of back and forth battles, whatever you choose to call it, but it's so unbelievably back and forth. We're seeing elimination v elimination time and time again. Math Dealer into You're Not That Guy, and it is just complete over aggression here. They've got the elimination out of the Moira. Only 60 seconds left, but you played right into the Zen, holding that ultimate, trying to take you off the board, and Pad just completely and totally obliterated. Akamai has a huge opportunity with the full comp. Oh, wow, but still not going to be able to find anything. Ginger down, Lum not far behind. Less than a minute on the clock, and at this point, they're going to have to pull just magic out of a hat. They're going to have to give us their best Hawaii impression to make that happen.
I'll be honest, I think the mistake that was made there by Oregon was the overextension to try and get the staggers out, as opposed to just setting up on high ground and positioning themselves on point to give their Bastion the best opportunity to do damage onto those people. Because their Bastion's a huge damage dealer, why not bait people into that Bastion player's LOS and fight on point, as opposed to trying to take them out in 1v1.
Oh, no aim. I'm not even going to ponder what happened there, but with only 15 seconds left on the clock, it is not going to be the positive turnaround that you want to see from a player in a situation like that one. you're not that guy now. Coming in with that Coalescence, trying to farm any damage, forcing River God out of the fight. Kai has to chase them down in an attempt to find the heal, and
Victory.
oh boy. That is definitely not how you want to see a series come to a close, Nerdy. That is going to be the second C9.
It does happen. It's difficult to have to admit that your team has done it, but it's something to work on. You gotta be communicating and cleaning up those comms and making sure you understand who is touching and when and for what reason. Is it to touch just to get a touch, or is it to touch to actually kill someone? And hopefully that is something that we will not have to deal with tomorrow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I that's really the only word for it, and that is going to be a definite downside, a definite loss there, and I mean that's definitely going to hurt the win streak of Oregon. I'm pulling up their notes right now, so Oregon, I think, are 2-2 on the day. Yeah, okay, so Oregon are 2-2 on the day. Definitely not the worst. The only team undefeated right now is San Diego. Hawaii is also 2-2 on the day, so I think seed placements are going to be really interesting tomorrow. But folks, that does bring our final Overwatch series to a close. We're going to throw it to a short break, try to get an interview, or we'll be right back with Rocket League in just a bit. Either way, stay tuned. We got a whole bunch more esports for you. We'll be back in just a bit. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Still Sepulent, still Nerdy with your last bite of Overwatch content here today. We are joined by Say. That was not supposed to rhyme, but I'm really glad it did. We are joined by Say, a player from Hawaii, is away with a rather dominant, a little shaky, but overall very impressive 3-0 victory. So, Say, my first question for you, a very simple one. How does that victory feel? I know today's been a little on and off for you guys.
It feels good. That was, I think, our 5th match of Overwatch today because we're balancing 2 tournaments right now, but felt good.
I'm sure win or lose, all that work pays off. You know, all that practice. There's no better way to improve than to play. And speaking of improvement, I definitely want to ask, reaching into tomorrow and keeping an eye on kind of how today went, is there anything really particular, anything major that you're looking to improve on as a team?
I think we're just trying to work on waking up at these early times because for Hoy, like the matches start around 7 a.m. for us, and we have to get up like around 40 minutes before to just like warm up and stuff. So just just getting past that early morning, fog of trying to work together as a team when we normally wake up at later hours.
Okay, so my question for you is definitely more heavily centered around what we saw in that last game. Typically, the team that does not pick map picks, the defense first, especially on a 2CP. Why did you guys go with attack?
Oh, I think we're just trying to speed run attack and then like go to defense because we have a time limit for how long this match can last because we have a different tournaments match after this. So I think that is the specific
Gotcha.
reason. Yeah.
All right. Well, that was my big question. So, Sep, I'll let you finish it off
All
from
right,
here.
perfect. Yeah, one more question for you, Say. Is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or just a shout out to while you're here with us?
I'd like to give a thank you to my team. They helped us, like we all worked together to go for the win. It wasn't one individual person. We all worked together as a well-oiled machine.
Definitely.
I'd like to thank our university because they're the ones that are supporting us. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fantastic. Well, Say, thank you so much for joining us. A huge congrats, and we'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we are going to be calling it a day here, at least for the Overwatch portion. We're going to have CECC West Rocket League coming at you, and I believe a little under 20 minutes. Stick around. I think y'all are really going to enjoy the casters. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We are here at the West Invitational. We're in region 5 out of 6 with the 6th region, Mid-Atlantic, starting actually tomorrow. This will be the first regional that we run Monday to Friday. So the 6 regional winners, once again, the prize here of this event is to qualify for our grand final event, which takes place at the Gateway Center Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, May 7th and 8th. Tickets are on sale right now at CECC.GG. Make sure to book your hotel information. Everything is on CECC.GG. So make sure to check that out as soon as possible. Like always, I'm your host on the day, Paulie Hype. I'll also be commentating Valorant with the lovely Catinator 3000, our first day commentating together. Over on Esports U2, we have Overwatch to start the West Invitational. It'll be Valorant here on the main channel. But Overwatch will be commentated by Nerdy Bird as well as Septilence. They have been doing such an amazing job from day one. So as we get ready, the first game here on the day for Esports U is going to be UCI. That's Irvine taking on Sac State in the first semifinal. The second semifinal we have is Hawaii versus SJSU. So 2 action-packed, best-of-3 semifinal action here to start off the day. And without further ado, we're going to jump on over to our casters. So if you're watching here on Esports U, it'll be Valorant with Paulie and Catinator. Esports U2 is going to be Overwatch with Septilence and Nerdy Bird. So without further ado, let's get right into the action on the day and jump on over to some games. All right, so let's head on over.
Good morning, or perhaps early afternoon, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers. I am Septilence, joined by the Nerdy Bird. And if you were here yesterday, I'm sure you know who we are at this point. But we are here today as well to bring you the Overwatch semifinals and losers finals. Losers finals and grand finals. We only got 3 teams left. Unfortunately, there's a forfeit, but we're going to focus on the teams we do have, not the ones we don't. We've got San Diego going up against Neumont to kick off the day. Nerdy, how do you feel?
Oh, great. I'm a little tired. I'm pretty sure these guys are a little bit tired as well, especially because I'm in it's the stupid time. I'm just gonna be blunt. I'm in mountain time, so I'm 1 hour ahead of everyone that is in this lobby. So I wouldn't be shocked if they are still waking up a tiny bit. I really hope that these guys took the opportunity overnight to at least take a look at the VODs from the broadcast yesterday, and we see a lot more Lucio play if we're gonna be stuck on the Reinhardt today.
Yeah, absolutely. And immediately out the gate here, I think even the viewers at home are still looking at us, but I've noticed that Damocles is not in for the side of San Diego, and that is really surprising because they were a powerhouse Lucio player as of yesterday, and to see them kind of not brought out, you have to wonder, is it just because we're on a control point? Can somebody else play control points a little bit better? But I know that Hinged is in, and Hinged is also a very good Lucio, so maybe we're just seeing, a little more comfortability down Lijiang Tower.
Yes, and we also have Princess. It looks like they're going to be rolling out actually on the Symmetra. We almost got borderline identical comps here. It's Step 4 on the side of Neumont. They're running with that Zarya as opposed to the Diva, and they're having Spicy Boy on the Ana. And if they're planning on taking first fight in server room, which is that white room on the left after you go up the staircase, this could be a little bit of a sticky situation for Neumont, as Zarya bubbles only last so long, whereas Diva eating damage is a little bit more valuable.
Oh boy, and the fight kicks off early. Prophet with a huge advantage here as those nades can rack up a lot of free damage. Michael trying to find that opportunity as well and doing it in troves here. 40% of that Riptire before they go down. Mindfan gone. Row is gone. And Neumont, they are not going to stop swinging. They have taken down just about everybody. Princess takes out Demon on the way, but it is currently a 3v4. Which team can turn this around? Mike Wazowski playing it slow on point, trying to go for that early cap, and that actually may cost the team in the long run of the fight, missing that Doomfist. Princess down, Hinge trying to get onto point, putting a little bit of pressure down. And somehow, some way, San Diego, they've already returned to this fight. They're ready to try again.
Well, the thing is that when you run that Doomfist, typically you don't take that first fight in server. You lock down point first and surround and conquer until your Doomfist is able to use his abilities, while your Zarya is providing them with bubbles. That's a standard revision of one of the comps that are used here on Lijiang Tower for Control Center. However, not taking that control of the point first means this fight's going on much longer than they intended it to be. However, it looks like Prophet and Mindfan are going to clean this one up quickly and allow actually for the reverse to occur, and we have San Diego locking down point right after that 19-second mark goes by.
Yeah, only 19% on the board, but still, that's, it's 1/5 of the way done with that point cap. So if Neumont can retake a fight, if they can re-get onto that point and stabilize, there's a very real chance they can take this stage into the latter phases. The issue, however, is every time we've seen San Diego capture the point, they usually don't let their opponent leave spawn afterwards. So this has all of a sudden become a much different game for Neumont. The question at hand is, can we get out of spawn? And as Bogglingly takes out that Riptire, the answer starts to feel a little bit more like no. Amplification Matrix ready from Mindfan as well, and Prophet working wonders with taking a double kill out the gate immediately. Mike Wazowski goes in deep with that Meteor Strike and isn't able to find much, unfortunately. That is a complete and total team wipe here against Neumont.
Wazowski had hung on to that Meteor Strike a little bit longer, as we're coming up on Graviton Surge from Amazing pretty soon. Probably shortly after this fight instigates, they could have gone for a Space Jam play as opposed to having to rely on Shatter, most likely to break through here, and using Beat as just a means to make it all the way through the doorway.
Here comes a counter tire now from Prophet deep into the back line, trying to find at least one elimination, and they're going to pick up two. That is both the members of the Space Jam down. Doomfist and Zarya with the Rhine on his way back to spawn as well. Currently a 3v6 in favor of San Diego. Mindfan finds Michael, Spicy Boy down, and oh! Michael with the total mayhem takes down Prophet. That is one of my favorite ways to kill people as Junkrat. I think it's hysterical and always tilts somebody. So that's going to be one Junk taking out another. And I mean, the ult usage so far from San Diego has been nothing short of flawless.
I mean, in all honesty, except for that early Meteor Strike that we had coming out from Mike Wazowski, it seems like the ult control coming out from Neumont is also pretty solid as well. They've managed to take out Rose, so they can push forward now due to the fact that the spammy style comp that's coming out from San Diego needs to back off without their Reinhardt. But yeah. Mike cannot go in when there's a symmetric car wash set up. It just immediately will melt them. Princess takes out two, Boggingly takes out one. Michael did find Princess, but right now it looks like Neumont's gonna have to do a soft reset.
Oh, well, there are no soft resets here, especially as that Ana and Ryan go down. We are already at 99% on Control Center, and San Diego, with a very rough start, turns it around into a very clean win. I think you hit the nail right on the head there, Nerdy. We saw Mike Wazowski dive in on the Doom, not only into a symmetric car wash, but as he went to Seismic Slam out, he did so immediately into a Gravitic Flux. So it was really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately wasn't able to work quite like they needed it to. Entering Night Market, though, I feel like Doom works even less here.
Especially if there's going to be another Princess Symmetric TP straight to point and controlling and locking down the back of point. The opportunity for Mike Wazowski to get in and get out and even do damage at that point is heavily relying on misplays coming out from San Diego State, so it makes it a bit more difficult. However, it does look like we're going to completely ditch the teleporter. No, Prophet's going to do an early TP out, and then they're going to do a standard pharmacy. Yes, that's what it... Nope, they're going to do the pharmacy with the teleporter. So now the speed is a little bit more in favor of the side of Neumont, but Doomfist can't really get a whole lot of value unless they've played parkour like no tomorrow. Oh, to take out the Pharah. Rem messes up TP but survives. Pharah comes in and is just peppering damage into the point onto Neumont.
I mean, it's a blink and you miss it bloodbath here. It truly is a complete and total team kill. I mean, that was Prophet picking up 3. We saw 3 more go down, and that's just San Diego doing San Diego things. 70% to a rocket barrage already. The highest percent on the side of Neumont is 40. So there's already a notable difference here in terms of ult charge and just overall fight control. Prophet now waiting for that opportunity to probably flank once again. Rem going to be going in quickly here with the shield, but I don't think anybody's behind Rem for the time being. The team just not there. And now as they get booped off the high ground, it's going to be a full split. The shield gone. Spicy Boy, the first one to pay the price. That pile driver coming out from Row really going to hurt. That Baptiste, arguably the worst person to go down right there.
Right now, as soon as you lose your BAP, you need to completely back off and just reset. Otherwise, you're going to stagger yourself. You've taken out D.Va, but get out. Otherwise, you're going to lose your own life, and you shall. Princess does manage to pick up to themselves. We do have a swap over to a Monkey D.Va comp here. Honestly, that can work out okay, but Sticky with the Rhine wouldn't have done too much going into the Wrecking Ball anyway. Mike Wazowski on the Cassidy can do a little bit of work, but the synergy of this comp is not as strong as the synergy coming out from the comp from University of San Diego.
Oh man, a little bit of confusion, but it looks like it's still working well. Demon gonna be the first to fall. Row gets taken off the map one way or another, gonna be going down, but a double direct shot
from Profit there has got to seal the deal on this fight. Somehow we do see Neumont flipping the point, but it will be flopped right back. And Profit, almost the sole reason. 3 fights in, a 10-player kill streak, and a nasty flick onto Michael. 60% and counting. Nerdy, we just watched Profit use a barrage, and they are already halfway to another one.
I mean, you got that Mercy pocket that, like, this Mercy's doing a fabulous job of maintaining that pocket as well. Princess, that was beautiful too, so we cannot forget that. But when your Mercy's doing such a fabulous job of being able to maintain just pocketing you, and the rest of the team's doing well of surviving in the LOS of the Ana, that Pharah has damage boost constantly. There's no hope of there not being barrage up almost every fight. So Amazing needs to keep that mech alive.
We definitely see a bit of musical heroes here, musical chairs, with the team composition swap from the tank line of Neumont. And unfortunately, I'm not sure the tank line is kind of the reason things aren't working out. It really feels like there hasn't been an appropriate response to this Pharah. She's just been having an absolute field day since the beginning of this round. And as we jump even further into it, the Pharah uncontested, no time left on the clock. And even Mike Wazowski is not going to be able to do enough for the team here. Punches in, it gets punched right back out. San Diego walking away from Li Zhang with a 2-0 victory, only 2 games away from making this another 3-0.
I feel like we're seeing a repeat of some of the issues we saw yesterday, which is not the full understanding of how to synergize your comp completely and the win condition your comp has versus the other one. We did see some swaps happening, but they weren't quite the swaps necessary to counter the pharmacy happening. In all honesty, swapping to a Wrecking Ball Diva with the Tracer would have been a little bit better here, and the Cassidy, but they just kept all funneling through one location, and you got to treat the Pharah very similar to how you treat the Bastion in that case, and do a split push as opposed to all coming out in one spot.
Yeah, they definitely tried to play a safer combination or a safer kind of group effort where they would move kind of all behind the Rhine shield. Oh, that's the safest thing to do, but I think 3 separate fights, we saw the Rhine get booped away, and then the team just absolutely obliterated. It really was an unfortunate circumstance. And while we've got the time, I want to jump back. I said lower finals and grand finals. That's my fault. I was thinking of Rocket League, which is coming up immediately after this, which Nerdy and I are also casting. But this is just, you know, the upper bracket, San Diego versus Neumont. And then whoever wins this goes up against Hawaii for our grand finals. So there's actually only one more series after this. Right now, though, we've made it all the way. You know, first, second, and third place. We've seen all of them already. Somebody's got to walk away with that first place seed. And right now, San Diego, they really, really look like they want to make that happen.
Yes, and the other thing I will say is, honestly, it's not worth trying to walk out on the Zarya anymore, especially knowing that the other team is either going to run a BAP or Lucio or both, or they're going to be running a comp that using Graviton Surge on it is only going to, at max, maybe pick up one person at a time.
Right.
Rolling out on D.Va here is your strongest bet on almost every single one of these points, so just stop going with the Zarya unless your intent is to run double bubble, which, as we've not seen a lot of double shield coming out on most of the next couple of points we're going to be running through for these maps, I don't know if anyone's going to run double bubble. It's strong, but it's difficult to run at the same time.
Yeah, I'm thinking up next is going to be our escort style map. So double bubble can definitely work if a team were to bring it out. But like you said, we haven't seen it once. We haven't even seen somebody pretend to run it once this weekend. It has not been the Winston Zarya kind of weekend. And right now, as we enter what I believe will be Dorado, like I said, there's definitely a possibility that double bubble works well, but from what these teams have shown us, I don't think any of them are going to lend themselves particularly well to that double bubble play style. Instead, I suspect San Diego to change very little. I think Profit could even continue to play the Pharah here if they really wanted to.
Yes, Pharah is very viable, especially because San Diego is going to be on defense first. Neumont, honestly, you can run double bubble here on attack, but if you anticipate Profit on the Pharah, which, you know, you could scout on the Sombra, if you're attacking first, just take the couple of seconds to do it, leave Translocator in spawn, recognize she's there. You can do a D.Va Reinhardt, or you could do a D.Va Winston, honestly, on this point. It's totally up to the teams after that. However, I really, really hope that they start using the time that they have to their advantage as opposed to wasting fights by not trying to get information early.
Yeah, getting information early is something that becomes very important. And like you mentioned, you've got enough time on the clock to take that, I don't know, 5 to 8 second spy check on Sombra. Just make sure you know what's going on outside that spawn. You can adjust your comp accordingly, and then you really give yourself a leg up in the long run of things. In the short run, you're like, oh, that's a lot of time. You know, there's only 4 minutes on the clock, but all things considered, if you can win the first fight against them, you really buy yourself that time back pretty quickly. Right now, it looks like a Winston D.Va on both sides. No surprises there.
Prophet back on the Echo, and I feel like that is quite a terrifying sight.
I am more interested to see the Symmetra Bastion shenanigans that look like are going to be taking place coming out from Neumont here on attack. I mean, I understand wanting to protect the president, but knowing that the San Diego is capable of pulling out what we saw on Control Center, which is that Wrecking Ball comp, Surround and Conquer style, and they already have the advantage of being on high ground, I don't think it's the best idea to try to roll out on a Bastion here.
Yeah, this is a very hit-or-miss composition, and if/when it fails, you can only hope that they're going to immediately swap it off. It looks like they're actually going to do that kind of weird abandon the cart first style, get up onto the high ground, and try to succeed from there. Rem already committing a shield, though, incredibly dangerous, as now they're not going to have one when they get right up into the swing of things. A whip shot from Hinged sends Mike Wazowski into the drink, and they will be eliminated from this first fight. An immediate turnaround here in favor of San Diego, losing that Symmetra. I mean, just crucial. And now Michael has got a position all funky because that shield went down in the wrong spot. Things looking bleak for a moment, but Rem has decided that it's their time to shine. Going to be able to find a double kill. Hinged and Princess down. This is actually a massive opportunity to get that cart moving.
It is. It's interesting that they're choosing to put Mike Wazowski onto the Widowmaker here. In all honesty, I understand that they're running an Echo, but you have a Bastion. Just go Tracer and actually allow Tracer to push Cart and everyone else to can still continue to set up on high ground here would possibly have been better. Because Widow pushing Cart, ooh.
Yeah, Widow pushing Cart's going to be great until anybody walks within 10 feet of her, and then all of a sudden, that fight becomes a whole lot harder to win. Michael with another elimination there onto Row, but unfortunately, the President was not protected quite enough. Mike Wazowski finding Princess, a great flick there. The Hanzo down, forces Resurrection from the opposing side, so now all death is permanent, and Prophet is the first one to find that out, taken down by Michael, who's then traded out by Princess. Pressure is certainly on. A lot of ultimates at the ready, or at least close to, and the Dragons will be our first friends to make an appearance here on the cart on the Dorado. Bogglingly puts down a double kill and really seals the deal. Half that time bank already gone, Nerdy, and we just reached that arch.
We do have D.Va playing clean up crew now. They had that self-destruct on lockdown. Michael's gonna have their tank formation, and Spicy Boy will have Valkyrie, but Valk won't get too much value unless it's timed perfectly here.
Right.
I'll be interested to see how that works out. Most likely we'll see Demon use their amplification matrix for the Bastion, hopefully not during ultimate. And then we've got two tank ults as well as Copy and Valk coming out for the side of San Diego. Those are some insane power combos that can happen.
I was just about to start talking about the competitive advantage that Mike Wazowski's ultimate could offer the side of Neumont, but as I said it, Bogglingly walked up and punched him in the head a little bit too hard. Michael with some really strong positioning here, but now he is dancing his way between 5 ultimates, and unfortunately that is just going to burn out the entirety of that tank configuration. Demon taken down, Rem eliminated, and Michael not far behind. It was definitely a great start. We really did see a fight where Neumont could have won it, but 1 or 2 good eliminations from San Diego, and they found the footing. They found themselves back on top where they love to be.
Honestly, the Bastion swap needs to have already happened. If that first fight, that first really painful extended fight that we had did not result in that payload making it past that archway, it's too much to continue to try and force the Bastion issue here. It does look like we're swapping off from the Mercy over towards the Lucia, which is fine, but now Bastion, you're going to be requiring all of your resources from your Baptiste, and using him more early could be a very huge death sentence. It's already been popped. There's amplification matrix, but I don't think that the positioning is in their favor here, as everyone can just LOS because of all of the buildings here.
This is the wildest thing I've ever seen, Nerdy. I have never seen a team TP up onto a one-way road on Dorado, and now all of a sudden they're getting dove by the entirety of San Diego. Bogglingly with the double booster rocket kill has just eliminated any hope or dream of a successful strategy coming out there. I love the creativity, I love the attempts, but unfortunately that is not going to work against a team as powerful as San Diego. 7 seconds left on the clock. I don't think there's even a touch here.
I don't understand why they would pick that location, first of all, because they could have, San Diego could have just let them stay there.
Very true.
But on top of that, Rem did not use their abilities accordingly there. I mean, they should have waited for Defense Matrix cooldowns and used Pull to not
Oh,
allowed
snap.
even to get nearly as close.
Right.
But unfortunately, that did not come to fruition. And we did see there that when all of the ults were popped post the time of the clock going down, they actually did get some kills as well, which is always quite hilarious because you hear like triple kill while the round is rotating, and you're like, ah, cool, I could have done something, but it really didn't matter because I'm pretty sure most of those players had stopped moving in front of Stepan at that point. I always say that it's bad luck not to break the pinatas, but I guess San Diego, it wasn't really bad luck.
I don't really think of it as bad luck. I just think of it as a good time. I think it's silly. I like all the confetti that comes out of the pinatas, but like you said, San Diego, the luck is not. They don't need luck on their side. They've got
No.
all the skill they need.
There's also an Easter egg. The Diablo pinatas actually make a little noise. They grunt when you break them. So that's why I enjoy breaking all those pinatas as well.
Wow, Dorado's got a lot of Easter eggs because it has the Wrecking Ball Easter egg as well, where if you shoot the little bells in the attacking spawn in the proper order and play the Overwatch theme, Hammond will sing along and sing the little theme, the little jingle.
Yeah, it's quite cute. I personally am rarely ever playing Wrecking Ball on this point, so I don't get the fun of doing that. I'm an off-tank main, I'm not a main tank main, so that's why that happens. We are doing the double pseudo-triple turret form here coming out from Neumont. A little bit risky considering they're well aware of the dive potential coming out from the side of San Diego, and playing very stationary heroes is not what you want to be dealing with going into that.
Amazing puts up the shield too little too late, and the Torp turret already down, so the level 5 turret taken offline. All of a sudden, Sigma shield taken offline, and they're on the high ground, purpled and just constantly under the barrage. We see the cart already on what, 80% of the way to where it's supposed to be. Michael returning to the fight, swaps out of the legs a little bit late, and it was a 5v6 there, as they had not been able to come back from spawn fast enough, even on that soldier.
Prophet is going for the Torp hammer
Prophet's
kill!
hungry! He wants it! Can he find it? Oh no, Prophet with the hammer kill to really seal the deal. However, Michael picking up a double right now, able to find the Ana and the Echo. A very real possibility of winning this on the side of Neumont, at least this first fight, especially as Hinged goes down. That is the Mercy down, Resurrection offline, and even if the Nano Boost is online, Michael has decided the legs will be the way to seal the job and win the day. Unfortunately, the Soldier cannot do enough. That Nano comes through onto the Winston, and that is just enough. San Diego with a very quick victory here on Dorado.
Prophet, that was a little bit BM, just going with nothing but hammer through that entire last fight. We got Bogglingly coming out again with another huge self-destruct, most likely. Nope, this is the double booster kill here. Off the map you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is another reason why not to post up on Coastline. We discussed this yesterday. If you have heroes that can have boot potential, don't be on the coast.
Yeah, and it's very funny because that's Bogglingly got a card for 2 environmental kills out of their 19 eliminations. Definitely not something we see often with a diva. You can definitely see it sometimes because those boosters have some serious knockback, but it is funny nonetheless. Now our third map and possibly our final map of the series is going to be Assault. That offers us Hanamura, that offers us Temple of Anubis, Orvalskaya Industries, and we've seen all 3 this weekend, so it hasn't been just a clear run of, Hanamura every time or anything of the other maps. I'm really excited to see what Neumont chooses. With their inclination toward Bastion, I highly suspect that they may try to take us to Hanamura.
I think so as well, but if they're going to be running Bastion, I also, again, hope they heard what we were discussing yesterday with in regards to Bastion TPs revolving around Hanamura, because there are some ones that are difficult to take out, plus also difficult to anti out the gate or even get a dynamite on if done in the proper locations. And so with that in mind, we'll have to see what they end up running. If they don't run that, I vote they just go full rush or double bubble. I do believe we're actually going to Temple of Anubis though. And please don't take after Oregon State and try to go, Oregon, and try to do a Bastion TP onto the high archway at choke point. That's just never a good idea.
Yeah, the fact that worked for them was still baffling to me. It was incredible to see that they had made that work even one time this weekend. Neumont, though, like you said, I hope they don't lean toward the Bastion, at least out of the offense, which is where they will be starting. San Diego has chosen the defensive positioning to start off Temple of Anubis, and I think all teams are just about ready, so we'll be jumping in a second here. But I think, and as much as I love him, as much as it hurts me to say this, I think I have met my Bastion quota this weekend, because it feels like a lot of teams are trying to bring him out, trying to be just high damage dealers. I think he does in total like 300 damage a second if you're hitting every bullet, something absolutely absurd like that. But that damage properly utilized, if the rest of your team is dying while you find that damage. So maybe a little bit more consistent of a damage dealer, or maybe somebody who's a bit more of a team player could go a lot more, or a lot further, excuse me, for Neumont.
Especially, I just being honest here, when you have someone like Boggingly on Diva who knows when to be using Defense Matrix properly, that damage ain't gonna be doing much.
Right.
So let's just say no more Bassi this weekend, and if we see it, we might sigh a little bit. We might be a little bit sad because you guys could be getting more value using a different form of DPS combo, because Bastion just takes so much assistance to be successful in these cases. It does look like we've got Rem swapping off over towards the Diva, and we've got Amazing going with the with our Sigma. Mike's gonna go May, and let's see what Michael's gonna end up picking, because we've got Ana Zenyatta, which is typically not the combo you see anymore with Zen. It's typically Baptiste. So it's gonna be a little bit interesting, especially because Ana nades aren't gonna do a whole lot here, considering the composition that San Diego is gonna be rolling out on, which is the Zen Lucio. A little bit less healing. Nope, never mind. It's Mercy Zen. Pretty standard with a Wrecking Ball composition. They've got Prophet on a Flyer as opposed to a Tracer. Princess is also on Junk. The J Silly here is pretty common on defense.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the side of San Diego right now. I think that's exactly what they're going for, just to deal as much damage as humanly possible to find the eliminations, right? If nobody's alive to touch the point, you don't have to worry about playing the rest of the map. And Junkrat and Echo has got to be one of the highest damage dealing combinations in the game, at least for that DPS line. Princess going for that classic spammage and finding 40% of their ultimate as well as an elimination there through that rotation. A lot of teams do this in an attempt to stay out of the line of sight of their opponents, but going into a small area like that, walking into a broom closet with Junkrat on the other team will almost always spell disaster. Instead, Princess simply doesn't care that they're walking all the way up into the spawn door, cleaning up every elimination possible. We are already 40 seconds off the clock.
Rem made the mistake of leaving the LOS of their supports and trying to push out and take care of that Echo. And honestly, doing that here when they have Junkrat and a Echo getting boosted by Mercy as well as a Zen Discord Orb, it's just not worth it. Stay with your team and protect them. I understand you're trying to get value, but getting value at the right times is also important.
Mike Wazowski back on the Doomfist, and you've got to wonder why here, Nerdy. There's a lot of opposition for the Doomfist. There's the Wrecking Ball to knock him away. There's the Junkrat trap to catch him. There's the Zen that can Discord. I mean, there are so many things that put this Doom in a really uncomfortable position, and he's got the lineups, he's got the rollouts prepared, but what can you do after them is the question. Immediately booped away, the lineup interrupted, and Princess finding that first blood onto Michael. Mike Wazowski has to go in and back out, and the Michaels on the side of Neumont are not having a great run so far. They are just getting canceled out every time they try to find an elimination one way or another. It has been canned by the opposing DPS.
Truly here, Mike Wazowski going over to the Doomfist is not giving value to their team. I mean, you've got no one really except for Zenyatta who could possibly beat Dove here right out the gate easily, and in all honesty, it's not worth trying to dive that Zen, because Zen's gonna get surrounded by their own teammates. Go to something a little different. There is no hit scan for the side of San Diego right now. Go with an Echo, go with a Pharmacy, do not do the Doomfist here.
Yeah, the Doomfist, I think, is just unfortunately not going to work out well. That's probably a comfort swap, but you are running into an anti-Doomfist style of team. There's no Sombra, but just about everybody else that can counter Doom is making an appearance one way or another. We are down to the final 100 seconds of the attack from Neumont, and things are looking bleak. They have no ultimates. They're not even close to any, and they just need to get in. It looks like they're going to give it their best right here. Rem goes in deep. The Discord being traded now onto Michael, which is a good call, because if Michael gets started, it all of a sudden turns into a very dangerous situation. Michael down, Mike Wazowski down, and Transcendence popped by Mindfan in an attempt to keep the team alive. A 6v4 in favor of San Diego. As we tick down near that 1 minute left on the clock, San Diego, they are looking better and better here.
Yeah, and we do have that Lucio on a dive here with the Zen, with the Monkey and Diva. That works fine, but the DPS are not synergizing with this comp. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but DPS, when you have tanks like this, you need to be coordinating with them, and you're unable to do that with the ones you've chosen thus far. And it does look like Michael is just trying to open up spawn doors using that Bassi, and that's going to be very difficult here.
Onto the Rhine now, and a Bastion as well, so we are back to just trying to deal as much damage as humanly possible. But not only is there a Riptire headed your way, but there is a Wrecking Ball in your back line waiting for the opportunity to strike. Let's see how many this tire is going to pick up.
And even if it's just one, it's one and done. The Ana cannot make it back into the safety of the spawn room, and Spicy Boy goes down. Diva Mech gone as we enter the final 30 seconds of the matchup here. I mean, it is just looking rough. San Diego not even letting Neumont out of spawn.
You also have a very tough decision to be made here. Lucio has to either use Beat to get in or Beat anticipating the Sig lift that's charging very fast. Honestly, it may just be, I'm going to use Beat to get us in, and we need to play spread a little bit on points so we don't all get lifted at once. As we do see Meteor Strike landed, but Meteor Strike is going to also be taken out, right after it concludes.
Yeah, Meteor Strike in and sent right back into the sky. It's going to be nothing on the point, 0.0% for Neumont. Best case scenario, they can walk away with a draw and force a map 4, but San Diego, the win condition has been set, Nerdy. They have 4 minutes to cap the first tick of the first point to be the first team in our grand finals.
And you have to run at a borderline perfect defense, and honestly, that means knowing the types of plays that comes out from San Diego. There's been plenty of time to scout them for Neumont. I really hope Neumont anticipates that, and really, if they want to run the Bassi here, you can go for it. Teleported between the 2 top high grounds here that you actually see surrounding the point is perfectly fine. Having a Baptiste and a Mercy and using an Immor down on point, so you'd be running an Orisa and a D.Va, as D.Va's really going to be their powerhouse for protecting point, and then having Bat pump heals into D.Va while they are defending point, and then Bastion just raining Hellfire down onto the point is also a valid strategy here, but it does not look like we're going to be doing that. Instead, we're going to be going with the Doomfist yet again, and we're going to have D.Va, Sigma, and Princess is running out on the Sombra, and I unfortunately will have to say this might be a GG go next, because if that Sombra is truly what they're sticking with, because that works with this comp, it's going to be very difficult for Mike Wazowski to get value. It's going to be difficult for Amazing to not get hacked. Michael honestly can be a defending factor against that Sombra, but that does mean that everyone needs to be playing in Michael's LOS.
Yeah,
And Rem needs to be spy checking like there is no tomorrow. If you're on D.Va and there's a Sombra, your job is to spam every flat corridor and surface possible and just be trying to find her.
Yeah, and it's not like you're going to run out of ammo. You know, D.Va, the only character in the game to have infinite ammo. That's definitely something that is pretty enjoyable. Mercy and Valkyrie as well. I guess we're getting technical, but that's only sometime. Michael immediately almost takes down Bogglingly, and that would be a huge elim to eliminate that Zarya early, negate all of that ult charge, or just bubble charge would be huge. Michael booped in, and Michael sent it back to spawn. Already taken down. Some great coordination from the side of San Diego to isolate that Cassidy and capitalize off the back of it. Rem's mech is gone, and I assume Rem will not be far behind. Mike Wazowski with a huge elim here onto the brig, a massive opportunity. Fortunately, it has been traded out for your Mercy, and that is not how you want to start off a fight that could very likely be your final one here in this tournament. Another elimination comes through from Hinge. It looks like Mike Wazowski not far behind. Michael desperate to get back into the fight, but I'm just not sure they're going to have the time to make that happen. Bogglingly finds one. It's going to be another elimination for Profit. Blink and you miss it, Nerdy. About 53 seconds could seal the deal. Cassidy goes in, gets the kill, and it's up to the Lucio to try and save the day. But I just do not see the numbers working well enough. San Diego, they're going to be able to find their third victory here, create a 3-0 series, and secure their spot in grand finals up against Hawaii.
Yes, and unfortunately, that is the end of the run for Neumont. There is, I believe, even if they were to go into our lower bracket, that is it for them, correct?
I believe there is no lower bracket in the Overwatch because, yeah, just due to the round robin style we had yesterday, and we had to make some changes. But that's unfortunately, at the end of the day, Neumont can't be upset because they podiumed. That's pretty hype. They top 3'd, and there are very many schools that have gone through any CECC event that can't say they did that. So Neumont has entered a VIP category of podiuming, placing at a CECC event, and that is very, very cool if I do say so myself. But folks, I believe we are going to get ready to throw it to a break and get ready for our grand finals, our last Overwatch series of the CECC West qualifier. We'll have UC San Diego going up against Hawaii in just a couple of minutes. Use this time. It's still early, right? Go get some breakfast, get some water, do what you got to do, but come right back here for the CECC West Grand Finals in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you soon. What is going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome to the CECC West Qualifying Grand Finals. I am Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are going to be bringing you a banger of a series in the form of San Diego versus Hawaii. We are down to our final 2 teams this weekend, and Nerdy,
If a series is going to be close, if a series isn't going to be a 3-0 this weekend, I pray it is this one.
I really hope so as well. I mean, it is our last opportunity to watch any of our Overwatch games for this entire tournament, and the winner of this does get a ticket to go to Atlanta. So both these teams better be bringing out all the stops, no holds barred, and let's hope that honestly we do see this go to a full 5-game series, because that is what we want to see, especially in our grand finals, as we've not gone past, I think, map 4 technically, because we did skip a 2CP one time.
Technically.
We did have a map 4 pseudo in essence one time. That's the furthest we've gotten, so I'm really hoping we actually return to control not played for our final map at the end of this, and both teams just, you know, give it everything they possibly can and drag this out as long as possible. Maybe we'll even see a reverse sweep if they hit that point, or we're going to see a back and forth and that last one be the ultimate decider.
Yeah, well, it's also important to note that because we want to prevent a bracket reset, we don't want to run the entire grand final series again, that San Diego will actually be starting with a winner's advantage point. So they technically already have one map under their belts. This could only be a 2-map series. Who knows? All I know is Hawaii has some big shoes to fill, but if a team is going to fill those shoes this weekend, Hawaii is the team a shoo-in to do it.
Yes, I'm very excited to see what both teams pull out here at the very beginning. We could see a standard cage setup depending on what happens, which is that corridor over on coming from this spawn. It's on the right-hand side, and instead of going underneath the windmill, it's setting up in there. Or we're going to see a surround and conquer comp. We do see the Ooga Booga comp coming out from Hawaii that we saw multiple times yesterday. It does work out quite well, but it is, as you mentioned, a feast or famine whether or not Say can get those hacks off and it working. We have Prophet also going with the Sombra as well. However, Princess is on the Genji. We have yet to see them on Genji this week, well, this tournament, and have it be kind of a huge playmaker. They did get some great Genji blades, but they actually are swapping over to the Reaper instead.
Yeah, the Genji would have been a weird one, especially without the Ana, and the Reaper, I think, is a much safer option. It can really help just completely negate any attempt of a dive from the tank line on Hawaii.
And it does look like Prophet is the one to succeed in hacking that health pack. However, Say is still just peppering damage in here, and their EMP is much higher than that of Prophet so far.
Yeah.
Cage lockdown has happened, but if you can't lock down Cage, Hawaii, you need to surround and conquer them instead of trying to force your way in all through one side and lock down point instead. Let's see who decides to do that. It looks like San Diego's going to be the first ones really to start surrounding point, so they've lost both opportunities. Now they have to do the double spear approach and go in from the sides. A little bit more difficult. Can we see Hinge get a huge boop? No.
Oh, no boops quite yet. A Coalescence already appearing on both sides. The beat at the ready from Hinged, I mean, that is just a go to show the aggression that Elucio can have to keep the team alive. It is a full-blown 6v6. Nobody has gone down yet, but Napatis is going to be losing that back, and the EMP going to pick up for a huge opening here for Hawaii if they're going to find the eliminations off the bat. Princess boop into the abyss, and it looks like the Diva Mech going to be gone not far behind. Akamai is going to be able to find that pseudo kill. Bogglingly picks up Ty, and now Primal coming out from Row in a desperate attempt to stay alive. Somehow, in the chaos, Hawaii has found the point cap, and now every second is so unbelievably important because they want to take that percent as high as possible. Mindfan hooks up Say and takes that Sombra offline early. Napatis has to drop the bomb in an attempt to get a new mech. Gets back into that mech and puts the team almost back in a full swing. A counter EMP! Gonna pick up 4 on the side of Hawaii, and Princess there to clean it all up. Hawaii gonna be losing 3, and that secures the fight win for San Diego. And Nerdy, very quickly, I need to take back what I said. There is no point advantage. That was a miscommunication on my part. This is just a full-blown first to 3 best of 5 series.
Gotcha. Sounds good.
A lot of ultimates being used in that last engagement, and that is something that I'm a little bit worried about. It looks like Hawaii, with a current percent advantage, and now even an ultimate advantage, might be able to take this fight. The real goal, and I talked about this in our last series, is getting out of spawn now, because that is San Diego's whole bread and butter. They take you, they win the first fight, and then they just never let you back out of your spawn. Hawaii has already fought their way back on the point. What can they do now that they're here? Hinged going for a crazy boom. I think found Princess. No, Akamai, excuse me. Gonna be the one to go down to that Reaper taken offline. The Diva can fly back out, but the TP does not activate fast enough if you are that Reaper, or you gotta be ready for it at least. Losing that Reaper early is going to force Hawaii to try and get out of dodge, but in a 5v6, San Diego finding 2 more. All of a sudden, Hawaii fumbling halfway to the point, already capped in favor of San Diego, and this is looking great for them. Will Boggling give us another Diva Bomb like we saw yesterday?
I will be honest, when we interviewed Bogglingly, they did mention how a lot of people don't anticipate this Diva Bomb. However, I do think that Hawaii is capable of ult tracking and is aware of this Diva Bomb location. There is a lot of natural cover that they can utilize here, so they just need to make sure that they're ready for it. They've already pushed a little too far forward for us to see the exact duplicate happen, but Diva has the opportunity here to get a great bomb. Instead, they're going to try to focus on Ty, who did manage to get a little bit of leeway there, getting their own healing. That health pack being hacked made it a little more difficult for them to survive. However, it does seem like San Diego still has the control here on this point.
And bogglingly, I mean, there was a very real chance they lost that 1v1 of the Lucio simply because of that hacked health pack. It restores so quickly that Ty could have continuously kind of boosted their own health back up. It's something that we see very often, and it's always very funny. But, you know, whether bogglingly won that 1v1 or not, it looks like San Diego's getting ready to win that first stage here of Ilios. The well has come, and the well will go, but let's see if this Diva Bomb's even used. Okay, there it is. At this point, you're at 99%.
Oh, that's going to be huge.
One elim. It's
Never
going to be
mind.
getting the job done. Princess now being chased into the Mega by Napatist, and a Death Blossom eaten almost entirely by Bogglingly. Hinge just barely caught up by a couple of loose bullets. Prophet finding Ty as well, and Napatist with a bomb of their own. If they find the DMAC, will they just tank this bomb? Instead, using it probably for the stall potential in an attempt to keep the point alive. I believe Hawaii has the numbers right now. They just need to flip it back in their favor.
Honestly, if there were a time to use the bomb for stall potential, it would have been then during the Monkey Primal Rage, as they wouldn't be able to replace that barrier. And so long as you are peppering damage on it, it most likely would have broken. However, it looks like they're just trying to go for the take here without using a lot of ults. Hinge with the boop, though.
Math Dealer going down. I mean, what a way to lose a fight. You are 1% away from capping this first stage. And Akamai, like you said, finding Hinge, but the vengeance has been kind of renowned. It's going to be Math Dealer, who's in a very unfortunate situation. The main tank is missing for Hawaii, and San Diego is very aware. They're going to storm in and try to find an elimination before that Winston even has time to get back.
Mindfan is using that Coalescence right away, almost picks up Akamai. Can't quite finish them off, though. The counter Coalescence has happened, and the opportunity for sustain has come out. We got the great bug here happening on the Moira. Everybody loves to see that, doing damage without having anything proccing on their screen. They had that EMP, it comes out. Is Nepotis going to drop the bomb in conjunction? They will not, as the location was just not primed for it.
A 4-man EMP, and they choose not to use the bomb. That is definitely a surprising opportunity, but like you said, it really didn't work out quite like it was supposed to. They didn't have the location. There was too much natural cover, and as Napatis gets hacked and then immediately booped out by Hinge there, that is a great fight opener once again. It's every time one of the tanks seems to be the first to go down, and San Diego just gets the opportunity to collapse immediately after. Boggling is going to lose their mech early, and all of a sudden it's up to this Reaper to try and save the day. Oh, okay, great start. Bog goes down, Hinge not far behind, and Dirty, this is easily the closest control point we have seen this entire weekend. We are looking at a full-blown 99-99 matchup in San Diego. They are desperate to walk away with this win, but for Hawaii, this would be the first stage that I think San Diego has lost the entire weekend. It would be amazing to see Hawaii clutch this out, and now it is going to be a tough one as their main support goes down. They've taken out the Reaper, but one more elimination against them can really start to hurt. And Prophet, Bog, gone, Mindfan, gone, and Hawaii is a couple of eliminations away from winning this first point against San Diego this weekend. Napatis going to find an elimination. Akamai gets back into the swing of things. That boop not sealing the deal today. I'd love to see the bomb come out just to make that zoning potential. Oh my goodness, this has got to be it. This is the wrap-up here. Hawaii, they are seconds away. No, they've done it! They have taken the first stage against San Diego this entire weekend.
I'll be honest, Hinge charged beat so frequently that I feel like they hung on to it a little bit too long quite a few times and could have used it to be just a bit more aggressive. Typically, from the statistical standpoint, if you use beat to be aggressive and are not responding to a beat, you have a 33% lower chance of winning a fight. However, when you have beat and the other Lucio's chilling out at 30% beat, there is no way that that beat is going to be countered, so you might as well just go for it. Hopefully Hinged recognizes that in this next game and is a little bit more aggressive with their beat usage. Never mind, they're going to go with the Briggs and Yada Wrecking Ball Diva Echo comp coming out from San Diego this time. Mindfan actually swapping off the Zen over to the Ana, so you got the supports that typically you see with double bubble, but they're running it with Roe on that Wrecking Ball. Nope, Roe is on the Winston, and we got Boggingly still on that Diva. So no double bubble, but they have an Ana that can stay on high ground and protected by that Brig. That can be huge. Standard cage lockdown coming out from Hawaii.
Yeah, and Say sticking to the Sombra. I mentioned that yesterday. That is kind of what I know Say for. I've seen Hawaii many times, and Say's Sombra is a very, very impressive character. Not the best showing right there as Princess catches out Say in the bushes, and losing that Sombra early can definitely hurt. Prophet was traded out, so a very clean 5v5 for the time being. Prophet, though, definitely gets back a lot faster, can fly up and over the stage rather than running through it like Say is going to have to. However, Hawaii in a deficit backs against the wall. They are going to find that first point cap. The aggression comes out now. Bog perhaps a bit too aggressive, down to less than 100 HP for just a moment. Gets back out and healed up, and we're just looking at a slow burn game. It all relies on who finds that first elimination here in this 6v6. Oh, and it's Profit.
Unfortunately for the side of Hawaii, they're kind of goaded into this point and have every possible outlet just surrounded and cut off right now. Not something you want to be looking at. And there comes the nano boost as well as an anti, but the nade's going to be eaten.
Oh!
And the monkey's going to go to good night for a little bit. Now we've got Ro with that Primal Rage trying to take out this Moira. Moira goes down. River God has to go back to the spawn. Nepotis trying to get their self-destruct instead is going to get de-mech'd. Akame is going to go down. So no Akame, no Math Dealer, no River God. This point is going to flip.
Yeah, good night, Winston Overwatch, and that was truly the beginning of the end. I mean, that was an amazing sleep from Mindfan, not only keeping themselves alive and keeping the ideal positioning, but removing the main tank from the equation. Even those 4 seconds were enough for San Diego to really get their bearings back, finding the eliminations they needed, and succeed. Now, 4 ultimates, nearly 5, or almost 5, at the ready from the side of Hawaii. San Diego, they're getting ready to respond with 3 of their own.
They is only 60% to that ultimate, but I really hope that they hang on to it. We see an EMP bomb onto the entire lighthouse point here. Akamaiga is going to go down, and we're also going to lose Map Dealer, so that's a reset right there. So get out or die is what I always like to say at this point. And the longer you stay, the more ults you're charging.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it is a get out or die kind of fight. You lose your Reaper, that's a little unfortunate. You lose your main tank, and that's the stamp on the envelope to get out of dodge as quick as you can. They used an ultimate there as well, I believe. I don't know when the Death Blossom happened, to be honest. It definitely did not find a lot of value, but moving in, they're going to have 4, technically 5 ultimates because that Diva Bomb will be coming online as well.
Nepotis unfortunately took way too long to int off the side of the map there and should have just immediately started walking as opposed to peppering damage down main.
Yeah, I think went for the mech recharge, and that is a little bit... It takes a lot longer, honestly. And they're kind of like, oh, you know, maybe Porcano Los Dos, why not go for both? I'll die, but then I'll have the appropriate charge if I need it. And just unfortunately, like you said, that took way too long. Say, going in probably deep for a hack here. Should be able to find a pretty aggressive onto Profit, who's now out of that Diva Mindfan. Gone, immediately removed from the fight. I believe the Nano does make an appearance onto Boggling, though. A Diva Bomb comes out and finds River God. Bog, but it goes back into the mech, finds a bit of damage, finds the D-Mech. Kamai takes out Ro Princess. Something happens. We're going to assume a Pulse Bomb takes them down. A very unfortunate circumstance, but a great opportunity. If you're a Hawaii fan, a lot of damage and a lot of San Diego falling. Hawaii there getting ready to flip this point back, and just like that, the Waffle Iron has been flipped. Hawaii getting ready to take this point back in their favor. They're looking for another 99.
Really interested to see Nepotis and Say actually work together on using their ults, because those in conjunction, or even Akamai and Say using their ults together, can be huge. It's just, you know, if you see the EMP drop first, most likely you're not going to see a self-destruct, because you want to drop the bomb and then EMP on top of it, so that's a lot harder to hide from. It's just, we're not seeing that synergy happening right now for Hawaii. However, it's still working out. They've brought the point to 66, and they're doing the smarter option here and not fighting on the point and letting themselves get surrounded.
Yeah, playing it slow, calm, cool, and collected. If you overextend even an inch, you will be obliterated against a team comp like this one. Akamai looking for the elimination onto Hinged, trying to get that rally out as quickly as possible, but instead, Mindfan taken down. Blink, and you miss it. Profit picks up the entire support on the side of Hawaii. That is disastrous if I have ever seen a disaster. Profit with a triple kill. Hinge turns it into a quadruple kill, and just like that, a complete and total team kill will secure the second stage. Ilios Lighthouse in favor of San Diego. Nerdy, for the first time this weekend on our final opportunity, we are going all the way to our third stage of map 1.
Yes, this is very exciting. We're going to be going to Ruins. Interested to see if we see double Widowmakers, so one on each side going into this one. However, we did see San Diego go with a non-traditional comp last time with Brigitte taking the high ground on top of the back ruins in front of the spawn door of the enemy team. Let's see if that happens again. It looks like they're actually going to be going with the Lucio Moira dive here. They're not running with the Sombra, so the idea of hacking the right side Mega is not going to be the one they're looking for, and it does look like we're sticking with a teleporter out and then speed boost after Akamai. Nope, just going with the Reaper instead of even trying to pop the TP. This is, once again, the Ooga Booga comp that we saw earlier.
It's so funny, both teams dancing around what DPS they want to pick. We saw a Sombra, we saw a Reaper, we saw a Pharah, we saw an Echo, but they really just, they're like, all right, whatever, we'll go back. We know this comp, we know that we run it well. The question is, who's going to run it better? All weekend I've been talking about mirror matchups and how dangerous they can be, because statistically speaking, as the game is made to be played, one of these teams is simply going to be better at running this composition. However, Hawaii, they're trying to show us that it's them. at the end of the day. Nabbit is getting a lot of damage, but taking a lot of damage as well, dropping to well below half HP, trying to move back into the fight with not a lot to work with. Matthew looking for an opportunity to strike, and all of a sudden hacked out. It's going to be a huge opportunity for San Diego to come in with that first point cap, and y'all know the statistics. If you cap the point first, your odds of winning go way, way up. Akamai in a 1v1. Looks like it's going to be a little bit in their favor. A support going to be able to find a main tank math dealer down 5v4, I believe, in favor of Hawaii if they can play their cards right. Prophet hacked out on the point, has to get out of dodge, but the point was capped, and now 10% and counting, Nerdy. A huge opportunity, and an EMP already charged on the side of San Diego. Just popping it, hitting 4, and that's gotta seal the deal. However, it's a double kill that comes through in favor of Hawaii. 4 of them get hacked out, but that will not stop their left clicks, and I think they are full aware of that fact. Every second counting so well for San Diego right now.
I totally understand where you're coming from with regards to like he who gets point first is going to it has the higher advantage here. But one thing I mentioned earlier is winning the fight then winning the point. When point cap has just started to happen, it's okay to not want to try and be the first ones to get that point unlocked, because you want to make sure that you don't run into what just happened, which is you get it unlocked, but you have to fight for your survival. You expel a lot of ultimates, and then you're kind of caught out with the return ults from the enemy team who took their time, and now sustaining on point is much more in favor right now of Hawaii.
Yeah, sustain definitely in their favor. They found the point, they're able to keep it going. A huge opportunity to beat comes out from San Diego, trying to keep the team alive, but here's a Primal, here's a D.Va Bomb, not going to be able to find much, but the space has been made. What can Hawaii do to capitalize off the back of it? Primal Rage going to be finding a lot of damage, but truly, it is not a damage-dealing ultimate, it is all about that knockback. A damage-dealing ultimate, though, is going to be that Death Blossom. Reaper Princess able to find a double kill, taking out the entirety of the support line, and that's exactly how Hawaii lost Lighthouse. Forts were taken out first, and the rest just fall like dominoes. There's so little you can do in a situation like that.
Yes, but 55% point cap there in favor of Hawaii is quite large. So roughly half a fight left before they're equalized here. If Hawaii turns this over, odds are we're going to be in 1-fight territory. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, we're still chilling out of 2-fight territory, though.
Yeah, absolutely a 2-fight territory. I usually, around 75, that's when you're really like, okay, we got one more shot. I think Prophet going in deep for the EMP, and it's a simple one. 4 of them going to be hacked out. Not a bomb in sight. They're going for good old-fashioned damage. Princess, the one that is really able to find that main tank, main support, both down. Princess picking up a 3rd onto that D.Va, and I'm really surprised. EMP bomb is such a consistent, reliable combo, but San Diego, they're playing so far ahead. They're like, we don't really need the bomb yet.
We're not seeing either team go with EMP Bomb or even Death Blossom EMP. We did see Akamai pop their Death Blossom just to try and protect people from the secondary hack coming out during that EMP. I don't think it picked anybody up. Instead, it kind of just made them a spinning target for San Diego. Let's see if we're going to have an opening coalescence. We will from River God, but the bomb's going to be the death sentence for them. And unfortunately, without the main support, that is a necessary reset right away.
Yeah, River God definitely in a very tough position there. Was almost made it out, but it was just not around that corner in time. We see the Reaper go down. Akamai, the next to fall, and now Napatis loses that mech. Like you said, this is a reset. We are out of time, but Ty going to choose to drop the beat in an attempt to keep the team alive. Nobody is able to touch, and that is going to be San Diego away with a 2-1 victory on Ilios. So the story changes on the map, but not after the map. San Diego still technically undefeated here in the CECC West qualifier. They've only got 2 more maps to go if they want to walk away undefeated for the entirety of this weekend.
I talked about it yesterday, and that is something that I feel like Hawaii struggled with here. I understand the pressure was mounting, but knowing what a soft reset and when to do a soft reset is necessary is very important. And when you lose your Moira in that situation, when you are in that 1.5 fight territory, you need to soft reset, because what could have been 1 extra fight turned into we are just going to bleed out constantly for a full extended fight that the odds of us winning are very slim, especially because they had low ultimates. And honestly, just soft resetting there would have been better as opposed to just trying to push forward.
It was definitely tough because by the time that support had gone down, I think we were already at, the 85 or 90, so they realistically had maybe 15 seconds, and that's definitely when the panic button is pushed. The teams are kind of really thinking, what do we do? They force the beat. They try to get Winston onto point to at least force San Diego to backpedal a little bit, and the timer just wasn't on their side. Hawaii brings it close, but close is not going to be close enough. We're moving into our next map now, which I believe is Route 66. We're waiting for confirmation on that, but this is going to be interesting because Route 66 has often been chosen by the teams that were rocking Bastions, and I can almost say for a fact neither of these teams are bringing out a Bastion.
I doubt we'll see one. I really hope we don't. I really want to see a little bit more creative comps coming out from both these teams, but you
Definitely.
know, I can beg all I want and not get my wishes granted, and I totally understand that. I mean, it comes down to what you're most comfortable on, what you get the most success on. However, we've seen, I feel, especially if Hawaii took their time, as I mentioned earlier in this broadcast, and watched our games from yesterday. San Diego has had some of the most on-air time out of all of
Yeah.
the teams thus far, so they have plenty of information out on them, and they know what they were going to be running on Route 66. So let's see if Hawaii anticipates that, because the defense here can be really strong. I mean, yesterday we didn't see anyone hit .1 check mark here, so let's hope this goes all the distance and we see a full Route 66 map.
Yeah, I think if, again, it's very similar to Elias, I think if we're going to see a map of Route 66 genuinely be very close, well, I think we're looking at it. You know, I think Hawaii versus San Diego is absolutely going to be the map we want to be keeping an eye out on, or excuse me, the teams, to take us all the way to the end of these maps. They did it on Elias. Can they do it on Route 66? Honestly, can they just do it on Assault so we can see a map for? That would be ideal. I would love to see hybrid, even if it is Kings Row. Again, I feel this is weird. This is easily the first tournament where I've had so many games and so few Kings Rows, just due to the fact, you know, the placement of that hybrid map. A complete and total mirror matchup right now. So this is going to be interesting how it's a different comp from what we saw in Ilios, but it's still a mirror matchup.
And we have, I mean, I'll be honest, Hawaii between Math Dealer and Akamai on that Tracer Wrecking Ball was quite powerful here yesterday. Let's see if they can do that again, but identical comps, I mean, it's really going to come down to who survives the longest and who has the better target focus, as well as the better target calling, because identifying squishies who have utilized cooldowns is one of the biggest things that plays into these comps.
One of my favorite plays this weekend was Damocles from San Diego on above the attacker spawn on Lucio, just booping people left, right, and center, finding quite a lot of value as well. And we're not going to be seeing any overzealousness quite like that, but we will see a seriously fast attack. Ro comes in with a pile driver kill onto Akamai, and you know, you just talked about how important that Tracer is, so for them to immediately be eliminated, definitely going to hurt any chance Hawaii had of moving forward.
And we do see the accretion come out there on the Math Dealer. They're going to survive. Nepotus is going to get really low. Math Dealer also getting low. Ro's going to go down, though. So there goes a lot of that target focus for San Diego as well. They're still going to keep pushing, though, because presence on point is difficult to sustain without both your tanks and both your DPS up, because you need 2 at a time basically going at that payload.
Yeah, I'm absolutely amazed at why he's been able to turn this around as aggressively as they have, almost single off the back of Math Dealer, getting in the way, being that general nuisance in the back line, and that is a Wrecking Ball's job through and through, is to be in the back line to force the enemy team to look behind them. San Diego did that for just a second, and 4 of them were eliminated. Hawaii, a very real opportunity of capping this first point. Bog, though, going to try to get in the way. He's got an Ashe behind him to boot. Princess trying to farm as much damage as possible, but they do not touch. They try to stall it out. They forget to touch it, and that is a first point cap for Hawaii. Nerdy, bright side, we're actually going to get to see Dix.
Yes, this is great. Getting a little bit more exciting as we go on. Honestly, swapping over to that Echo is huge. Hopefully they identify that they've got Ashe now coming out from, I believe that's Princess.
Yeah.
Yeah, they found him right away, and those stickies, they be deadly, so Princess has got to be a little bit more careful. Honestly, Wrecking Ball and Tracer could probably just be harassing Princess to make sure that Say can get as much survivability as possible. They're coming in on that copy. Akamai is going to have that Pulse Bomb on lock. Prophet has theirs as well, but ult economy right now is in favor of Hawaii.
Ult economy, absolutely. I mean, they're kissing all 6 of the ultimates. Diego still struggling to find quite a few. They've got 3 in the pocket, pretty close to 2 more, and then the Ashe and the Zen definitely struggling. I think Zen just kissing that 70% area. Transcendence from River God in an attempt to keep the team alive, but the Echo just not going to be able to make it. Akamai trades it out, commits a Pulse Bomb to boot, and not going to be able to find the Elam off the back. Space has been made, damage has been dealt, and ultimates have been used. Every ultimate in the tank right now being used by Hawaii. They've got a transformation only. This Say is coming out of spawn right now. Ty's Rally doing a great job keeping this team alive in a crucial moment. They know they need to win this fight outright, or this will be the stall of a lifetime. They need to kill all 6 members of San Diego to cap this second.
Got Say peppering damage into that high corridor, expecting the squishies to come out from that direction. It looks like Prophet did walk out. We've got Hinge dropping the rally. Say is gonna go do the duplicate and get taken out before they can drop bomb. Unfortunately, Princess will take them out the rest of the way shortly thereafter. Now down 1, Hawaii. The bleeding has started, but you have plenty of time to do a reset, so just charge your ults and get out.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you lose a couple, that's a GG go next kind of fight, but you are in incredible shape. I mean, more than 3 minutes on the clock right now. You are, I don't know, 5-10 meters away from capping that second point, something that very few teams have been able to do this weekend. I think they go into this next fight drive, they try to bait out maybe Transcendence, maybe Bob. If they're lucky, a Pulse Bomb from Profit, and they can go to the next fight up on ultimates.
Yeah, so Math Dealer as well as Akamai should just be looking for that Zenyatta as well as Say, just to see if they have the opportunity to get Mind Fan to drop that trance, but Prophet already found the Tracer, so there goes point damage right away, and Nepotus goes down as well, so that's a reset and no ults traded.
No ults traded, unfortunately. That was kind of, I think, Hawaii's attempt. You know, that's kind of the smartest thing to do there is bait out ultimates. I think San Diego is more than aware of that strategy, and they want to make sure they do not overextend or overuse these ultimates in a fight. They were destined to win from the very start. 3 ultimates getting close here, 2 just about online for Hawaii, but already a minute, a third of the time we had is off the clock.
2 minutes if they do this first one fast. That's 2 fights. They did already force trance though, not really something you want to see, but Mind Fan will also trade theirs. We see Graphitic Flux is going to come down. Nepotus gets low, Nepotus goes down as well, so lots of ults exchanged and very little ground gained for the side of Hawaii. Now we are entering solid 2-fight territory if they run this first one quick, dry fight it, get Prophet's Pulse Bomb out, or if you can get a pick early, then go find the next squishy, and just it's a war of attrition at that point.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I'd say little ground gained. I think I would say ground lost as that cart just continues to move backwards. Hawaii getting completely and totally team killed. They've got a minefield, they've got a Gravitic Flux, they've got a rally, they've got some of the best ultimates in the game at the ready, but they walk into a choke and they are obliterated for it, Nerdy. You requested a quick fight to guarantee they had one more, and by golly, was that fight quick, but they gained probably nothing out of it. I would say they gained so little that all that did was burn more time off the clock against them.
I mean, they did get the Pulse Bomb out, however, it looks like Rally is going to be inching close here, so they really need to take down a support or take down either Prophet or Princess early, identify their locations, and do a split push into this point, because just funneling through one corridor, you're walking in like lemmings to a cliff drop. Stay's going to go down immediately, and it looks like Akamai might not be far behind. Nope, Nepotus isn't far behind, and down goes Nepotus. This is reset. Soft reset. Maintain your footing where you're at. On the other side of the choke, and unfortunately we lose Ty as well. So that's a full reset necessary at this point.
San Diego doing such a good job of abusing the fact that Hawaii has to come through a choke. No matter how they approach, there is a choke, and San Diego is clearly very aware of that. In fact, Roe in particular just having a field day abusing those small areas with that grapple and those minefields with only 15 seconds left. Look how far back the cart has moved. I mean, that is just making it nearly impossible. Even if Hawaii wins this fight, there's 1, maybe even 2 more left to be played. Oh, and a headshot right out the gate. Say basically losing that transformation early. Princess finally going to fall, traded out for Akamai. The Pulse Bomb offline. Gravitic Flux brings up a couple, but nobody going to be biting the bullet off the back of it quite yet. Oh, this is a bloodbath in every direction. Say almost gets a Bob, but loses the transformation first. River God down, Nepotus down, Ty is down, and with that, Hawaii has got to be down. We would need the hero play of a lifetime, and no player here is going to be able to offer one of those. Hawaii, a great effort, a phenomenal first point, but San Diego's defense on second, seemingly unbreakable.
I understand wanting to force the composition you're already on. The mirror comp can be very strong. However, that composition, if you're looking to do a split push, which is kind of what's necessary at this point, you can't all be funneling through one location. There's just too much damage, especially whomever gets discorded, which is typically the first in the line. You're gone in like 10 seconds, if even, as soon as you see that purple orb on your screen. So with that in mind, you need to go with a split push, and running with the Zen Brig means those two, no matter what, have to be together, and you don't want to force stack going through one of these corridors. Typically, you want to try and run a 3-3 split. You need to change up the composition to allow that to happen.
Changing the composition is I think, as simple as it sounds, a real game changer because we talked about way back at the beginning, mirror matchups. Statistically, somebody is better. That's just how the game plays. So if you swap off that mirror, play things you're a little bit more comfortable with, that can go a long way for a team. We see one change, say on the Torbjorn, and I just don't have a lot to say about that. I hopefully it works well for them. I think it's going to be really risky and incredibly dangerous with Rowe loving to be in their back line, but hey, if it works, I'll be very impressed.
If Say places the turret in, yes, they're placing it where I thought they would, which is on that back high ground above Closet. It can do a little bit. It definitely can help protect your supports. But Row on that wrecking ball and choosing to still stick with basically the mirror comp with the substitution of the Torb, I feel like is not the best idea here.
A lot of free space given up, excuse me, from Hawaii. They're going to be playing on top of Big Earls, just waiting for San Diego to peel around that corner. Princess, though, going up and through the cave. A huge dynamite up on top of Big Earls, almost halfway to a Bob already, and nobody else even close to that level of ult charge. A huge opener. San Diego tucking tail to get. Excuse me. Wow, I got flipped up by the fact that Prophet was that deep into the back line. That was confusing, but Akamai is going to be there. Prophet and Rowe, here they come, up and off of for even one elimination to seal the deal, but it is Prophet who's the first to go down. Save finds the elimination of Bjorn, looking at least a little good, takes that Tracer down early. Akamai, the next to fall. It is a clean 5v5. The Tracers offline and a massive spawn advantage / speed advantage for Prophet because they were eliminated first.
So Prophet went knee deep into the back line, and some could say all the way in, head under the water, so to speak, because they were completely past everybody, but they were taking their time. This is one of those things that I keep bringing up, is understanding how much time you do have. It seems like there isn't a lot. Yes, it's a very, I mean, you have a time limit, but that time with how quickly you can make these fights happen, especially with these compositions, can be utilized in so many different ways. And one way to do it for sure is slowing down at the opportunities you have to assess and make sure you're setting up properly. And that's what Prophet did.
Absolutely, it's that calm, cool, and collected playstyle, that calculation like we talked about. And now there's no calculation here. This is just a massacre in favor of San Diego. The Zen is gone. The Tracer down. Wrecking Ball has nowhere to grapple. Just a bloodbath from Princess there, who is already over a quarter of the way to another Bob.
We've got Say here almost with that Molten Core happening. However, I really wish that they had gone with the Cassidy pick as opposed to the Torb here. Now we've run with it for 3 fights and just now finally getting that ult online. It's not worth it, but now that it's this close, you might as well stick with it. But one thing that most Overwatch players are probably familiar with is it's better to have the right comp than stick with an ultimate or try and use an ult against a comp it won't be useful against.
Yeah, there's definitely that sunken costs fallacy of sticking to something, oh, I have my ult, I'll use it in the next fight, but sometimes changing characters can be more impactful than that ultimate. Speaking of ultimate, Sacramento Flux, just huge from Boglingly. We're so used to it at this point that we're hardly reacting, but Bog has been such a powerhouse player this entire weekend, really just leading the charge so many times for San Diego.
We almost have that Graphitic Flux. We are also going to have a Akamai with their Pulse Bomb. If we can Flux Torbolt, that'd be helpful, but instead we're going to pop the Torbolt to get through the front door. Akamai is going to go down as soon as Pulse comes online, and Math Dealer also goes down. I feel like this might be it. The doors are just getting shut down by the amount of damage going through them, and everyone has to funnel through that top door to get here in time, and with that, Route 66 is done.
A very close matchup there. Hawaii falling just a little bit short once again. Very reminiscent of Ilios, where it really comes down to those micro errors, those small moments and mistakes. And at the end of the day, San Diego just knows how to capitalize on errors like that. A great performance from both teams, and San Diego are now on series, tournament, and grand finals point here. A huge opportunity for this team to go the entire weekend undefeated.
See if they can manage to do it, or if we're going to have the reverse sweep happen from Hawaii. Hawaii has shown quite a few signs of life. We can't count them out just yet. I'm not sure if everyone got an opportunity to see what we just got to see, though. San Diego took every single card during that game, as opposed to the last one where we did see a little bit more split between the 4 cards on the screen. So San Diego definitely was dominating on Route 66. Now we're going to be moving into, I believe, Assault.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is the make or break moment for Hawaii, and I really pray that we don't see them go with Volskaya Industries because I feel like the roll potential on that one is just too high. Unless they plan on running double bubble, in which case go Volskaya Industries because I feel like that's one of the very few comps that we've seen so little of. Well, we've not seen it all this weekend that actually can open up a lot of doors for Hawaii if they choose to run it. But that does come down to the comfort of the players themselves.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be going to Hanamura, so that's not surprising. We've seen every 2CP, every assault map this weekend, so any of them being picked, I don't think I would have been like, whoa, definitely an expectation. We're going to be seeing San Diego rocking on the defense, as they love to do. They love to set their own win condition, and they've won that condition every time so far, so I'm very excited to see if they can come through and continue that. Will they be our undefeated team here in the CECC West qualifier? They're one map away from doing so, but Hawaii, this is their now or never. This is where the Overwatch truly kicks in. Their backs against the wall. This is the 11th hour or some other metaphor. Y'all know the drill. You get the idea of how important this is for Hawaii to clutch it out right here, right now.
And we are not going to see any swaps, I believe, coming out. Yes, both teams are sticking with what we've seen thus far. No one's changing roles. We've seen San Diego move them around a little bit, but we'll note to people watching, if you did not stick around for our interview with Boggingly at the end of their last game yesterday, they actually had one of their DPS Prophet oversleep, so they were kind of swapping roles around a little bit. So now that Prophet is in, we'll probably not be seeing any role swaps whatsoever. And since this could be our last map, no one's going to be swapping roles, and no role swaps coming out either from Hawaii.
Yeah, and Damocles, I've come to the conclusion, I think is like a coach or a manager and had to play yesterday, which is so funny because they blend right in. They were such an impressive player. One of my favorite moments, like I said, was them on Route 66. But Damocles, I believe, is actually kind of a behind-the-scenes player. Bogglingly, I was shocked to find out they weren't a DPS player, by the way they performed yesterday. A lot of great changes from San Diego, but like you said, and I wholeheartedly agree, this is their main roster. No need to take risks, no need to make changes. This is them just doing what they've been doing, trying to find that third and final win this.
I'm interested to see if we get a full hold opportunity here. We do see that we're kind of rolling out on the same comp we saw for Route 66 on both sides, with the exception of Princess. Instead of rolling out on the Hanzo right away, is going to go with that Ash. Sei is going to be on the Hanzo as well. Interested to see how that works out. Hanzo can be quite useful if they can lock down that top window, but Akame is immediately going to go down to Princess, so that is not something you want to see out the gate. Honestly, going down left side corridor, not smart. Go right. And check your high ground. That's the other thing that's very important here, is checking the high ground before you push too far forward.
Yeah, it's all about checking that high ground. Actually, second map in a row that Akamai is the first player eliminated like that. We saw it happen on Route 66 as well. Rowe had found that pile driver elimination, and this time it was just a headshot. Tracer, one of the lowest HP pools in the game, so it is very difficult to survive on her when you're getting shot in the dome like that. A great attack from Prophet, but Prophet getting closed in on, has to recall out a double. I love the double commit there from Matt Dealer and Akamai. They're going to try that easily. Not going to be able to find it, but the space was made. A lot of the team now at the ready. Oh, Akamai, great. It blinks up and above onto the Hanamura high ground. Navitus, though, going to be taken out by Mindpin, and all this work, all this effort, maybe down the drain, unless Akamai can find Danile. Takes them down 4 of San Diego. Falls. Could this be Hawaii's time to strike, or they get out and try again?
The Sonic onto Princess. That's kind of painful to die to an ability like that, but it does happen. We do see Rowe goes down as well from the supports for Hawaii, so claim the space, take it a little slow, make sure that you recognize what abilities are available for the side of San Diego, and you can lock this down. But San Diego is playing it smart and backing up and doing a soft reset. They can still re-engage on this point if they so choose, and they have, with Prophet blinking in and blinking out.
Yeah, the blinks in and out, a huge space maker, and just kind of forcing Hawaii to adapt as quickly as they can, keeping an eye on where that Tracer may be, but we're focusing on the wrong Tracer there as Akamai picks up a double. 5 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. Hawaii in a very good position. They take, a technical team kill, I believe, at least 4 or 5 of them going down. Hawaii, they've got a win condition. They've got 5 minutes, and they've got quite a few ultimates in their pocket. The problem is, San Diego, they're not far off of any.
This is a difficult situation to be in. Honestly, my suggestion would be make a hard commit push and act like you're going to use ults, but don't use them unless you get an opening pick here for Hawaii. they were in a very similar position after locking down first point on Route 66, and then it kind of all just went downhill due to tempo control not being in their favor. We're going to open with Dragons from Say, though. Response is going to be boggingly doing that graphitic flux. It's not going to pick anybody up, but Mindfan is going to pick up a Kamai.
Mindfan finding a Kamai is going to be big, but River God taken out by Prophet, even a bigger, a massive opportunity now. San Diego just a complete and total team kill. What was that, 3 or 2 ultimates used on the side of Hawaii, and that's going to cost them because now San Diego has a massive ult economy advantage here.
I do think Say swapped over for a little bit and then decided to go back to the Hanzo, sticking with that instead. We do still have Rally online. Using that opportunistically is going to be important here. Kamai's trying to go for a little bit of a wraparound play, but they are getting spotted by Ro, and Ro's just keeping tabs on them, tagging them out as much as possible, making it so Akame has no choice but to go with their team. However, yet again, we're going with everyone in one location. This is not what you want to be doing on such hard chokes like this.
Oh, the threat. I love the minefield from Ro, and it's actually going to be able to find a Kamai. Recalls right into that. Ro coming through with that massive minefield, creating a lot of space, or excuse me, eliminating a lot of space, which the team has then really gone to take advantage of. The ultimates more and more in favor of San Diego. A few eliminations on the way out the door. River God picks up the Tracer, but that's more for morale or ult charge than anything.
We have roughly 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes on the clock, and with how long that spawn door is, it means we are at basically 3-fight territory. These 3 fights need to be perfect. Sometimes it's worth just trying to cap point in overtime here, and if that is what the strategy of Hawaii is going through with, because they're going into this next fight with 1 ult, and there's 3 ults on the other side, soon to be 4, almost 5 actually. I think it's a dry fight, and then drop everything fight.
Yeah, absolutely. You just gotta hold, no one to fold them, no one to hold them, no one to walk. Absolutely. Add the appropriate time, and this could be a good opportunity to bait out as many ultimates as they can. We saw the gravitic flux from Napatis unfortunately find very little, if any. Just San Diego rolling over this fight once again. And that fight was just a technical advantage, a mechanical skill from San Diego. They were not missing a shot.
Now we're going with the Rhine Diva. That is a combo I would say, yeah, go ahead and go, the high ground together, because those two can take a lot of damage. But we got a Kamai swapping over to the Symmetra. Please don't try to go coastline, or that could be a little bit rough.
Ro was waiting for it.
Yeah, Ro was gonna look for the boop. Don't, please don't.
I'm so nervous. And
anxiety's mounting, they made it!
Ro checks it every time except this one. That is so funny, Ro. Definitely going to be a little upset about that. Not able to get the goofiest play of the game we've ever seen, but this gravitic flux looking for a play of the game of its own. Immortality field already down. Prophet deep into the back line. Not able to find the elimination, but dealing quite a bit of damage with that pulse bomb. It's all about patience now, timing your shots, and making sure you do not overextend, because the first elimination on either side can absolutely spell disaster. Only 90 seconds remain on the clock, and if this fight takes long enough, Nerdy, it could be our last one.
Yeah, we've got River God committing Amplification Matrix here on the high ground. They are going to lose a Kamai. A Hinged, it does go down to Nepatis, though, so there goes that boost for Princess. Princess trying to take down this teleporter. They managed to get it down. Hopefully no one goes outside, because they're going to be in hot water. There's a car wash set up. Prophet's going to go down with the double team between Stay and Nepatis, but it does look like Boggingly is going to get some damage peppered out. We see the Lucio beat drop as well, and a huge shatter.
I mean, that is just such impressive coordination. Maybe a bit of overextension from San Diego. White was given an inch, and they absolutely a mile. They went through it. Them back to back and so on. Now 1 tick already on the board, looking to find a second. A draw is no longer possible until that second point is completely and totally capped. Akamai, you've got the photon barrier, and I don't see a reason not to bust it out. A double kill in favor of Akamai with that bomb going down the turrets, making a world of difference. The car wash, so incredibly powerful, does some damage, slows you down, and makes you a whole lot easier of a target. Princess taken out now by Ty. Ro, the next to go. Prophet gonna be falling. River God falls. Is that the beginning of the end for Hawaii? Are they ready to write their own story there in a massive opportunity here? Hinged finding a double kill. Will that be enough? No, Hinged, unhinged, but not crazy enough. A complete and total team kill for Hawaii. 11 seconds left on the clock. They find that second point.
That's honestly incredible that they managed to do it with time on the clock, but what's ironic is that insanely long last fight was drop every ult as it comes online, which is what we were discussing at the 3-minute mark. It's fight, and then drop everything, and it worked.
Yeah, it worked. I mean, very, very well. That was a fight, good night kind of style. Swapping onto the Reinhardt, I think swapping onto the Reinhardt, I think, had a massive impact as well, because that shatter toward the end found 3. That's where San Diego really had to go into panic mode. They had to go into, recontest, try to farm ultimates. In Hawaii, they had a full 6 for almost that entire final fight. We saw River God go down right at the very end, but at that point, it was a 6v1 anyway.
And we are going to have Say yet again on that Torbjorn. This is just, I feel like Torb is so easily countered that it's not the right pick to go with here. I mean, all we have to do is have Prophet swap over to the Pharah, and Torb is useless. And then Pharah just barrages damage down onto River God and Ty, and you can say bye-bye to 3 of your heroes on your side, and then you're just left with a Wrecking Ball, D.Va, and Tracer, and they're not going to be able to do a whole lot. So I feel like picking something with a little bit more versatility, perhaps Soldier 76, even a Kree here, Cassidy here, would be a better hero pick for Say than going with the Torb.
A better hero pick for Say, indeed. The Torb, I mean, I'm not going to say feast or famine, because that's not quite the play style risk. It's more good value or no value, and that comes down to performance. This Torbjorn already going to get folded like a lawn chair after fireworks. Going to be going down. Ty gone as well, a 6v4. The over-aggression working out so unbelievably well for San Diego, and it looks like they're ready to cap this even faster than Hawaii. And Hawaii did it pretty darn fast. They had 5-something on the clock, and San Diego, they're looking to make it a 6. Matthew goes in, stalling every second, because this is already turned into a staller brawl. And as that Wrecking Ball gets taken down, I think that's a technical team kill. Everybody's gone down at least once.
I want to see Ty right now swap over to the Lucio and then just go to the left ledge.
Oh, there's no time. Oh. No, I think maybe they're afraid of it.
They're doing the other TP that I talked about, actually, which is going onto the high ground here straight through main. You could do it from actually the safety of the Mega Pack instead and go to the high left side as opposed to just try to TP on top of point, but they're going to TP directly to point. I mean, they only need 1 tick, and getting everybody online and in that area right away makes it a lot easier. Yeah, without a doubt. 1 elimination against them works so unbelievably well. Prophet finds an Elim onto a Kamash. That pulse bomb down and out very quickly. Say, on the Pharah, I like that call a lot because it forces the entirety of San Diego to up instead of looking what's happening around the photon barrier out from Princess. Makes this all the harder. Not the best barrier, but I think that is exclusively there to protect those turrets, trying to make them a little bit viable. Say taking a bit of damage, looking up. There's the second tick. Do we see the third? You've got to drop. There's the pulse bomb. Can it find anything? It's not going to squat. A huge bio nade from River God is not going to do enough. Boggling takes out 1. Now the minefield has to be massive, and that's a pretty big elimination. Minefield going to fall to the minefield. Nepotis goes in, eliminated by Prophet. Nakamai, it is your time. Save the day, my friend. They are stalling every possible second, but this feels like an inevitable point cap for San Diego. And they're going to do it with so much time on the clock, meaning they're going to be on defense first. Attacking with 1 minute and 11 seconds is going to be Hawaii here. I wish them good luck, but if they're going to go with the Symmetra TP, do not do it directly on a point, please. I beg of you.
Yeah, it's
do not do
incredibly
what San
risky.
Diego just did.
Yeah, it's incredibly risky. I think San Diego knew that they had a mechanical or competitive advantage there. Just a I'm trying to think of the word. I think mechanicals are a good enough word. They have a mechanical advantage. They knew they were going to traditional firefight, and they did. Not exactly with flying colors, but they did win it at the end of the day, and they have, I mean, an absolutely massive time bank, a huge opportunity. Hawaii, they have 4 minutes and 39 seconds less than what we see on the side of San Diego. So maybe we get the stall of a lifetime, or maybe we get the offense of a lifetime from Hawaii, but realistically speaking, this is really, really not looking great for them.
Not going to count them out yet, because, I mean, they are here in this game for a reason. We don't have an Ana coming out right away, so we're going to go with the Baptiste Mercy and Princess on the Pharah Prophet on that Tracer. And we're going to have Ro on the Orisa and the Bogging on the D.Va. So, pretty solid comp coming out here for defense from San Diego. We've got Say on the Symmetra. The issue now is that they are going to have to be ready for the boot coming out from Pharah as well as Bogging when they go for the teleporter, which is why I suggest don't go into the high right side, go to the high left, not on the dock, so to speak. I guess the deck. Don't go onto the deck. Go all the way to the high left side of the building. Like here, yes, by the Mega Pack. Nope, never mind. Say's just gonna walk in front of everybody and put themselves at risk there. That's a miscommunication on their part, nearly dying. They're gonna TP, it looks like, in the borderline the same spot. And we do have Mind Fan go down, so this is the opportunity of a lifetime so long as Hinge does not get a res.
Yeah, I mean, that was just the elimination to find. They're already able to pick up Row off the back of it. The resurrection does come through, I believe, but you've still lost your main tank. Oh, no, excuse me, they res the main tank. The Baptiste is still missing. A devastating possibility is, oh, Princess. What a way to turn a lost fight around. Somehow already has a full-blown rocket barrage. Nepotis going to be giving their life to take out Row. Akamai not far behind him. Princess single-handedly winning that fight for San Diego. We're all the way down, 10 seconds left.
We once again have another Doomfist swap happening from Say. No. This is the habit of locking Doomfist here when there was time. Your ball could touch, Tracer can touch next. You should have gone Soldier 76.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a panic as Doomfist also has the 1-kill potential. I absolutely get the understanding, but it did not work out well. Doom can do absolutely nothing against Afara, and I think we learned that. The River God goes down to the bomb, and as the overtime starts to tick, tick, tick away, Hawaii unfortunately has to look for a draw here to force a map 4.
Tai is still alive here, and they're not getting a lot of focus, so long as they play in and out of that point, they should be okay. They're touching just enough to prevent that entire bar from exhausting itself, but finally Tai does go down. Akame right before that, so between those two, they couldn't keep themselves up. It happens. 2v6 is hard, and no point capture on point 1 here, so now the bar is set, and San Diego just has to win this. Most likely, it'll be done in one fight.
Yeah, I mean, the bar is set. We've got San Diego with 5 minutes, nearly 6, and they need to cap the first tick of the first point to be the grand finals champions of the CECC West qualifier. This is unbelievably doable. I have seen holds more than 6 minutes long, but to do that against San Diego would be a task of the ages. I mean, that would be written in the history books.
We will see what happens here. It looks like Prophet's gonna go with the... I'm not gonna talk about the DPS coming out from San Diego right away because we've seen them, you know, change it up too many times right before the doors drop. But it looks like we've got Say on that Echo, Tai on the Mercy, River God on the Ana. So they're anticipating, I think, actually to deal with another TP and try to get an ante on it this time. We'll see where River God is standing because that could be the telltale sign that they're looking for that. But yeah, they're looking for the TP immediately onto the high ground, I believe. But San Diego's already baited them hard enough. They are not anticipating doing it.
TP immediately. Oh, it's whiffed! It's whiffed! It's a TP on the van. That is unfortunate, but at the end of the day, I really don't think that's going to hurt San Diego's chances too poorly. Princess immediately onto the Ash. I think Bob right now is truly the win condition. Of course, you can win without him, but as soon as he comes out, a full 7-man lineup could really seal the deal. Right up and through, a lot of free ult charge for Napitan. Or already halfway to a Gravitic Flux. Definitely the closest to an ultimate as well. Getting that Flux early could be a win condition of its own.
We're having to have River God and Tai kind of pocket one another right now because they're getting so much damage on them from Prophet. So Say and Akamai need to help out their supports a bit here so their supports can do their job of keeping everyone else alive. Hopefully they start realizing that so their supports don't get inted on here very quickly, but the high ground control has been given up to San Diego, and that's not something you ever want to do on any point. River God does find Prophet, so that opens up a little bit. Mind Fan goes down, so this is the opportunity. Akame, though, having to use recall early, that could be a little rough for them.
Yeah, Kamai has to recall early, but Say on the Echo right now doing a phenomenal job keeping the dream alive, picking up a triple kill. We've got over a minute off the clock. Bog has to go for that tactical reset, and the ults have truly been charged. I think Hawaii can win this next fight swimmingly. Then they only have to win 4 more.
Yes, only have to win 4 more. Are we gonna see our first full-blown draw here?
I'm shocked we've gone so long without one, to be honest. Not to speak when in distance, but I mean, Assault is being removed for a large reason due to the fact that they're so easy to draw, but these players so far, everything has been such a dominant 3-0 one way or the other. Those draws haven't really been likely. 5 ultimates, nearly all 6 at the ready. Bog takes out Tai early, a massive, arguably the most important elimination. Prophet goes for an Elam out to Say and sticks the transformation. I love the intelligence there because now you've got a forced baby diva with nowhere to run. Nepotis takes out Bog and the transformation falls, but Prophet is the next to go. Here comes that Bob from Princess in an attempt to keep the dream alive and cover the point. They've got to be careful on the side of Hawaii. They're dropping like flies, and Bob counts as a teammate. He will cap that point if you let him.
Look like Matt Dealer is doing the best they can to just get in and out of point and do some damage. Bob is off now, so they can control this a little bit better.
No.
But Loggingly is going to come in and immediately int on the Matt Dealer. Ty is the only one left standing on this point as the Mercy trying to just fly through, get a little bit of stall coming out. It is a attack that can work, but they got to be careful.
Amazing performance from Ty there. Unfortunately, you're going to go down. You've only got so much HP with, but what a stall out. Truly the reason this game isn't over quite yet. Now a 4 on point. Hawaii forced into a very uncomfortable stall position, and San Diego are going to be the grand finals champions. They've secured their spot in Georgia, and they are going to win the CECC West Qualifiers 2022 edition. A huge congratulations to them. And Hawaii, like I said way back at the beginning of the broadcast here today, second place out of all the teams we've seen in the entire, second place is phenomenal. This has been an amazing day. Hawaii absolutely put on a great showing, and San Diego, they worked hard every second of the day. They have made this work, and they have secured that grand finals victory.
Yeah, it's something to keep in mind to everyone that we got to see today. As Step mentioned, you guys all podiumed, and don't let what we refer to as silver medal syndrome get you down. You guys did a phenomenal job. You made it to second and third place. That's huge. Just because you didn't get the maximum, didn't go the maximum distance of hitting that number one top spot, doesn't mean you didn't put the work in. You guys deserved to be where you are. Like, you deserve to get this far. You can go further next time. Keep working and keep trying. There's always going to be another time to try and do this. And at the end of the day, this is just how the cards laid out this time. There's always a next time.
Without a doubt, there is always a next time. And folks, we're going to be throwing it to a break. We're going to try to get an interview with somebody from San Diego. So we'll be right back here with some more Overwatch action in just a couple of minutes. Don't go far. What's going on, all you tanks, healers, and damage dealers, and welcome back for our final bit of Overwatch content for you here at the CECC West Qualifier. We are joined by Princess, the DPS demon from San Diego. So, Princess, my first question for you, a very simple one. How does it feel to not only be the Grand Finals champions, but to go technically undefeated through the entire weekend?
Obviously, I think it feels good. I'm really proud of my team. I think from when we first started playing this year, we've gone a long way. We're not the most confident, I think, sometimes, but during this tournament, I think we were pretty confident. So we just played well.
Yeah, very well said. And I actually do want to ask about that kind of playing well. So what do you think it was that gave your team the competitive advantage to win every match you went up against? You played in mirror matchups, you played against different compositions, and every time San Diego found themselves on top. So what do you think it was that gave you all that extra kick?
I think we synergize really well, and we also have a very good comm structure. We play together a lot, whether it's Overwatch, whether it's scrims, ranked, Apex, other mini games, in real life. And so we just know how to talk to each other and how to overcome certain adversities.
Well, my question for you is, you guys now have secured your ticket to go to Atlanta, Georgia in May, and I am going to immediately throw out 3 names that I want you to completely disregard for this next question. Not thinking about Bay State, Northwoods, or sorry, my apologies, my brain just blanked out. Not thinking about Bay State, Northwoods, or
Probably Redbirds.
yeah, Redbirds. What other team are you kind of concerned about when you're going into the Atlanta tournament?
Probably Maryville. We've lost to them a couple times. Oh wait,
Gotcha. All right.
wait. Are they Redbirds? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm also kind of afraid for ourselves. Like I said, we're not the most confident team all the time. This tournament, we played pretty confidently. I think when you put these superstar teams against these other schools that don't maybe have as much scholarships and stuff, it's like a mind game to an extent. So it can be a little difficult, and we'll get in our own heads.
That's very understandable, and I hope you guys can manage to keep level heads throughout the entire course of that Atlanta tournament, because I wish you the best of luck. And Sep, I'll let you take it from here.
All right, perfect, Princess. Yeah, again, a huge congratulations. But before we let you go, is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or just a shout out to?
I would like to give a shout out to our player slash coach Harrison, or Democles on the team. And also a shout out to our #1 fan and editor, Yabber guy for UCSD. He posts on UCSD Esports our highlights sometimes. And just the fans in general, like anyone who always tunes in.
Very well said, my friend. Well, thank you so much for joining us. A huge congratulations, and I cannot wait to see what y'all are going to bring to the table in Georgia.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, of course. And with that, folks, that brings Overwatch to a close. But good news, Rocket League is coming at you in just about 7 minutes. We're going to try to get it all ready and be prepared for y'all on the half hour. So don't go far. Get some water, get a snack, do what you got to do. But come right back here for some more CECC Rocket League in just a bit. We'll see you soon.